Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, here from a rather cloudy but still windy and bright Snetterton circuit here in Norfolk in the United Kingdom. You're tuning in today for the first of 2 days of the summer TCR versus truck events here with the British Automobile Racing Club, and we've got a fantastic day of racing.
Whoa, sorry. Who are you?
Paul.
Where's Ian?
Ian's at Goodwood. He's at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, I believe.
Goodwood?
Yeah.
Whoa, no, hold on a minute. What's Goodwood got that we haven't got?
No idea, to be honest.
No. Does he not know what's on here this weekend? It's the British Truck Racing Championship, you know, the headline event, no? I mean, the last time Goodwood had trucks was like 2019, I'm pretty sure. I mean, so you want size, you want speed, you want power. Surely you've got to be looking at the trucks, right?
Yeah.
So why is he not here? Was he too good for us now, is he? Is that what it is? Oh, look at me, I'm a Festival of Speed. Oh, I'm going to go and interview, like Formula One drivers and stuff. And like big engines. You know what, actually? We don't need you, Ian. We don't need you here. Mr. Festival of Speed, yeah, Mr. Goodwood, huh? We're down here at Snetterton, and we've got the British truck racing. We've got pickups. We've got Britcar. We've got Civics. What else? We've got Audis.
We've got Audis. We've got Junior Saloon Car Championship. We've got the Mini Clubsport with AirTech Motorsport as well. I mean, we've got an absolute bumper schedule, and I don't want to miss out either. Well, I think, in fact, we've got all of it in there.
The TCRs as well. Them little things. Have you seen how big their podium is? You want size? Go and look at the TCR podium. You need a step ladder to get onto that thing. You know what, Ian? I'm done with you, mate. I thought we were special. I thought we were friends. I don't want to plough you anymore.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that, let's get this weekend underway.
So, sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. I got a little bit carried away. Anyway, we'll also be joined with Andy McEwen from the TCR and Dave Goddard bringing you your commentary this weekend. But before that, I suppose I better go and suck it in and speak to a few of the truck racing drivers.
Yes, thanks very much, Pointy, and good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Snetterton Race Circuit, the home of motorsport in the east of England for this summer trucks versus TCR weekend. Dave Goddard here taking you through the action. Andy McEwen will be joining us later on for the TCR Civic Cup and Audi Cup action here this weekend. A very busy weekend of motorsport, and we kick off with the British Truck Racing Championship. The trucks on their way round to the grid as I talk to you. After the lunch break, we will have a 90-minute race for the Britcar Endurance Championship. Some fantastic sports and GT cars going out in that one. Then it's over to Andy for the Civic Cup. We have the Mini Challenge Clubsport with AirTech Motorsports, a big grid of over 20 BMW Minis here this weekend. Then a second truck race. The Junior Saloon cars are here in good numbers, 20 of them here this weekend to go into battle. Drivers as young as 14 in that championship. And then the pickup trucks round off this first day here at Snetterton. We do it all again from 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. 21 races for you over the course of this weekend, 7 of them including the big Britcar race coming up here today, but it is the big rigs who kick us off here at Snetterton. The British Truck Racing Championship, the incredible close season they are having with in Division 1 no fewer than 10 different race winners so far, and the trucks being led round at the moment ready for their first race. So the grid lines up as follows. 10 times British champion Stuart Oliver lines up on pole position alongside points leader in Division 1 David Jenkins in his MAN. Second row Craig Reed with his Iveco. Nathan Smith's MAN. Row 3 Neil Yates in his MAN alongside Michael Oliver. He qualified fastest but a 5-place grid penalty for contact in a previous race. And then we have Tom O'Rourke in the International Navistar. Simon Reed, welcome back to him, has missed the last couple of events in his Iveco. Completing the top 10 on the grid, Stephen Powell with his MAN alongside the first Division 2 truck on the grid, Callum Eason. Row 6 we have John Powell and 95 Simon Faulkner. He's subbing for Ricky Collett as he recovers from surgery this weekend. Good to have Simon back as a substitute driver. Simon Cole, number 41, alongside Sammy Oyenan, the Finn in his new Mercedes. Archie Handy, son of Simon Cole, alongside Jake Evans, the Division 2 points leader. He had some problems in qualifying, so starts back in 16th on the grid. The final row of the grid, the Harveys, Bradley and Warren. Bradley had a gearbox go bang in testing yesterday, so hopefully he's back out in his DAF, and his father Warren starts from the back of the grid as a newcomer this year. So we should see 18 trucks out there for our first truck race of the day on one of the longest circuits in the UK, the Snetterton 300 circuit. The Marshals waiting to greet them on the Senna Straights. Here at Snetterton, the Ayrton Senna took his first race win in Great Britain in Formula Ford, and the straight named in his honour. So let's have a look at the points then going into this weekend. As we said, we've had an incredible 10 different winners in Division 1 so far this year, and it's David Jenkins, second on the grid here, who leads the points. He's on 237, 17 points clear of Stuart Oliver, the 10 times British and 1-time European truck racing champion, with Stephen Powell in third place after an improved weekend last time out at Pembrey in Wales. Had a slightly slow start to his season at Brands Hatch. Craig Reed was a winner at Brands Hatch. His Iveco, the Reed freight truck from Stoke-on-Trent, lies fourth in the standings. Now the driver who's fifth in the points, John Bowler, number 14, is not here this weekend, but for good reason. He's getting married this weekend, so very best of luck to John and his bride Becky. They're getting married over in Greece this weekend, so all the very best to the bowlers. Nathan Smith sits sixth in the points. He's had a strong start to the season, racing his father David's MAN, the white truck there on the second row of the grid. Michael Oliver sits seventh, and eighth in the points is Ryan Smith, who is still there in the championship points, but will not be contesting the rest of the season this year. Neil Yates and Tom O'Rourke round out the top 10 in Division 1. Terry Gibbon in 11th. We saw him do a one-off meeting at Pembrey in Ricky Collett's truck. Ricky currently 12th in the Division 1 points. Had a win at Brands Hatch earlier this year, but Ricky recovering from major surgery at the moment. All the best to the Yorkshireman for a full recovery, and we hope to see him back out as soon as he can. Simon Faulkner, who used to race with the Reed Freight team in their Ivecos, drives his MAN this weekend. In Division 2, the slightly less modified, slightly less powerful trucks, Jake Evans is clear at the top on 294 points, but he did have some issues in qualifying, so starts further back on the grid for race 1 here at Snetterton. John Powell with the number 6 DAF, the Greenhouse Group truck, is second. He's on 211, and Callum Eason, who had problems at the season opener at Brands Hatch but has improved since then, is 11 points behind John. Bradley Harvey is fourth, ahead of Sammy Oyenan, then Warren Harvey, father of Brad, Archie Handy and Simon Cole. They've had quite a few technical problems so far this season, and they're a little further behind. So the pace truck leads them away then. Stuart Oliver in the Volvo VNL on pole position, with David Jenkins alongside him. Incredible noise as they go past my commentary box here on the Senna Straights. These 5-ton beasts, almost 1,000 horsepower under the driver's right foot in each of these beasts. 12 and 13 litre turbocharged engines, all running on environmentally friendly HVO fuel. It was Adam Bint who first introduced that into the championship, but Adam not racing this year. Sadly, lack of budget has prevented him from racing this season. So let's take you on a quick lap of the Snetterton 300 circuit. They go around the right-hander at Rich's Corner, alongside the Farmers Field down there. Very easy to run wide and go off into the field there. Then it's into the Wilson's Hairpin. It was originally called Montreal, but named after IndyCar racer Justin Wilson after he sadly lost his life in America. So it's 180-degree hairpin. That will be plenty of jockeying for position there on the opening lap. Then it's down to the left-hander at Palmer's, named after Dr. Jonathan Palmer, former Formula 1 driver and the head of Motorsport Vision, who own this circuit here at Snetterton. This is Palmer. There you go, side by side through there, 2x2 on this formation lap. And then a short straight up towards the long looping left-hander at Agostini, named after motorcycle legend Giacomo Agostini, one of the most successful motorcyclists of all time. I think we're missing Jake Evans. There's a gap on the penultimate row of the grid, so the Division 2 points leader's not there. His problems from qualifying still being fixed, clearly, so his truck is in the paddock. So we don't have Jake Evans. This is a chance for Callum Eason to close the gap, and John Powell as well. This is Agostini. This is an overtaking opportunity. You can make a move up the inside here if you get it right. There's a gap next to Archie Handy where Jake Evans should have been. The Harvey's at the back. Good to see Bradley's back out after he blew his gearbox yesterday. Out of Agostini up towards the left-hand flick of Hamilton's, named after Sir Lewis. And then it's the right-hander at Oggy's, and out towards the right-hander at Williams, which takes the cars or trucks onto the long Bentley straight, the back straight here at Snetterton. A lap of over 2 miles here, along with the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, one of the longest circuits in the UK. Keep your comments coming in on YouTube. Thanks for all your comments so far. This is the right-hander at Williams. They go up the Bentley straight next. If you want to follow the live timing from today's events, go to tsl-timing.com. That's tsl-timing.com. And you can follow the live timing from there. Down the Bentley straight, under the bridge, and then it's into the left-hander at Brundle, named after Martin Brundle and his son Alex, of course, now a noted historic racer. They are from Norfolk. And then the right-hander at Nelson, Norfolk known as Nelson's County. Quite easy to run straight on if you miss your braking point there into the escape road. And out of this tight right-hander at Nelson. Watch for some of the car racers getting up onto 2 wheels off the curb there. And then you get up this short straight into the right-hander at the bomb hole. Bombers did fly from Snetterton during the Second World War, its time as an aerodrome. No bombs dropped on Snetterton, but there is quite a dip in the tarmac. You can see them drop down there as they go through this right-hander. It was named by a group of motorcycle racers a few years ago, the bomb hole. There you see the circuit drop away into that little dip. Then the long right-hander at Corham, and the final left flick at Murray's, named after the voice of motorsport, Murray Walker. We still miss you, Murray. So, 15 minutes then, our first race of the day for the British Truck Racing Championship, round 16 of the season. Stuart Oliver and David Jenkins in the Volvo and the MAN to lead them off. Jenkins, the points leader heading into this round, leads Stuart Oliver by 17 points. The revs beginning to rise then. It's time to go racing here at this Summer Trucks and TCR weekender here in East Anglia. The pace truck is in pit lane, keeping it steady. The red light is on the marshal's post. When that goes out, we'll be underway. The revs start to rise, the power comes on, and we're underway. The first truck race of the weekend. They charge down towards Rich's Corner for the first time. Stuart Oliver holding the inside. Great start by Nathan Smith. He leaps into third place, and he's going for second on the inside of David Jenkins as they head through the right-hander at Rich's for the first time. Looks like they've all got round the first corner. Okay, it'll be Stuart Oliver who leads up towards Wilson Hairpin on this lap number 1 of this 15-minute race. David Jenkins has held second place, side by side for third. Nathan Smith with Michael Oliver in the 12. He had that grid penalty, was back on row 3. Callum Eason has just lost the lead in Division 2. I think John Powell getting through on the inside in truck number 6. They're all round the hairpin. Okay, through Palmer, it's Oliver from Jenkins. Smith in third place. Then we've got Michael Oliver, then Craig Reed, the first of the Reed brothers. Good to see Simon, number 89 there, back out this weekend. He's missed the last 2 meetings due to work commitments. He's back at the lower reaches of the top 10 at the moment. Just ahead of Stephen Powell in the number 3. The man from Kent lives just a stone's throw from the Brands Hatch circuit. Scotsman Tom O'Rourke in the MV Commercials International Navistar, number 86. is behind him. Had a disaster at Thruxton earlier this year when he blew his engine in practice and was unable to race. So he's further down the championship than he would like. They make their way out towards the back of the circuit on this lap number 1. Michael Oliver on the tail of David Smith. The 5-place grid penalty Michael got was for contact in the previous round at Pembrey when he went into the back of Neil Yates on the hairpin. Neil, I think the only man out in Division 1 of the regulars this season who has yet to win a race this year. The other non-winner in Division 1 this weekend is Simon Faulkner. Super Sub Simon, we're going to call him. He's driving Ricky Collett's truck. So here come your leaders up towards the bomb hole for the first time. You see them drop down into that little depression in the circuit there. There's Division 2, that's led by Callum Easton. He's got back ahead of John Powell. There's Simon Faulkner, the number 95. And third in Division 2 is Simon Cole. He's running well. His Iveco has had no end of technical troubles so far this year. The whites at number 41 there. His son Archie Handy, one of the youngest men in the championship, is a couple of spots further back behind Sammy Oyanen, the Finn, who began the season in his Sisu, but now in his new Mercedes Ertiga. Here come your leaders up across the stripe for the first time. David Jenkins trying to get close enough to make a move for the lead. Nathan Smith still holding Michael Oliver for third place. Craig Reed is fifth. Stephen Powell sixth. Simon Reed seventh. And Neil Yates. No, Neil Yates is in sixth. I'm sorry. Stephen Powell's teammate. Stephen's back in eighth behind Simon Reed. Very similar looking at speed, those two MANs. Now, the result of this race sets the grid for race 3, which is tomorrow's first race for the trucks. And it's the top 8 reversed. So as things stand at the moment, Stephen Powell will be on pole for race 3, but there's a lot of time for things to change. Just under 12 minutes of this race to go. It's a long lap here at Snetterton. The first lap completed by Stuart Oliver in a time of 2:28.8. That's about a minute longer than a lap takes at Pembrey. Nathan Smith well up there in third place. Made his debut in Division 1 at the end of last season after Father David had raced that truck through the season. Nathan probably scored a win in his third ever Division 1 race. David, a former Division 2 champion. David Jenkins, his father Tony, was a truck racer for many years as well. Kicking up the dust there, a couple of trucks run wide on the outside with Stephen Powell and Tom O'Rourke, I think. Through Hamilton's, there is Steve Powell. Callum Easton leads Division 2 and he needs to push on for points here because he knows his Division 2 title rival Jake Evans is not out there. John Powell, the other man towards the top of the points in Division 2 in second place. Archie Handy has called into the pits on the first lap, so his gremlins continuing sadly. He's rejoined at the back. Stuart Oliver leads in the number 7 from David Jenkins in second place. Nathan Smith still under fire from Michael Oliver for third place. Through the bomb hole comes the third place battle. There's the drop down through that little depression in that right-hander. Craig Reed still in fifth place, won the season opener at Brands Hatch, won round 1. Through the long right-hander at Corham. It's onto the brakes up towards the left there at Murray's. Used to be a much tighter chicane, the Russell chicane that used to be known as, named after Jim Russell, the famous racing school proprietor, not after George Russell. It would be these days though. There are 6 or 7 trucks starting to pull away slightly. Division 2 leader Callum Easton in 10th overall, John Powell behind him. 2 laps completed, the lead is just over a second for Stuart Oliver over David Jenkins, the championship leader. They go through the Wilson hairpin. Smith and Michael Oliver separated by less than half a second. It's Craig Reed in 5th, Neil Yates going well up there in 6th under fire from Simon Reed, and Stephen Powell under fire from Tom O'Rourke in the 86. Started off in truck racing as a sponsor through his company MV Commercial, and then took up racing for himself. Used to race an MAN, had a big crash in that at Thruxton a few years ago. There's the third place battle into Agostini. You can see how much dust they're kicking up in the background there. Bit of a dust storm here at Snetterton as to the inside goes O'Rourke and he passes Stephen Powell. That's a good overtaking spot into Agostini on the brakes. Now that's going to put O'Rourke up to 8th place, and as I interrupt myself there, Nathan Smith makes a mistake coming out of Hamilton's, runs wide onto the grass, but he rejoins just ahead of Michael Oliver. As I was saying there, Tom O'Rourke now up to 8th place. That will provisionally give him pole position in the partially reversed grid for race 3 tomorrow. But the first two have pulled away. They're nearly 2 seconds clear of this pairing now. Nathan Smith and Michael Oliver for 3rd place. There's the leaders. The Volvo ahead of 3 MANs. Then the Iveco of number 68, Craig Reed. Settling in now, just over 8 minutes of the race to go. So we're already coming up towards half distance. Less laps in a race here at Snetterton than we're used to because it's such a long circuit. All races today, with the exception of the Britcar race, are over 15 minutes. Britcar is a 90-minute race where the cars will have to complete 2 mandatory pit stops. That's coming up after the lunch break. Neil Yates coming under fire from the returning Simon Reed. The Reed brothers' father, David Reed, was a truck racer in his day as well. Family runs Reed Freight, based up in Stoke-on-Trent. Nathan Smith, after that moment running wide as Hamilton, has been given the black and white flag for exceeding track limits, the driving standards flag. Yes, I can see it out of my commentary box window. Not a physical flag because the marshals have to retreat from the edge of the circuit for safety reasons during truck races, but it's on the light gantry overlooking the start-finish line. So Nathan Smith, who runs wide there on the hairpin. Michael Oliver has a look. Side by side, almost there, and they had to throttle back there. They got onto the grass. Now we'll see what's come out of that as they get towards Palmer's, and the leader's gone wide as well. So Oliver ran wide there, Stuart Oliver. Nathan Smith sliding there. Is there some fluid down? They seem to be sliding about a lot at Palmer's. I wonder if somebody's dropped some fluid there. We'll wait and see. Somebody has pulled off. John Powell we've lost somewhere, number 6. He was second in Division 2. Yeah, there he is. Now I wonder if he's dropped some fluid and that's why they were sliding around, because that's at Oggie's. He's got round that far, so John Powell has pulled over. Whether he's dropped some oil, but they does seem to be getting very slippery out there. We saw Nathan Smith and Michael Oliver slide off. Stuart Oliver went wide at Palmer. So I wonder, has John Powell dropped some oil on the circuits? But the race continues, 6 minutes of it to go. Bit of smoke in the background there from, I think that was 95 Simon Faulkner, the yellow machine. Stuart Oliver's lead's dropped by a couple of tenths of a second, but he's still out in front, the man from Hexham in Northumberland. 10 times a British champion. Here's the 3rd place fight. Nathan Smith still hanging on ahead of Michael Oliver. You can see the lead gap has opened a little now. David Jenkins dropped back slightly into 2nd. Here's a battle further back. Sami Oyanen in the Mad Croc energy drink Mercedes ahead of one of the Harveys. That's Warren Harvey, number 97, Harvey Senior. Very much a father and son sport, this, isn't it? Oh, and off goes 95 Simon Faulkner. Super sub Simon is off. Now that's on the infield, I think, coming out of Agostini. I think that's where he stopped. Now that looks more like a mechanical problem to me. I think he's just pulled the truck over. Well, the race continues on. We've lost a couple of them further back. Samuel Innan and Warren Harvey kicking up the dust there as they came through towards the bomb hole out of Nelson. It's a very tight right-hander, deceptively tight Nelson corner as you come out of Brundle. The Mercedes stays ahead. This is the battle further back in the order for 12th place and for what is 3rd in Division 2. Simon Cole still running well. He's 2nd in the class. Warren Harvey pulls alongside as they head towards the pit straight. There's Bradley Harvey ahead of them. Now he's third in the class now, so Oyanen drops back to fifth, in fact. I've got my Harveys mixed up, apologies there. So Warren's fourth in the class, Bradley third. Those trucks, in my defence, do look identical from a distance. Just under 4 minutes of this race to go then for the British Truck Racing Championship, round number 16 here at Snetterton with Stuart Oliver. He's increased his lead to 1.7 seconds over David Jenkins now. This is the battle for third place. Nathan Smith still holding off Michael Oliver. Oh, Neil Yates in problems. So Neil's had a problem somewhere. And that must have been in that first part of the lap. He must have slowed down because he crossed the line sixth. Plenty going on back in the pack then. Michael Oliver still on the tail of Nathan Smith, but he can't get on level terms with the MAN. Here's the Harveys, still fighting it out with Sami Ojanen towards the back of the field. So a couple of retirements, John Powell out of it, and Simon Faulkner as well. There's a yellow flag out there at the exit of Agostini because of Simon Faulkner's stranded number 95. Trackside recovery, and their heavy artillery are here this weekend, so they'll be needed to recover a couple of trucks. Craig Reed reeling in Michael Oliver for fourth place. Still your leader is Stuart Oliver, and these two still at it. Sami Ojanen lunges past that. Now that's Bradley Harvey coming to a stop. He was ahead of the other two, and he doesn't want to stop there. He's right on the racing line. That will be a red flag if he stops there. Bradley Harvey on the track at Williams Corner, that is. He's trying to get it moved out of the way. Let's see if we can see what happened. Bradley had dropped. He dropped behind Warren. He's got braking problems, look. So he gets it crossed up. The back of the truck gets sideways. He gets it back together again. So it wasn't contact with Sami Ojanen. I don't think it was a problem with the brakes on the 96. He's got it out the way. That's good for Bradley. The race can continue. So a bit of attrition in Division 2 already today. Just over 90 seconds to go, so will it be checkered flag this time? Oliver from Jenkins, then Smith, then Michael Oliver. The Reeds are now 5th and 6th with those problems for Neil Yates. Yeah, he's dropping back down the order. No overtaking at Agostini because the yellow flags are out there. There's Simon Reed. He's got Tom O'Rourke behind him. Stephen Powell back up to 8th. So he will get the provisional pole for race 3. First race tomorrow. Callum Easton still leads Division 2. He's about 6 seconds up now. 6.5 seconds up on Simon Cole. In fact, it might be even more than that. No, that's the difference between Cole and Warren Harvey. Sorry, there are 22 seconds between the two of them now. So Callum Easton is running away with Division 2. Easton, Cole, Warren Harvey, then Sami Ojanen. Bradley Harvey, we know, is out of the race. So Archie Handy's next in Division 2. Stuart Oliver now 3 seconds clear of David Jenkins. Now, is it going to be another lap? I think they will get one more lap out of this race. Or is the checkered flag being prepared? It's going to be close as they come across the line here on time. Yes, they will get one more lap out of this. They cross the line. Race continues. The gap is down to 2.5 seconds. Down towards Wilson's hairpin. David Jenkins trying to close back up again. The gap was up as high as 3 seconds. It's just over 2.5 as they cross the start-finish line to begin the final lap. Is that a bit of smoke coming out of Jenkins' truck, or is that just steam? You sometimes see steam coming off the wheels of these trucks because they have water-cooled brakes. So number 7, Stuart Oliver, looking for an 11th British title this year. These two way ahead of everybody else. Here's the fight for third. Nathan Smith has hung on in front of this battle all the way, then Michael Oliver, then the Reed brothers. Heading round towards the checkered flag this time. We thought we were going to see it red flag with 2 minutes to go when Bradley Harvey pulled up, but he got the truck out of the way. Just a couple of yellow flag zones on the circuit, it means, for the rest of the race, because we've also got Simon Faulkner pulled over. So not many overtaking opportunities towards the end of this race. So it looks like it is going to be a win for Stuart Oliver, unless David Jenkins can do something special on this final lap. Out on the Bentley Straight at the moment, heading down towards the bridge. Here's the battle for third, out of Williams. Nathan Smith has pulled away of it from Michael Oliver, so he's safe in third place. And here comes our leader, soon to be race winner. The gap's come down a little, but it is going to be a win in the first British truck race of the weekend here at Snetterton. Round 16 of the season is going to go to Stuart Oliver. Started from pole position and has led David Jenkins all the way. Here they come up towards the line. The win goes to Stuart Oliver, just ahead of David Jenkins. The gap at the finish just under a second, so Jenkins did close up. And it looks like it is going to be Nathan Smith in third position. We'll pick up Division 2 in a moment as well. Nathan Smith on the podium, held off Michael Oliver, who just holds off Craig Reed. Simon Reed in 6th, Tom O'Rourke in 7th. 8th place is going to go to Stephen Powell, so he'll provisionally be on pole for our first truck race tomorrow. And here comes our dominant Division 2 leader. Callum Eason has quite simply run away and hid from his opposition at the front of Division 2. He's nearly 30 seconds ahead of Simon Cole. Cole is now under fire from Warren Harvey, who could be on for his best ever Division 2 results here. So Callum Eason has come in to take the win. Here comes the battle for second. Is Simon Cole going to hang on for second in Division 2, which will be his best result of the season, or is Warren Harvey going to get his best results with the second place? Simon Cole gets his foot down, coming out of Murray's for the final time into the centre straights. Past the pits, and Simon Cole second in Division 2, Warren Harvey is third, and their opposition rather fell apart, it has to be said. Archie Handy will be in 4th place, having made a pit call early on. Correction, sorry, Sammy Oyanen will be 4th in Division 2. Apologies there. Let's have a look at the provisional results of our first race of the weekend then. Stuart Oliver the winner by just under a second. David Jenkins did close in towards the end. Oliver got the fastest lap, 2:25.412. Nathan Smith completing the podium, ran third all the way. They were a long way behind the leaders at the finish. Michael Oliver 4th, then the Reed brothers, Tom O'Rourke and Stephen Powell takes 8th place. Division 2 won by Callum Eason, way ahead of the battle for second between Simon Cole and Warren Harvey. Sammy Oyanen was next home. Neil Yates, after a few problems, dropped back to 13th place. Archie Handy and Bradley Harvey were classified as the final finishers. Bradley did manage to get going again after that mishap at Williams Corner. Sadly, we lost Simon Faulkner and John Powell with technical problems in that race. We'll see hopefully the full field back out for race 2, which is the 5th race today. That's due off at around 4:40 p.m. today. And hopefully we'll see Jake Evans on the grid as well after he failed to start in that one. Let's head down to Pointy in Parc Ferme.
Wow, we made it! First race of the weekend, first race on circuit this weekend for the British Truck Racing Championships, and a phenomenal start for Stuart Oliver, pulling ahead, keeping that 1.7 second lead for a lot of the race. Looks like we're losing some fluid over on Dave Jenkins' truck at the minute though. Hopefully that's not his radiator. There's probably just the jet for his intercooler, which sprays on to cool the air down going through the intercooler. So that's fine. Back over here though, Stuart Oliver, well done sir, very good job. That was, well, what a race. Dave, we get Dave in as well.
Yeah, that was good. It was a bit hairy at the last 3 or 4 or 5 laps because it was diesel and oil and I don't know whatever, but it was all over the track, so it was very difficult to get a line. And obviously I had the rainmeister behind us, so when you get a slippery surface, that's when he comes at you, you know. So, but no, it was good. Yeah, it was good start the weekend.
That's talking about slippery surface. You were right on Stuart's tail. I think it was maybe lap 1 actually, when you come around just past the Parc Fermé here. Lost the back end a bit. Was there something down there, or just getting used to it?
Just lack of talent. Then
I was insinuating no such thing, Dave.
No, and then I got to Stuart a little bit, and then when it went slippy, I think his glasses were misted up. I don't think he could see where it was because he certainly seemed to be going. He was certainly going faster than I was on the slippy bits. And then once we got our eye in, Stuart was managing the race at the end, and I just got back to him again. So it was a good. You know, it wasn't perhaps the most entertaining race from the outside in. It was certainly entertaining from where we were sat.
I don't know. I think it was quite exciting watching on from the outside. I'm sure you guys at home will let us know in the comments. Stuart, great start to the weekend for you.
Yeah.
And of course. Yeah, so that's we've got one under the belt.
One under the belt, that's right, 4 to go, and you're on the front row of the next one, so see what we can do, just a repeat. But you know, Dave's strong, Nathan's strong, everybody, you know, it's not easy out there, you know, it's without a doubt, and it's a great circuit, I love it, but you've just got to be on it all the time.
I believe it is more about the mistakes than the overtakes, isn't it? It's like you're watching the person in front to miss that corner, to go a little bit wide, and then all of a sudden that's your opportunity, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it wasn't then, but it should have been. It could have been. It might be later. So
the gaps are crazy. I mean, we waited a good 20-30 seconds for the second half of Division 2 to come across the line after the top 3. I mean, it really is a very spread out circuit, isn't it? Is it one that you've kind of just got to knuckle down and get on with it?
It's a difficult circuit. It's a lovely circuit. It's a driver's circuit. But there's 13 corners, and those little margins or the little mistakes, they add up over the course of a long lap. So, but it's the start of a long weekend. But
it is. And what they say, you can't win a race on the first corner, so you probably can't win a weekend on the first race, right?
Well, absolutely. You can lose it, as Dave says. You can lose it on the first corner. But no, it's you know, everybody's come back. I think there was a few on the recovery truck, but
I think we lost Simon Faulkner and
there weren't forced retirements, which is a good thing.
No, that is indeed right. Well, let's go and have a look with Division 2. We'll get some silverware handed out to you guys in a minute. Let's find out what's going on a little bit further back if we can. Simon Cole, someone we don't get to speak to very often, but I believe you just got a trophy, sir.
Second, I think, mate. That's good, isn't it?
That's a pretty flipping good result from where I'm sitting.
And Archie finished as well, mate. That's 2 sessions we've done. Unbelievable season, so our worst we've ever had.
Yep.
But all that hard work.
Look at that result.
Yeah, I know.
So going home with some silverware.
And my mojo.
And your mojo. The mojo. We speak a lot about Simon Cole's mojo, and he's definitely back. Craig, how did you find it out there? Warm by the looks of it.
It's warm now. Yeah, you got to protect your bald head.
You have.
No way.
Back to 50 all
Yeah,
round.
this is it. I've got to put it on this morning, and it's sweated out on me anyway.
Oh,
it was all right. To be fair to Nathan, he pipped me on the start. I spun the wheels on the start, and he just nipped round me. I thought him and Dave were they had coming together on the first corner. And then I went defensive, and Michael, rightly so, went down the side and jumped the truck ahead of me on the outside. So he played a good game there, and then literally got going. It was really enjoyable until I looked over and saw John Powell come off, and I thought, that doesn't look good. And then the lad said, I heard him say turn 1. Slippy. So I saw the slippy flag come down, and turn 2 is just a puddle of oil or something. I don't know. So it was. Listen, it made for good racing.
It certainly was. It was. Someone had put a good theme tune to that race. We'll be able to see
my brother said it's great. My brother said Simon. I said, he says, oh yeah. He said you could find the line. You know,
it's great. Of course, Simon
was. He's very used to British truck racing. Simon.
Mr. Placid, definitely. Callum, come on in here, sir. We're coming to look for you. Thank you, Craig Reed. Great result. Brilliant win.
Yeah, a slippy one at that as well. some of the decisions that were made mid-race probably wasn't for the best. There's diesel or oil or coolant somewhere all the way around it. It's very, very slippy. And to be fair, the championship's very lucky that all of the other drivers used their noggin in that one, because someone could have
Everyone's been mentioning there's certainly something down. So fingers crossed we can get that looked into. I'm sure the circuit are on it. We've got the lunch break now, so there's a bit of time that hopefully it won't affect the overall schedule for the day. But yeah, I mean, we were just mentioning to some of the drivers actually how far ahead the top 2-3 Division 2s were from the rest of the pack. Do you think that was because they were getting caught out by those slippy surfaces?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we got caught out enough that we actually come to a stop to restart the engine because it stalled on lockup. But no, we managed to get back on it, stay off the line. But the worst thing is, every time someone goes into the slippery stuff and come back off again,
they take it with them, don't they?
Takes it back onto the non-race line, which was the race line. So it was just slippy everywhere. But no, I can't thank Tourmaniac enough for the stuff they give us. Obviously, WDE Logistics, Motion Wraps, the Green Group,
of course,
Eurolease, all of them lot helped me go racing. And plus, we had a picture of a ultrasound from my other half's sister, and they're expecting a little one soon. So I want to say congratulations to them.
Oh, very nice. A lovely heartfelt message going back to the other half's sister. There we go. Sister-in-law, soon to be, perhaps. Have I mentioned that too soon? Sorry, Callum. Right then. Thank you very much for talking to us, Callum. Right. Fantastic first race, mixed bag of results, of course. It's brilliant to see some different names on the podium, as always. And I'm excited to, of course, hand out my first set of trophies for the weekend. Until then, though, it's the lunch break now. It sounds like we've got some fluids to clean up on track. So I had a chance to catch up with a few of the drivers earlier on in the paddock.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready for plenty more racing today, indeed over the course of the weekend, I'm joined here with two of our drivers from the Mini Challenge Clubsport of AirTech Motorsport. To my closest is none other than Chris Johnson, and well, a little bit further away from me is none other than Lauren Fletcher. Thank you, Chris and Lauren, for taking the time to speak to me. Now, of course, it's a bit of an interesting story, the two of you teaming up in these lovely liveried mini machines, in the fact that whilst you may not be blood related, you've not come too far away from each other in terms of where you're based, and well, if it weren't for you, Chris, well, you wouldn't have Lauren race alongside.
Indeed, yeah, we met over at Mini National Day, and Lauren's there with blood bikes, and she looked at, first question was, are you from Calverton? I was like, yes, why? And then she explained that her dad's got a garage in the village, so it's like, okay, fair dues. And then we got chatting, and then by the end of the show, there was like, right, we want to race. So I was like, well, no pressure, but if you want to, we'll team up together, and this is kind of where we are now. So what is it, 9 months? Well, it was last August.
It was.
Yeah, last August was the show, and yeah, 6 months later the car's built and we're ready to race.
All fair play. And Lauren, coming to yourself, I mean, this is your first full season racing. I do believe this is your first time race as well, not at, say, Snetterton, but the series. I mean, what got you into racing first? And what said to you, I want to race BMW Mini Coopers?
Well, I love my minis, always have. My work, we build kit cars and stuff, so getting involved in that, doing track days, I've always wanted to get out on track. And then just getting in talking with Chris and seeing that you can race minis, I was like, yes, I want to do that. I love my minis. And then here we are, 7 months down the line racing them. But that's pretty much it.
Well, fair play. And staying with yourself, Lauren, I mean, obviously, first season in racing, you've competed in a few rounds. Now, you've been to Brands Hatch, you've been to Thruxton and Pembrey, and now here at Snetterton. So every circuit's brand new to you, I presume, or have you had a bit of track time?
All tracks bar Donington is new. So, yeah.
So what's the things you've been looking to develop over the course of the season? Because obviously everything's relatively fresh minus Donington Park. So it's almost as if it's a new turn in the book or a new page in a chapter.
I'm just going out and learning, that's it. There's no pressure this season, bar just getting the car out there, completing the race, bringing it back in one piece. That's it. And then whilst I'm there, if I can follow people, see how they take the corners, see what lines to take, as long as I can take that information in to go into next season, we should be okay, hopefully.
Well, fair play. And Chris, coming to yourself, I mean, this is your second full season racing as part of the Mini Challenge Clubsport. I get the feeling that obviously you're imparting some of your experience onto Lauren.
Yeah, hopefully she's taking all the good and not the bad. Obviously, some of you may have seen at Thruxton, I put it into the barrier, so that was a bit of a challenge. We've got version 2.0 here of the car, so that was rebuilt, reshelled. But yeah, hopefully Lauren doesn't learn that bit of the racing line and takes everything else.
I don't know, I picked it up on the last race. I went into the field on the last race at Brookston.
Well, indeed, if you're going to have off, make sure you go to the fields rather than the barriers at the end of the day, because the car could always be recovered when you do a bit of rallycross. And Chris, coming back to yourself, I mean, this season, both you competing in the R53 class of the Cooper S's. For yourself, 2 wins so far, 3rd in the championship, but it's looking very tight.
It certainly is tight. Obviously, with a few mechanicals from the other drivers, it's putting us all very close together, which is kind of what we want, really, so that we know that the cars are all performing the same. No one person's going out straight out the box and being 10 seconds up the road. It's nice to have something to challenge for, especially with Lauren this year, learning everything. Last year for me it was a case of right, let's learn, and throughout the season from last year it was a case of right, I was 12 seconds off the back of the pack, then I was getting closer and closer and closer each time, so it's nice to have that challenge.
Oh, indeed. And coming to yourself, Lauren, I mean, right now I do believe no wins so far, but constantly pushing for the podium at the very least. Have you set yourself any targets this weekend, or is it just purely, as you were saying earlier, get to the end of each race and see where you finish?
Pretty much get to the end of each race, that's it. I've got no expectations for this track because I've never been to it. I didn't do testing yesterday, so I'm going out into qualifying as a practice. So as long as I can bring the car back, that's it. I'm happy. I'm happy.
All fair play. And then if there's anyone listening right now who's perhaps sat there thinking about the same age as yourself, Lauren, I mean, you're a youngster at the end of the day. Not saying Chris is old, to be fair. He looks a day about
15 years on her, so not the youngest, but certainly not the oldest.
But if anyone was listening right now and thinking they wanted to get into motorsport and they could see you as a bit of a role model, what would you have to say to them? What advice would you impart?
Do it. Try and get it any way possible. Try and get yourself into it because it's a lot of fun. When you come to the paddocks, just the experience of it all, it's amazing. And if you can do it, go and do it. Do it now whilst you can as well, I'd say.
Well, fair play. And Chris, for yourself, a bit more of a seasoned veteran. Does anyone out there, not necessarily of your slightly older age, shall we say, but a little bit hesitant, what advice would you give to them? And would it be a Mini for sure?
I certainly go for a Mini. I've enjoyed it. 4 years ago was the first time I touched a spanner on a car, and that was the Mini, so why not? If you are thinking about it, come down to the paddock, have a chat with the drivers, and see what it's about. Learn how the paddocks are all set up. Find a series that you like, you get on with, and follow your dream.
All fair play. Well, thank you to you both. Good luck for this weekend. We look forward to seeing you both out there, and we wish you all the best as the season goes on.
Brilliant, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that being with both none other than Chris Johnson and Lauren Fletcher, 2 inspirations to go racing as part of the Mini Challenge Clubsport, and indeed 2 of our drivers, one at the most experienced end and one at the lesser experienced end, but you'll see them out on circuit having fun throughout this weekend. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's not quite a truck, it's not quite a car, it seems to be some sort of Challenger tank, albeit you would think it's a Challenger, but then you'd realise actually it's a decoy. Albeit, make no mistake, it's very impressive at a distance, and well, we're going to make our way over to the Army Sports Car Racing canopy here and have a chat with our drivers, because they stand there, and well, to make our way over, Danny, where are you pointing at the camera? You're pointing at the Cosworth there. I mean, that is part of the team, but we'll look at the Cosworth later, all right? It's okay, but I'm joined here by none other than Joshua Gilding, Jonathan Candler and Will Ashmore. Gents, thank you for taking the time. And well, to talk a little bit about the team as a whole, I mean, the 3 of you currently serving servicemen, I do believe. I mean, starting with yourself, Will.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I've been in the Army for 24 years. I've just signed a 30-year contract, I'm pleased to say. And I've had a brilliant career in those 24 years. I've had a full spectrum of the Army life, if you like, all the way through the Afghan days. I'm a radio operator by trade in the Royal Signals, but now I organise these events for the Army, so all of the motorsport events where we get to engage with the public, I organise the majority of those, so it's really good. And obviously you get to race in Britcar on the weekends, so keeps me there.
Oh, fair play. We'll come to your motivations for going motorsport racing shortly, but Josh, coming to yourself, a little bit of background on yourself in the Army, if you don't mind?
Certainly, yeah. So I've been in the Army for 5 years now. I'm a musician. I'm in the Grenadier Guards Band in London, so my day job is playing the snare drum on the march. I do a lot of engagements outside Buckingham Palace, Windsor Castle, and then I get to come and do this at weekends. It's a completely opposite end of the spectrum, but I love doing it. So yeah, here we are. Yeah.
Well, you go from playing the tune to finding a fine tune on the car, you could say, and then coming to yourself, John, a little bit about your background in the Army.
Yeah, so 10 years in the Army now, REME VM, so a lot of the mechanic work, mainly on the heavy vehicle side of it. It's like I say, really good. Loads of overseas tours, loads of sporting opportunities. I say it's been a great career so far.
Oh, fair play. Now, of course, that's the Army, and I'm sure there's many veterans out there who may be tuning in today who are thinking to themselves, goodness me, we've got the Army on standby here at Snetterton, but going racing. So, starting with yourself, John, what got you into motorsport? Has it always been a lifelong hobby, or is it something that sort of came through the Army, or something else?
Yeah, it's always been lifelong. Like as a young lad, my dad dragging me all around the country to watch the touring cars on the sidelines, and watching over the fence, thinking I'd love to do that one day. And I kind of built up over time. I started doing stock car racing, and then built up to the circuit racing. And we've got a feeder formula, the Armed Forces Race Challenge. So I've been cutting my teeth there for quite a few years, won a few titles, and it's given the opportunity to step up to Britcar with the boys. And it's amazing opportunity. I'm really loving it.
Oh, fantastic. And then coming back to yourself, Josh, I mean, been in the Army for 5 years. I mean, not being disrespectful to your colleagues, you're looking to be the youngest, unless to be fair, they're both young.
What are you saying?
Well, Britcar may have aged you both, to be fair, but what got you into motorsport?
So the Army support is really what got me into motorsport. It's been a lifelong dream to get here. Always watched racing growing up. I've only been in the team for a few years now. I started in the support crew while building my own car, so I've been building a Citroen C1, and I took that racing for the first time last year, so I'm actually only in my second season of racing, and I'm very grateful to Will and the team for this opportunity to race in Britcar. It's just fantastic.
And just staying with yourself, I mean, going from a Citroen C1 to none other than the absolutely brilliant machinery you have here today in, I think it is the GT class. I mean, how big a step up has that been for you?
Huge. It almost doesn't have any words. Obviously, front wheel to rear wheel drive. The C1 is very top heavy. The Janessa's got a lot of downforce. A very steep learning curve. I think I'm slowly getting there.
Well, little by little, to be fair. And in coming to yourself, Will, I mean, what made you want to take up motorsport and particularly join Britcar?
Yeah, I mean, I've been involved in motorsport for over a decade now. Always been interested in cars. I love doing the mechanical side of things as much as racing the cars, so I'm heavily involved in the development of this car and previous race cars. Britcar's always been on the horizon for us. It's a championship that's been running for a long time. People think back to like the good old Top Gear days where we saw the 24 on there. Like, please bring back a 24-hour race for us. That'd be amazing. It's just we're always pushing upwards and outwards. Everyone in the team starts in the Armed Forces Race Challenge, which is like our club level. But we're the only team out of the 3 services that are pushing up as far as this, and hopefully we can keep pushing higher and higher.
Oh, indeed. And well, we look forward to you guys keep on pushing. And talking a little bit about then the sort of transfer of the skills from the military into racing. I mean, if you had to pick your sort of top 3 skills or even top 1 skill that comes over, what would it be or what would they be?
Crikey, so many skills. No, I think like for me, from my trade, IT and communications, I'm also like the de facto data engineer for the car as well as a driver, so I deal with a lot of the data stuff, and yeah, that's probably one of the key skills that carries over for me. And I just have a passion in mechanics anyway, so it doesn't quite carry over from my trade, but it's all like STEM activity that just gives us all the best opportunities, especially like more so the pit crew. So many VMs and mechanics come across, engineers, but even infanteers come into the team as well, and they learn skills from working on this car that they can then take back to work. So it flows both ways.
Oh, fair play. And that's a really good point as well. I mean, you 3 are the stars of the show, if you will, as the drivers. But as you mentioned there's a huge team behind you here this weekend, indeed every weekend. I mean, I presume everyone then as part of the Army Sports Car Racing team, all serving personnel, or at least relatives of serving personnel?
Yeah, so the team's open to serving personnel, reserves and veterans as well. So we've got both veterans and reserves within this team. But what we love about it is that we give the full spectrum of opportunity within the Army, and obviously we're in this particular sport, but you can see the guys, every single member of the team is involved in the forces, and they're all playing their part. Us 3 drivers are just a squidgy thing behind the steering wheel. It's actually those guys that get us across the finish line at the end of the day, and it's a long race, and those guys work tirelessly throughout the weekend, whilst we kick our feet up until it's time to drive.
All fair play. And one curious question, John, come back to yourself. I mean, obviously in the military, normally recognised as a very disciplined sphere, whereby you essentially have ranks, hierarchy, etc. Does that apply to the team here, or is it a little bit more general camaraderie?
Yeah, I think there's a lot more general camaraderie. I think, like Scots, they always say like there's no rank in sport, and it's so everyone kind of at the level we can all take the mickey out of each other when we're here. Certainly when it gets proper serious, someone might get telling off, but no, it's okay. We're all pretty good.
All fair play. And coming to yourself, Josh, I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of individuals out there who are probably thinking, I've never considered an avenue from going from the military or the army, even as an active serviceman, into motorsport. If somebody was listening right now, what advice would you give to them if they were curious?
I'd say do it. There's no way I could achieve what I'm doing now in motorsport without the support of the army. Absolutely no way. One, from the team side of it, you know, the teamwork is just fantastic. There's nothing else like it. And obviously the funding as well is immense for this level of sport. I'd just do it. Just do it. Yeah.
All fair play. I mean, you've got to seize the opportunity and go for it. Well, gents, thank you very much for your time. It's been a pleasure. We wish you the best of luck for the racing today, and we look forward to seeing you out on circuit.
Cheers.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got plenty more to come this afternoon, including seeing our Army Sports Car racing drivers out on circuit in the Britcar Endurance Championship.
The Civic Cup arrives at Snetterton, approaching the halfway point of the season, and things really couldn't be a lot tighter, with just a handful of points covering the top 5 or 6 drivers in the championship. 2 of our championship contenders with me now. We've got Jake Hewlett, Matt Wilkins, approaching the midway point of the season, Jake, and things are going quite well.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we've had no end of hurdles, let's say, along the way, but yeah, we're trying to keep consistent, and obviously points mean prizes, right? So we're just trying to remain consistent at this time.
Things started so spectacularly at Brands Hatch, didn't they? I haven't seen you since Brands Hatch, and maybe some of the viewers at home haven't been tuning in. If so, why not? Tell the viewers at home and me what's been going on.
Christ.
We have only got about 30 seconds to sum this up.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We had to go back and have the engine inspected. We ended up replacing the engine. So we now have another engine. We've just had like niggles and little problems ever since then, and we're just sort of chasing our tail with it, really. So we think we finally got on top of a few of those bits, and still some underlying things, but yeah, we're pushing on, and just trying to remain consistent, because we've got to finish first, you know.
Which is where you are at the moment. Matt Wilkins, though, giving chase, and you're only about 5 points behind, I think, at the moment, after those pesky drop scores are calculated. How much are you paying attention to the points? How much are you just taking it race by race?
Just trying to be consistent, like Jake said, really. If you can stay in sort of the top 6 to 8 cars every race, then you do end up with a nice, consistent points. Yeah, like Jake, we've had a few issues. We've done a quick lap in quali today, lost at track limits, so a bit gutted about that. And the gearbox then said no more, so there was no chance to go faster again. But I think we're starting 13th, so we'll see what we can do from there.
And that sort of illustrates the point of how hard it is. You make it sound easy, just finish top 5, top 6. So difficult these days. You only have to have a slight setback, and it sounds like you've had quite a significant one, and your whole weekend becomes that much harder.
Yeah, I think that Jake probably agreed the top 14, 15 cars could probably win a race. So trying to come through the pack like you might in some other series isn't really possible. See what progress we can make.
Now, Jake, you have this very slender points lead. Are you feeling the pressure at all? You don't outwardly show that you are, but I'm sure all drivers in your position would, right?
No. I mean, I think it's still too early, personally, to sort of feel that pressure. I guess everybody naturally has like a little bit. That's why we turn up, right? That's what we live for. But yeah, no real pressure. Just going out there and giving it the best we've got every time, and yeah, hopefully remaining consistent, as Matt said, and towards the front of that grid. And it's a competitive grid, as we know. So.
Well, he says he's not feeling the pressure, Matt. Should he be?
Like you say, it is a bit early. You better just to put it out of your mind, carry on racing best you can, and then towards the end of the season, if you're in the running, then you'll start to feel it a bit, yeah.
Well, we've had some nail-biting championship run-ins over the years, courtesy of the Civic Cup. I think we're in for another one in 2026. It's a tough old championship, the Civic Cup, and when good fortune isn't running your way, it can, for some, become a bit soul-destroying. But Adam Parker, despite the fact I think it's fair to say you've not had a stellar season so far, you still have a smile on your face. I mean, it can't be easy to stay positive the year that you're having so far, though.
No, it's not easy, but it can always turn around very quickly. So just keep going, see what we can do, and hope for the best.
You've just been telling me a little bit off mic of a few of the challenges you've had this season. I mean, just this weekend alone you've had a few issues, is that right?
Yeah, so yesterday we had an issue where the overflow for the oil was going out into the bottom of the air filter and sucking it back into the engine and then puffing smoke into the cabin and out the back. making things difficult. And then we've had a few issues with braking an injector and a few other bits, so not the best of luck.
But that being said, the potential's been there. We saw this last year. We saw how quick you're capable of being. If, and it's a big if, I realise, you can put these mechanical issues behind you, you must be feeling like you can mix it with the big guys at the front, right?
Yeah, I am confident if I can get it to work. I'm just struggling for straight line speed and I'm struggling for stability on corners as well. So it's just a case of seeing what we can do with what we've got, and by tomorrow, hopefully, we'll be in a better place.
It's worth pointing out that I mean, we're not stood under one of the big area motorsport or, BSR awnings. This is a much smaller operation compared to some of the other front-running teams. What are some of the challenges that you and the team, the family essentially, have to face that maybe some of the other teams don't?
Mainly, we have budget issues. We're on the third engine of the year because we've had issues with them going out of time and completely going on us and shoving rods out the front of it. So not the easiest one to overcome. But we're backed by some very good sponsors who are willing to put in extra when we needed it and help us finish off the season. So without them, it wouldn't be possible. But that's our biggest issue, I'd say.
Who's been helping you out then? This is a chance for you to give them their moment in the spotlight.
Our biggest help is Penley Muse. They have put in a lot and supported us a lot this year, and even been to visit us at some weekends and support us. So without them, it wouldn't be possible.
Excellent stuff. Well, I hope they continue supporting you. You definitely deserve to have the support. Adam hopefully can start turning his season around and score some points this weekend here at Snetterton. Andrew Rogerson has been one of the TT Cup frontrunners in 2026 so far. In fact, most consistent driver on the grid. Podiums in every race so far. Championship frontrunner last year. You clearly click with this car, don't you?
It works well for me. I mean, it's quite hard to fine-tune it. We've worked very hard. It was my first year back properly racing last year. Worked very hard to get it to where we needed it. And yeah, just me and the car just become one. Had a few issues relating to boost controlling and stuff like that, but finally I found it. We found it. Yeah, so happy days really.
It does seem to be, from what I've heard from other drivers, quite a tricky car to acclimatise to sometimes. I've seen some very, very talented drivers jump into these and they've been midfield at best. So what is it about this car that maybe suits your driving style?
They're very unpredictable. I mean, like just now coming through Bommel, and just the back end has stepped out.
Right.
But the thing I found is you start overcompensating, overdriving, and trying to correct it too much. Forget it. You're in a wall, gravel, whatever. You've just got to let the car glide and just get on that throttle and just, there's been countless times when I've had to downshift to get it out of trouble. But yeah, in that qualifying session then, I had the wrong rear tyres on. Wrong rear tyre pressures because obviously yesterday was so hot, and I thought it would be okay, but it was just a little bit too loose in the rear. That's why we're so far away from Carl. So yeah, I couldn't string the lap together, and that's the unpredictability of this car. But they are a great car. Do you know what I mean? When you've got, like last year we had 30 cars on the grid, and it was fearsome from pole to last. It was like everybody had a battle, and they are mega cars, and they are really. They're indestructible to a point. They don't fail in any way. Keep on top of them. But yeah, they're a really reliable car. Yeah.
It would be great to see the grid get back to what we've had in previous years. Obviously, new club this year. Inevitably, it's taking a few rounds to find its feet. But from the whispers you're hearing in the paddock, is there plenty of interest in and maybe the chance of getting more cars on the grid this year?
Well, saying that, in total there's been 100 of these kits sold. So there's got to be 80 cars out there. We know of quite a lot and we are getting a lot more interest. People are a little bit nervous of what to do with it, like they've been stuck in their ways of what they were doing. And there's one main modification. We've changed the diff for this year.
Okay.
But the old diff I've tried both, and I find that during race situation, it's more. The car will last longer, the tyres, the brakes and stuff like that. So it's not actually much quicker, but it makes the car a better drive basically. But yeah, I mean, to everyone out there, if you've got a TT, come and play with us. I mean, Stuart and Jack, great people. They're really, Stuart's gone out and bought a couple of cars just to get the name out there. So he's really trying to push this. And I think, you look at the way he runs TCR, look at the way he runs Civic Cup, he knows how to make a championship. And I think between some of us here in the paddock, I think we know how to get this back up. And it's just about, you know, I walk round and if anybody, like yesterday I was welding Carl Swift's exhaust and then he's over here beating me in quali. But that's what it's all about in this championship. There's none of this closed doors, you know, everybody just gets involved and we all sort of enjoy it really. So hopefully we do. Numbers are looking better for Dollington. Good. I think we're up to about 14 at the moment. So that's another 4 drivers. So we've just got to make sure everyone's there and ready to go.
Excellent stuff. Well, before that, you've got Snetterton to get through. Best of luck for the races this weekend. We'll see how he gets on along with the rest of the grid over the races here this weekend. Well, it just feels right here this morning at Snetterton. I'm stood in front of an Audi TT Cup car. I've got Carl Swift next to me, one of the veterans of this particular series, and multiple race winner, nearly champion a couple of years ago, as we were just discussing. Great to have you back, Carl. What brings you here?
I just want to come and support it, really. It's a great car and a great grid, and there's a couple of changes that's made the cars better. It's on a great package. I mean, this weekend is awesome, so I want to help get it back up to speed. 20, 30 cars like the Civic Cups are.
Well, as you've just been saying, and we just chatted to Andrew Rogers and he said the same, there's so many cars out there, they're great cars to drive, and you know just how competitive this can be when we do have the big grids. I think it might still be a challenge this weekend though, right?
I think so, yeah. It's going to be quite close. Going back to the cars as well, it's been a bit of a long-standing battle, Civic to TT, and the changes have made the TT just beat them in qualifying.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so the TT is currently the faster of the two.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay, we'll see if the Civics can respond maybe as the weekend goes on. Back on the TCR package for you as well, of course. We've seen you racing in TCR before. You made the move then over into the Audis. Yes, it's another front-wheel drive car, but quite different, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot lower on the cost level, let's say. Call it cost level. Yeah, a lot less pressure. Did that year in TCR and it kind of rinsed me a little bit. You don't realise what it costs to race at that level. So back down to this, higher end club level.
Thoughts for the weekend? You've just been out qualifying at time of recording. How did that go?
I got pole.
Pretty well.
Yeah, pretty good, yeah. So 12 months out. To be fair, I thought it'd take a while to get my eye in. Session 1, yesterday in the test day, maybe lap 2, I felt like I'd never been out of it. So, yeah, it's mad how fast it comes back, like riding a bike.
I was going to ask you, what's the biggest challenge then when you have been out of the car for a while? It sounds like there wasn't a massive challenge, but was there anything you did notice that just took a bit longer, maybe?
No, the biggest challenge is getting the car ready to go on track. Really? After being sat for 12 months, everything, even though it's been inside in a nice garage, everything's just a little bit more stuck and a little bit less ready to go, yeah.
What do you have to do then? Because I'm not mechanically minded at all, and I suspect maybe a lot of people watching at home don't realise just what goes into prepping a car, especially after so long off the track. What kind of things are you looking to doing then in the build-up to a weekend?
What should you be doing, or what did I do?
You can answer either question.
Yeah, you should be doing a lot more, but yeah, it's basically go through and make sure the suspension's free and the bearings are good and that fluids have been changed, and obviously made the changes, the new diff for the championship, which has made it a different car completely. It's just... That's all it was lacking. It just needed that little bit of extra bite out the corners, and that hopefully will make the racing much better, because they're so difficult to get a toe on because they're so slick that it's been difficult to overtake in the past. I'm hoping that diff's going to make a difference out the corners and just give the ability to do so.
Interesting stuff.
If not, we need DRS.
There's an idea, Stuart. I'm sure we'll be on that. Carl, best of luck for the weekend. Great to have you back in the championship. Tune in over the weekend to see how Carl and the rest of the Audi field get on.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, look who I've managed to find. It's none other than the man himself, coordinator for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. It's Dave Beecroft. Dave, good afternoon to you.
Hi, Paul.
And, well, it's a bit windy here, and you've got your coat on, no doubt about it, but things are picking up on the circuit as much as they are with the weather.
Yeah, the weather's been glorious. Yesterday was just too hot. Today's a bit overcast, but it's nice. And, yeah, the biggest grid of the year with 20 competitors. And we know it's getting bigger during the latter part of the season. We've just got a lot of youngsters turning 14.
Well, it's fantastic, and of course last season we did have a little bit of a smaller grid, but the reason for that is not because of a lack of interest in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. It's because the 14 to 17 year old age bracket, it's like London Bus in a way. You wait for one, it never comes, and then they suddenly come as a group, and it's the same with the youngsters.
Exactly right, Paul, it is. So we wait, I think it's next month. We've got 5 in that 1 month, and of course they've got to take their ARDS test and do a bit of testing, so we don't rush them into it since they turn 14. We want to get them some tested as well.
Oh, indeed. And I mean, there's always plenty of rounds to go about. We've got the best part of 3 races here this weekend at the Snetterton circuit. A bit of a different test for our drivers compared to Pembrey, perhaps. Very technical circuit, this one.
Much more technical than Pembrey, and it's a lot longer. You know, it's a 2.5 minute lap for our kids, so they disappear. And so you're looking at your watch waiting for them to come round, and they all come round like a gaggle of bees. And yeah, it is very, very tricky. Yesterday was impossible for them, but they did superb. It was, I don't know, 32 degrees here yesterday. I didn't even want to think what track temperature was, but the kids handled it really, really well with no incidents.
Oh, indeed, and well, they've managed that so well. But the good news is, whilst it's cooler today, things will still be hot out on circuit. I mean, we've got a very close field out there, no doubt about it. And the big question, of course, being who can chase down our leader of Ollie Smith?
It's going to be a tough one for anyone. I mean, Ollie's been around GSCC for a long, long time. Obviously, his brother won the championship, and he knows everything that's going on, and yeah, he's going to be hard to catch. He stole a march on everybody at the start of the season by getting those wins in early, so he's now in front and he's going to look after that championship. I think it's going to be very hard. I think he's going to see quite a few people have a nibble, but whether anybody else can do that consistently, I think it's going to be hard.
Well, fair play. And just before I do let you go, if there's anyone out there who's got a son or daughter who's, say, 13 years old, or even in the 14-17 bracket, wants to go racing, they haven't heard of the Junior Saloon Car Championship, what words of advice would you give them to get on the grid?
Just give us a Google, we're there, and we'll help everything we can to get the youngsters going, and we'll look after the mums and dads and see them through the whole process.
Well, Dave, it's been a pleasure catching up with you. Dave Recroft, ladies and gentlemen, coordinator of the JSCC, and we've got plenty of racing from them this weekend. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we get set for our racing this afternoon, well, making its way past us, well, was going to make its way past us, was a safety car, and I'm speaking to our premier safety car driver for this weekend, Evelyn. Evelyn, it's been a great morning so far, but of course, now the best is to come with plenty of racing this afternoon, and of course, you're in one of the seats where you're not hopefully needed, but of course, you're always on standby.
Yes, it's nice to be needed. So the more we get called, the better, but at the same time, I don't want anybody to get hurt. That's the prime thing.
All very true. And of course, the safety cars here at MSV circuits such as Snetterton now, all electrified. I do believe you're running the Hyundai Ioniq 6. I mean, that must be a bit of a thrill to run round.
Not this weekend, we're actually running the Porsche.
All right.
And the juniors have got their own safety car, so I'm driving that one that's parked over there. So I'm still driving one that's got proper gears and one that's but no electric, not electric this weekend, no.
Oh, no electric cars then. I mean, it's probably a silly question to ask, but do you have a preferred style of safety car? Is it just jump in the car and get out there at the end of the day?
Well, I love driving safety cars, so I'll just drive whatever they give me. Mm-hmm. But by choice, I like driving. Therefore, I'd rather gears, or at least automatic. I don't have an electric car at home, if I'm honest.
That's absolutely fair. And with regards to, of course, sort of your experience, do you have any sort of racing background or sort of track background before being a safety car driver? Because, of course, safety car drivers can cover all walks of life, but typically they have previously been racing drivers of some description.
Yes, I did race with the championship, which was known mostly as Kumo's BMW, and I was with them already before they were called Goodrich and whatever, so I did about 24 years with them. And then one day I wanted to give back to the guys in Orange round the track. So I booked to do a weekend at Donington because that's near home. And the senior clerk that weekend was Ian Watson. And he gave me some keys, some lights, said, right, that bugger is yours for the weekend, and left me to it. And that's how I started in safety cars, so I owe it to Ian. Thank you, Ian Watson.
Oh, fair play. I mean, what a way to be thrown in at the deep end. You've been thrown the keys and simply said, right, off you go, essentially. But your experience out on track coming in handy. And I mean, with regards to circuits, we're here at Snetterton today, but I've bumped into, I think, other circuits in the past potentially. But do you have a preferred circuit in the United Kingdom?
As a racing driver, as I was a teacher on the smaller budget, I like those with loads of bends and twists so that the guys with big engines under their bonnet have to go slower. So Cadwell, Alton Park, circuits like that I really like. But I do like here, it's a friendly circuit, Sned, so I like coming here.
Oh, fair play. I do like the choice of circuits. One where it's not about power, it's about cornering and how you handle your car best. Well, Evelyn, we won't bother you too much from your lunch break, to be fair, because of course you might need to be, well, you'll be on standby for the rest of the day, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. We got a junior to take for 2 laps anyway, but thank you for your time.
Oh, appreciate it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, speaking there to Evelyn, our safety car driver for this weekend, and we've got plenty more action here to come today, of course. In fact, what we're going to do is start to make our way down the pit lane, because coming up next is the Britcar Endurance Championship. And it is going to be none other, as the wind picks up my notes there, of course it would, but another round of their championship. They've just come back from the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps for what's been 2 61-minute races there, but now they're here today for a single 90-minute race. So you'll see all your Britcar action as of today. They won't be on the circuit tomorrow. And as we continue to make our way down, of course, a shout out to Danny, our cameraman, who's following me absolutely succinctly right now. Danny putting in some mammoth work. And as we continue to make our way down, cars being prepared, and there we can see some of our GT machines. The number 67 there getting itself set for a journey today, no doubt about it. The BMW, also another BMW there as part of what is the number 2, and that being the machine for Jeff Steele Racing, Peter Milesdown, Stephen Kent. We've got our number 7 there as well, parked up and ready to go. Whole mixture of machines out there as well. Remember, we have 3 classes for the 2026 Britcar Endurance Championship. You've got your challenge machines, the likes of the Porsche 991 challenge machinery, so also the Lamborghini Super Trofeos, Ferrari 488 challenges, etc. You've then got none other than what is your GT class, which is leaning more towards GT4 machinery, and then you've got your trophy machines as well. A little bit less power, and still always good fun to have, as we do get a good look there at the SGM Motorsport Porsche, which is waiting to go today. Lovely car there, as we hear its engine just idling in the background, the number 20, and well, I do believe that is the full throttle motorsport of SGM machine of Nick Hall and Richard Avery. They're joined, of course, by number the 32 in their pit garages, and well, all the cars waiting right now. We've got a little bit of time before we do see them out on circuit, but such a wide array of machines, and that's what Britcar is all about. A whole variety of classes, everyone competes in their class of points, and come the end of the season, the team or the individual driver who have picked up the most points across their class will go on to become the potential overall champion. And we did see, of course, that incredible season finale last year with the return of the Into the Night race at Brands Hatch, where it came down to only 2 points in the end, and we saw the pendulum swing in the favour of one of our challenge machines, rather than, unfortunately, what was a little bit of a disappointment for our GT machinery for Team Brit. But of course, they're back here once again as we do come to the Project 29-7 garage. Now, we're just going to stop here at the number 36 car for a brief moment, because this weekend, Project 29-7, they're running 2 cars. They haven't just got their original car, but also the next one. And well, as we now continue to move on, we've got our Hyundai there, and that being our Hyundai hatchback trophy class machine. Can't quite see the door number on that one, but we can see all of our drivers gradually getting ready. The teams having conversations as well, and well, we're not going to interfere or interrupt them at this time. We'll probably get a word or two with some of our drivers as we do make our way down that grid, and well, as we continue to do so there, and tyres all being pressurised as well. There's one of our McLarens, the number 23. Oh, goodness me, lovely engine being turned over there. And well, we've also got one of our Ginettas here as we continue in, and we'll just get a bit of close up there. But fantastic to see so many machines out here today, ladies and gentlemen. Such a bumper packed grid, no doubt about it. And well, it's going to be an exciting race ahead here. 90 minutes of racing at Snetterton, the 3-mile long circuit, of course, which is going to be a test of endurance and consistency. And we have seen a wide variety of races. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, as we're taking a bit of a look along, I think we are now getting set there for what will be potentially them to make the way out onto a circuit very shortly. And well, we're just waiting for an update as to timing. And well, we're going to be going to an interview that we had from earlier on with Nathan Smith. So we'll cut over to that, ladies and gentlemen, in preparation for our Britcar racing.
Joining us here at Snetterton. Heard you weren't feeling 100% yesterday. A little bit of heat stroke, we think.
Yeah, I was a bit rough yesterday. I got out the truck after the second test session, which didn't go very well anyway because we had truck problems and intercooler split. So I was starting to feel a bit dizzy. I thought I need to get out of this. Went and I had a nap between the sessions, and then I just felt rough. So I went to bed early and tried to get my head down as quick.
Feeling better today, though?
Yes, much better today.
A little bit cooler as well. I mean, I'm not a technical guy, but I'm pretty sure that cooler air into the engines is going to do better for boost.
Definitely, yeah, helps massively, and cooler air in the cab helps me. So.
I bet, yeah, certainly keeps the focus going, doesn't it? I mean, it must be horrific. I mean, 30 odd degrees outside the cab, but then sitting almost directly on top of a huge engine.
Yeah, it's not nice at all. And to be honest with you, there's no airflow in them cabs either. So
if only you could take the windscreen out, you'd have plenty of ventilation, wouldn't you?
yeah, so I took the window out yesterday. I was tempted to kick the windscreen out as well.
I bet. So looking back to Pembrey, which I get told off a lot for not saying correctly, so hopefully that was right for everybody down in Wales. That was for you guys. Phenomenal result. Let's be honest. I mean, how did you feel? You know, we did the reverse grid. You came back from the very back in one of the races, taking that trophy home. You know, what a result. How did you feel about that?
Yeah, very good. Obviously, double pole in qualifying was extremely unexpected. Out of all the tracks that I'm racing at this year, because obviously it's my first season, Pembrey is probably one I've done the most because I've done a lot of testing there. So although I haven't raced there, I'm familiar with the circuit. So once you get into the race and you get some clear space, it's just head down. And I managed to do that in qualifying quite well, and obviously got double pole, which was over the moon with. The first race, there was a bit of to do with the lights and whatnot. And
yeah, there's been questions about that. I think, these technical issues happen, but it really does make a big impact to you guys on the circuit, doesn't it?
Massively to me, because I didn't know what was going on, so I didn't go. And everyone around me went, so I got swallowed up by the pack quite quick and then got turned around, and it wasn't a good race. I ended up in 10th or 11th, I think, that race, so wasn't good. But
all experience, though. These things happen, and I suppose it's good to learn them early on.
It is, it really is, and it's sort of learning about what gaps to go for and what not to go for. I got tangled with a Division 2 truck and he just didn't see me, and I went for the gap, and we got tangled, and yeah, in hindsight, maybe I could have waited a bit, or if he saw me, there's always hindsight. So it's educating yourself with those sorts of things and trying to get faster whilst doing it.
I'll say any mistake you can walk away from was actually just a lesson.
Exactly that, yeah. And then obviously, sometimes lessons hurt, but yeah.
They do. Oh, they cost a lot of money regardless. There's no saying about that. So, I mean, I feel like we've asked this question so many times, but even to this day, I still don't know whether any of these interviews have ever seen the light of day. Very quickly onto your career in sim racing and how it's brought you to where we are today. On the subject of Pembrey, you know, is that track on your computer game, I suppose you can call it? That's what it is, racing. It's a simulator, yes, but it's a game, right?
Yeah, it's on there. It's pretty accurate as well. Some of the circuits on there, I get out, like here, I got out on circuit and it's like, oh, this is a lot narrower than what it is on the sim.
Yeah.
And it's hard. You've got to anticipate that you're in a truck as well. So although I've got the trucks on the sim, normally I'm just by myself. So when there's 2 or 3 of you, it's like, oh, there's not a lot of room here.
Yeah, and there's a hell of a lot more risk involved, isn't there?
So yeah, Pembrey is a track that I'm more comfortable with, shall we say. And actually, I feel like I can get my truck around there faster than what I can the sim, so that's ideal.
Oh, well, that is good, yeah.
Yeah. So that it felt a lot more comfortable, but yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready for plenty more racing today, indeed over the course of the weekend, I'm joined here with 2 of our drivers for the Mini Challenge Clubsport with AirTech Motorsport. To my closest is none other than Chris Johnson, and well, a little bit further away from me is none other than Lauren Fletcher. Thank you, Chris and Lauren, for taking the time to speak to me. Now, of course, it's a bit of an interesting story, the 2 of you teaming up in these lovely liveried mini machines, in the fact that whilst you may not be blood related, you've not come too far away from each other in terms of where you're based, and well, if it weren't for you, Chris, we wouldn't have Lauren race alongside.
Indeed, yeah, we met over at Mini National Day, and Lauren's there with blood bikes, and she looked at, first question was, are you from Calverton? I was like, yes, why? And then she explained that her dad's got a garage in the village, so it's like, okay, fair dues. And then we got chatting, and then by the end of the show, there was like, right, we want to race. So I was like, well, no pressure, but if you want to, we'll team up together, and this is kind of where we are now. So what is it, 9 months? Well, it was last August.
It was.
Yeah, last August was the show, and yeah, 6 months later the car's built and we're ready to race.
All fair play. And Lauren, coming to yourself, I mean, this is your first full season racing. I do believe this is your first time race as well, not at, say, Snetterton, but the series. I mean, what got you into racing first? And what said to you, I want to race BMW Mini Coopers?
Well, I love my minis, always have. My work, we build kit cars and stuff, so getting involved in that, doing track days. I've always wanted to get out on track. And then just getting in talking with Chris and seeing that you can race minis, I was like, yes, I want to do that. I love my minis, and then here we are, 7 months down the line racing them. But that's pretty much it.
Well, fair play. And staying with yourself, Lauren, I mean, obviously, first season in race, and you've competed in a few rounds. Now, you've been to Brands Hatch, you've been to Thruxton and Pembrey, and now here at Snetterton. So every circuit's brand new to you, I presume, or have you had a bit of track time?
All tracks bar Donington is new, so yeah.
So what's the things you've been looking to develop over the course of the season? Because obviously everything's relatively fresh minus Donington Park, so it's almost as if it's a new turn in the book or a new page in a chapter.
I'm just going out and learning, that's it. There's no pressure this season, bar just getting the car out there, completing the race, bringing it back in one piece. That's it. And then whilst I'm there, if I can follow people, see how they take the corners, see what lines to take, as long as I can take that information in to go into next season, we should be okay, hopefully.
Well, fair play. And Chris, coming to yourself, I mean, this is your second full season racing as part of the Mini Challenge Clubsport. I get the feeling that obviously you're imparting some of your experience onto Lauren.
Yeah, hopefully she's taking all the good and not the bad. Obviously, some of you may have seen at Thruxton I put it into the barrier, so that was a bit of a challenge. We've got version 2.0 here of the car, so that was rebuilt, reshelled. But yeah, hopefully Lauren doesn't learn that bit of the racing line and takes everything else.
I don't know, I picked it up on the last race. I went into the field on the last race at Thruxton.
Well, indeed, if you're going to have off, make sure you go to the fields rather than the barriers at the end of the day, because the car could always be recovered when you do a bit of rallycross. And Chris, coming back to yourself, I mean, this season, both you competing in the R53 class of the Cooper S's. For yourself, 2 wins so far, 3rd in the championship, but it's looking very tight.
It certainly is tight. Obviously, with a few mechanicals from the other drivers, it's putting us all very close together, which is kind of what we want, really, so that we know that the cars are all performing the same. No one person's going out straight out of the box and being 10 seconds up the road. It's nice to have something to challenge for, especially with Lauren this year, learning everything. Last year for me it was a case of right, let's learn, and throughout the season from last year it was a case of right, I was 12 seconds off the back of the pack, then I was getting closer and closer and closer each time, so it's nice to have that challenge.
Oh, indeed. And coming to yourself, Lauren, I mean, right now I do believe no wins so far, but constantly pushing for the podium at the very least. Have you set yourself any targets this weekend, or is it just purely, as you were saying earlier, get to the end of each race and see where you finish?
Pretty much get to the end of each race, that's it. I've got no expectations for this track because I've never been to it. I didn't do testing yesterday, so I'm going out into qualifying as a practice. So as long as I can bring the car back, that's it. I'm happy. I'm happy.
All fair play. And then if there's anyone listening right now who's perhaps sat there thinking about the same age as yourself, Lauren, I mean, you're a youngster at the end of the day. Not saying Chris is old, to be fair. He looks a day about
15 years on her, so not the youngest, but certainly not the oldest.
But if anyone was listening right now and thinking they wanted to get into motorsport and they could see you as a bit of a role model, what would you have to say to them? What advice would you impart?
Do it. Try and get it any way possible. Try and get yourself into it because it's a lot of fun. When you come to the paddocks, just the experience of it all, it's amazing. And if you can do it, go and do it. Do it now whilst you can as well, I'd say.
Well, fair play. And Chris, for yourself, a bit more seasoned veteran. Does anyone out there, not necessarily of your slightly older age, shall we say, but a little bit hesitant, what advice would you give to them? And would it be a Mini for sure?
I'd certainly go for a Mini. I've enjoyed it. 4 years ago was the first time I touched a spanner on a car, and that was the Mini, so why not? If you are thinking about it, come down to the paddock, have a chat with the drivers, and see what it's about. Learn how the paddocks are all set up. Find a series that you like, you get on with, and yeah, follow your dream.
All fair play. Well, thank you to you both. Good luck for this weekend. We look forward to seeing you both out there, and we wish you all the best as the season goes on.
Brilliant, thank you very much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that being with both none other than Chris Johnson and Lauren Fletcher, 2 inspirations to go racing as part of the Mini Challenge Clubsport, and indeed 2 of our drivers, one at the most experienced end and one at the lesser experienced end, but you'll see them out on circuit having fun throughout this weekend. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've all been getting through the lunch break, and now we are here for another round of the Britcar Endurance Championship. It is time for round number 4, the 90-minute race and the first of 2 visits to Snetterton for the 2026 Championship this year. And of course, coming hot off the heels of Spa-Francorchamps, a real special adventure into Belgium. And we stand here right at the end of the grid. All the cars gradually making their way around. They have just left the pit lane, so we'll see them gradually come into view. It's going to be an exciting race, no doubt about it. And we've we've got brilliant conditions as well. Plenty of sunshine out there, a little bit of cloud. Indeed, the cloud seems to have gone away from earlier. It's disappeared off into the distance, I can see over there. And, well, we're all going to be getting a bit of a tan by the end of this, and our drivers will definitely be looking to duke it out there with the conditions as much as with each other. But the cars slowly make their way down to us. And, well, a tight qualifying session, no doubt about it. And, well, plenty of fresh face on the grid, plenty of regulars. And here they all come little by little towards us. And, well, it is a very busy grid as we do see that lovely GT4 coming to us. And that being the Form Evo Racing McLaren. And, well, alongside the number 47 there of none other than what is one of our Ginettas parking up. And that being for Data Motorsport. That being the car of Marco Anastasi and Maurizio Cilio, and, well, all gradually putting themselves in position. Also, if you are wondering what that orange car is, a little bit further down the order, just obscured slightly by the 36 Ginetta, that is a Ligier there, and, well, hearing that roar its way past you in person, ladies and gentlemen, is an experience like no other. But there is our pole sitter coming them down, and as they do, we step back. Well, it does look as though there, what may have happened essentially is that one of our second row starters started a little bit far forward, or thought they were a bit further forward than they should be, so we are just seeing the number 32 being pushed back into position. And, well, the Porsche Challenge machine, they're absolutely looking beautiful, no doubt about it. That being the SG Racing machine, as piloted by Mark Cunningham and Peter Cunningham as of this weekend. But as the car gets into position there, waiting for a few more cars to come through. And we're starting to make our way down the grid here, getting some close-ups. I wonder if we've got time for a quick word with our number 23 starter there, or Simon Clark. And just bear in. Simon, you got time for a quick word? Of course. Simon, you're starting on the second row of the grid today and looking very sharp, leading the championship coming into Snetterton. So all signs pointing upwards.
Yeah, looking forward to the race. We had a good qualifying session. It's just going to be a case of managing the heat. The sun's come out since, so it's going to be pretty hot.
Oh, indeed, it's going to be a hot one, but if you can manage that heat, how far do you think you can go?
I'm just on the radio, sorry. Sorry, I didn't catch that because I'm on the radio.
Oh, all I'm saying is, if you can manage that heat, looking confident for a win?
Yeah, I think, it's a long race, right? So, but yeah, we always aim for that. We're starting from the right place at least. So fingers crossed.
Well, fair play. Well, we'll leave you to it. Good luck in the race. Well, hearing there from our number 23 starter, Simon Clark, of course, the championship leader. 3 years, a 3-year break, and now back as a 2026. But we make our way a bit further down, and we get to look at this absolutely beautiful Ligier. And this is the EDF Motorsport car, I do believe. And behind the wheel of it, we do have none other than, I believe, Dave Farrow. Has Dave got time for a quick word? There. Well, Dave, we come to you, substituting in as of today for Ashley Woodman, but looking good there, and also you're putting in the best sounding car on the grid, many would say.
Well, yeah, I mean, qualifying was a good result for us. The car's beautiful. Ash did a really good job flying the car. He is fantastic in it. He's doing great coaching, and he's just learning every time he's out, but unfortunately he couldn't make it today. Had a few issues, so I thought I'd jump in and try and get him some points for him.
Oh, fair play. Well, we wish you the best luck. Have fun out there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to him, and thank you to the team. Well, got a good word with them. Will we be going a bit further down the order? I think we might have some time, so let's keep on going. And as we do, ladies and gentlemen, well, we're going to come a little bit further back, and I wonder if we can get a word with our number 3, the Data Motorsport with Box 3 machine. And, well, we've got a bit of a different face behind the wheel of this one today, as we take a look into one of the other Ginettas there, the Hills and Nibs car. But we're going to come here to our number 3, and, well, just checking in with Axel. Axel, you got time for a quick word? Well, I'm going to presume that is a yes. So we come to Axel van den Everveen. Axel, how are you feeling for today?
I don't know, we'll see. It's the first time in the car, so I'm still getting used to basically all the things it can do that I'm not doing with it yet.
First time in the car then, so learning as you go, but just keep it smooth and consistent.
Yeah, let's hope so. Consistency is the key. It's 90 minutes, so I'll learn a lot.
Well, we wish you the best luck. Have fun out there, and we'll see you at the checkered flag.
All right, thank you.
Well, thank you to Axel's team for giving us the opportunity there to have a quick chat with him, leaving the door open to get as much air. And, well, as we continue our way down, we do have the BMW, the 721 from Woodrow Motorsport here. And this is Krista Murphy's car as I step outside. A lovely M3. Sorry, gents, does Krista have a time for a quick chat? Just squeeze on in. And as we do, Chris, starting a little bit further back today, but still, it's a long race out there and in a lovely BMW. I mean, you're going to be one of the fan favourites out there with the German mark.
I hope so. It's a pretty looking car, isn't it? Unlike the driver.
Well, to say, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, to be fair. And, well, in terms of your aims for this one, have you got a particular strategy in mind, or is it just wait and see how the race goes?
Well, P1 in class would be nice.
Oh, indeed. So, taking the pole position in class. Well, we're going to leave you to it because we've only got about 20 seconds, so we'll step aside. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we caught a word with a few of our drivers there as part of the grid walk, but the engines are going on. It is time for us to go racing, so it's over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, who is going to take us away for the 90 minutes of racing.
Yeah, thanks very much to Paul Walsh down on the grid there. It is almost time to go racing with our second race of the weekend, the Britcar Endurance Championship here on the Snetterton 300 circuits. They've already had 3 rounds of their championship this year. We'll give you an update on those in a moment. Let's have a look at the grid first of all. It is the SG Racing Porsche, number 32 in pole position. The Cunningham family, Mark Cunningham starts. Peter will take over. And it should have been another Porsche alongside them. And that car is not there. Number 114 from EST Performance, that's the Hayes family. We'll find out if they're going to be starting possibly from the pits. Second row, the championship leader, we've just heard from Formevo Racing's Simon Clark. He drives solo in the McLaren 570S alongside the Dayton Motorsport Ginetta, started by Maurizio Silio, shared with Marco Anastasi. Colin White in the CWS number 78 Ginetta on row 3 alongside the new Ginetta GTP8. First time we've seen one of those out for Project 29-7 Racing. That's Paul O'Neill's team. Sam Smith starts that car shared with Richard Amos. Row 4, the Army team car, Army Sport Car Racing number 17. Will Ashmore going first, sharing with Jonathan Candler and Josh Gilding. 3 drivers in that car, and they're alongside the beautiful Ligier number 60, the first of the trophy class cars, driven by David Farrow, the Ligier JSR2. Row 5, number 22 from Vortis Motorsport, that's young Archie Buttle with his Ginetta. He drives solo alongside number 82, the Safe Side Hills Motorsport car. Team boss Aidan Hill shared with Michael Nibbs. Michael's going first. Row 6, the number 34 Capture Motorsport Cupra of Greg Saunders. That car starting from pit lane. Alongside him, number 3 from Dayton Motorsport. That's Axel van Nederveen in the Ginetta. Row 13, number 297 is started by Carl Garnett, sharing with former touring car man Ryan Bensley. Alongside the number 721 Chris Murphy in the BMW. Just heard from him. Row 8 is the Addison family in their Aston Martin GT4. Martin Addison starts that car. Row 9, alongside them, number 20, the Full Throttle Motorsport Porsche, a new car for Nick Hull and Richard Avery this weekend. Richard's going first. Then on row 9, got number 2. Starts alongside the Wise Racing Velocity Racing number 10 Ginetta. Elliot Wilson starts. Ian Wilson will take over. 19th on the grid at 67 from Jeff Steele Racing, Julian McBride sharing with a very quick name indeed, Phil Keane, the former British GT star, who's raced absolutely everything in sports cars over the years. He's going to take over the 67 car. Number 7 from TSR Performance, the Cupra, started by Rob Ellick, sharing with Finn Jones. Then we've got the Constructive X-Ubic BMW, number 888, that's started by Andrew Dorber. Nathan Wright shares with him. That's the BMW GT4 Evo. Alongside him, 175 race car experience, the Peugeot 308 RC. Henry Swanson starts, Dave Tyson will take over. And the back of the field, TSR Performance's Audi TT, started by Craig Fleming, shared with Mark Jones. And 66 Capture Motorsports Alok Iyengar from India, former single-seater racer, starts that car. Philip Engdahl will share. So a couple of cars starting from pit lane, as we have seen. I think one of them is the number 17 Army Motorsports car. The number 34 of Greg Saunders in there as well, and there's another of the Cupras just behind them as well. We've not seen, though, the Hayes family Porsche that should be second on the grid. So whether they had problems in qualifying, I'm going to try and find out. Hopefully we can find out once the race is underway with Paul down in pit lane. But meantime, the cars are coming round ready for the rolling start. This is a 90-minute race, 2 mandatory pit stops per car once the pit window
opens. So it will be the Porsche of the Cunninghams to lead away. They had a win at Alton Park earlier this year. Simon Clark had a win at Spa-Francorchamps. He took the McLaren to an overall win over in Belgium. And it was Dean Burden's Porsche Cayman that won the season opener at Donington at the end of March. It's keeping it steady at the moment. They're coming up towards the green flag, and away they go. The lights go out and we're underway with our Britcar endurance race here on the Snetterton 300 circuit. What a fine sight this mixed grid of sports cars make. There's the cars in the pit lane. There's the 114 Porsche. It just made it out in time at the very back of that group of 4 cars, so they start last. They should have started second. Watch for Jamie Hayes coming through in that machine. It's Mark Cunningham who leads in the Porsche. They stream their way through the hairpin for the first time. Porsches, BMWs, Cupras. There's the Audi TT. I was wondering if that car would be out there. They had some problems in qualifying, Craig Fleming and Mark Jones. A multitude of Ginettas in there as well, including the new number 36 car, the GT P8 Super Cup car. Bit of oil having been cleared up, you can see on the circuit from the truck race earlier on. 3 wide into Agostini. That doesn't always work. One of the Ginettas down the inside there of the Ligier with David Farrow at the wheel. David, as we heard, a late substitute for Ash Woodman in that car. David normally races his incredible V8 engine BMW 1 Series for EDF Motorsports. He's got the number 297 on his tail there. That's got Carl Garnett on board. A couple of Ginettas running wide as they go through Oggies for the first time, but this is an endurance race. There's a long way to go yet in the sunshine of Snetterton. There's the new Porsche at the back of Jamie Hayes. They used to race a Cupra, the Hayes family, Jamie and Chris Hayes. They start to sort themselves out. There's the Peugeot 308 RC of Dave Tyson and Henry Swanson. It's Henry who's started that car. So a variety of cars all the way down the order. It is Mark Cunningham who leads the way. There's a couple of Ginettas battling it out. So many Ginettas in there, it can be hard to tell them apart, so apologies if I miscall any of these cars. Through Coram up towards the end of the lap. It will be the Cunningham Porsche who leads as they come over the line. Colin White there under fire from, I think that's the number 3 possibly. That's number 82 car, in fact, that's come through. That's a good start by Michael Nibbs. He's gained 4 places on that opening lap. The 2 Ginettas side by side as they go into the first corner at Riches. So it's Mark Cunningham who leads by over 4 seconds at the end of lap 1 over Simon Clark in the McLaren. He leads the GT class. The 3 Porsche 911s are in the challenge category. Trophy class is led by the Vortis Motorsport number 22 Ginetta of Archie Buttle. He's in 7th place at the end of lap number 1. They start to settle in then. There's Greg Saunders, the pink and orange Cupra coming through the field. Jamie Hayes behind him in his new Porsche. Wonderful looking car that is, getting ahead of Craig Fleming's Audi TT. Got the Audi Cup here this weekend. We'll see a few TTs in there. Greg Saunders on the tail of, I think that's the number 2 car, the BMW M2 of Peter Molsdale. Elbowing his way up the inside there, Jamie Hayes past the BMW. That's at Oggies. Of course, Peter Molsdale's car, one of a couple of BMWs in this race, run by Jeff Steele Racing. Jeff Steele, former British touring car racer, a long-time BMW team boss, sadly passed away last year and is still greatly missed by everyone in the Britcar paddock. So Mark Cunningham running away with it at the moment in his Porsche at the front of the pack. Just gone past my commentary box window to complete his second lap. He's at a 157.639. That Porsche is flying. And the number 17 of Will Ashmore, the Army Sports Car Racing Ginetta. I think that car started from the pit lane and is making its way up the order. There were about 4 cars in pit lane at the start of the race. It's the Form Evo Racing McLaren in second. The lead gap has increased to 8 seconds now. Dayton Motorsports number 47 Ginetta of Maurizio Silio is in third place. He and Marco Anastasi, born in Italy but based in Scotland. They run a sim racing company, the two Italians. And number 36, the brand new Ginetta of Sam Smith and Richard Amos from Project 297 Racing in 4th place. Colin White, number 78, is in 5th place. In his Ginetta, races that Ginetta in just about everything it's eligible for. The former National Hot Rod World Champion and former ASCAR champion at Rockingham. Remember those? Raced on the ovals. Jamie Hay is still streaking his way through the field in the family's new Porsche. Up the inside on the number 7 there, which is Rob Ellick in the Cupra shared with Finn Jones, running in the trophy class. All the cars in this race have a different minimum pit stop time, which is decided by balance of performance within their class, and also if you have a pro graded driver in the car, then you are given an extra penalty at your pit stop to make things closer and fairer. A couple of Ginettas together, that's the battle for 3rd, and there was contact there, I think, between Cilio and Sam Smith. Sam in the black and red car, Colin White behind them, and then another Ginetta, which is Michael Nibbs in the number 82, the Hills Motorsport car, run by Aidan Hills, the other driver in that team. Aidan, next Rallycross champion and MX5 champion. And another, I think that's the number 20 car up behind them, the Porsche of Richard Avery, sharing with Nick Hull, the Full Throttle Motorsports car. They moved up from the trophy class where they, there it goes, just charging past the Ginettas, that lovely silver Porsche of Richard Avery. So about to say there, he's moved up from the trophy class with the Cupra. Used to race Porsche Boxsters several years ago. 3 laps completed, the lead gap is now 13 seconds, so Mark Cunningham is just running away at the front. But what is the 32 cars pit stop time? 128 seconds. There is the Porsche. Our cameras haven't been able to catch up with Mark Cunningham yet, he's so far ahead. The Form Evo Racing McLaren has a 128 pit stop time, the same as the Cunninghams. And the 47 Dayton Motorsport car has a 133 second pit stop. But pit window not open yet, it's a long way to go yet. There is Colin White, number 78. A name I remember watching in my youth at Hensford Hills Raceway in the National Hot Rods. Survived a massive accident at Thruxton a few years ago, coming up Woodham Hill when he suffered some leg injuries. There's the leader. Looking for their 2nd win of the season, the Cunninghams finally took their first overall win after years of trying in Britcar at Alston Park earlier this year. Looking at the point standings, all the classes combined together, it is Simon Clark in the McLaren who leads overall, 2 points ahead of the Wilsons in their Ginetta. They lead the trophy class. The Cunninghams lead the challenge class, but they're only 11th overall. There's the Ligier, number 60 of David Farrow, just getting used to that car. Another 4 seconds gained by Cunningham that time around. He's just on a 157.166. Form Evo races McLaren 2nd. Now the Porsche number 20 of Nick Hull and Richard Avery, which started quite a way down the grid. Just looking at the grid sheet now to see where that number 20 car started. It started back in 16th on the grid. It's up to 3rd. Richard Avery has ripped his way through the field into 3rd place in his Porsche. So Dayton Motorsports number 47 Ginetta goes down to 4th. The Project 297 Ginetta number 36 of Sam Smith is 5th. Then we've got Michael Nibbs, Colin White. The Addison Aston Martin is up to 8th. Martin Addison, the plant hire businessman from the northeast of England, sharing with Bill Addison. They used to race Caterhams, among other things, the Addison family. They're in 8th place. Here's a battle further back in the order. This is for 17th overall. We've got the BMW of Julian McBride, the disabled driver, up the inside there, sharing with Phil Keane, one of Britain's top GT racers. There's some big names on this Britcar grid today. The number 17 is in there as well. That's the Army sports car racing car. Remember that, I believe, started from the pit lane, that car. All 24 cars who started are still running. Through the heat haze they go into Brundle. And out the other side, here's a gaggle of Ginettas ahead of the Ligier. I think the yellow car there is the number 3 Dayton Motorsport car of Axel van Nederveen, the Dutchman. Had a win at Silverstone a few years ago overall in the Britcar Championship. Jamie Hayes continuing his charge up the order, getting used to his new Porsche. Closing in on Chris Murphy, a former Britcar champion. Was in an Aston Martin then, a BMW now. 721, that's the BMW M3 GTR in the old M Works colours. There's Mark Cunningham, probably wondering where everyone else has got to. 22 seconds up on the field already. Side by side for fourth I should say, because the 20 Porsche has gone through. Dayton Motorsport's Maurizio Cilio and Sam Smith in the 36 Ginetta. Behind them is the 82. And the Porsche it's Porsche's 1-2 now, because through goes Richard Avery, up into second place overall. On balance of performance though, that car does have a longer pit stop time of 153 seconds, so it's clearly a quick car. Sam Smith goes through, takes fourth place from Cilio, and the loss of momentum is going to allow Michael Nibbs into this Ginetta battle as well. Here's a scrap further back. Julian McBride now ahead of the number 17 of Will Ashmore with the Army Ginetta. Behind them, Greg Saunders Cupra. Diving underneath the Ligier there goes one of the Ginettas. So many Ginettas out there, I'm getting them mixed up, I do apologise. That Ligier coming under fire. I think that's number 22, the Vortis Motorsport car of Archie Buttle, the white and blue. There's the Peugeot, the 308 running at the tail of the field at the moment with Henry Swanson on board. Cilio falling back into the clutches of Colin White because Michael Nibbs has already gone through. So Maurizio Cilio starting to drop away a little. Cilio and his co-driver Marco Anastasi used to race against each other in a pair of Ginettas, but now sharing. Let's have a look at the lap times between the two leading Porsches. SG Racing, the leader, lapping in the 156s, and Full Throttle in second place, lapping in the 158s. So Richard Avery trying to close in, but he may plateau here in second place. There goes the leader, up towards Hamilton's for the 7th time. We've got a car into the pits, and the pit window is not open yet. It's the 36 car that was battling for 4th. So Sam Smith has come in for Project 29-7 Racing, the new Ginetta GTP8. So I think that car may have picked up some damage. We did see a bit of contact with the 47 car, so whether he's picked up a puncture or something, we shall see. There's Michael Nibbs ahead of Cilio, White, and Martin Addison's Aston Martin up behind the Ginettas. This is the fight for second in class as well, the GT class. They're 6.5 seconds behind Simon Clark's McLaren. Right to Betsy, who's cheering on Colin White, so we mentioned in the Ginetta in there. Used to watch Colin in the hot rods at Mendips Raceway near Bristol, Betsy tells us. There he is, the black Ginetta, second of this group, as Michael Nibbs has pulled away a little. 1 hour 16 minutes of this race still to go. Being dominated by Porsches from the challenge class. Where's the third of them? Jamie Hayes, who started from pit lane. Already on lap 7, he's up to 8th. Incredible run through the field. Yeah, so the 3 challenge Porsches, the Porsche, well, one's a 992, that's the number 20 car, the silver car. The others are 991s, the 911s. I reckon we could see those 3 Porsches without any issues lock out the podium here. Across the line goes Chris Murphy's BMW, the number 3, the yellow car of Axel van Middelveen ahead of him, and the 22 as well. Archie Buttle still leading the trophy class ahead of Chris Murphy and David Farrow in the Ligier. As the pack go flying through. There's the Ligier. The 36 car has rejoined, I can tell you, from pit lane at the back of the field, the Ginetta number 36. Having made that pit stop, we'll try and find out why. Now you can see the lead gap. We just saw the leading Porsche go through the bomb hole just as the silver car was coming through, the 20 car was coming through Williams' corner. There's the other Porsche, 114, 8th place. And here's the scrap further forward. 5th place for the Ginetta of Cilio, ahead of Martin Addison's Aston Martin. 6 down to 7th has gone Colin White. And the Ginetta that just pitted is pulling off. That car had just been into the pits, Sam Smith. Clearly issues with that new car. It's probably just teething problems. It is a new model of Ginetta. That's going to be back into the pits again, I think. So we could have our first retirement, unfortunately. That's a shame, because they were battling for 4th place early on. There's the Army Motorsports car. Chasing Ginetta number 10. That's the Ian and Elliot Wilson car, who are the current points leaders in the trophy class. Do my best to note down the colours of these Ginettas as the race goes on, so I can not get them mixed up. I do apologise once again. We have our first warning for exceeding track limits, as down the inside goes Jamie Hayes. He's in among this. There's the 36 car. I think that's a suspension problem. You can see the way the car is vibrating around there. Now, I thought it had a puncture, but so you can see the way the car is rattling around there. That's suspension related, I think. And that, I think, is going to be end of game for the 36 from Project 29-7 Racing. Unfortunately, as Martin Addison there, bit of corner cutting at Williams. I was about to say we've had the first car receive a warning for exceeding track limits. The number 7 of Rob Ellick in his Cupra. Sam Smith is going to make it round to the pits. As you said, the pit window had not yet opened. It still hasn't opened. There's the treble 8 BMW. That's the Brookspeed car of Andrew Dauber and Nathan Wright. He's got a Cupra chasing him. Andrew Dauber. That's the TSR Performance Audi in there too. And I think that's the 66 Capture Motorsport Cupra. And on board that car is Alok Iyengar from India. Former F1000 singles. 86. Is he going to pull it into the garage? Yes, he is. I think this is game over for this car, sadly. That's a great shame for Project 29-7, the team part owned by Paul O'Neill. We heard as the voice of TCR touring cars last season and former touring car racer. There's the number 20 in 2nd place, having flown through from 16th on the grid with Richard Avery on board. But that car does have to serve a longer pit stop under balance of performance. They're 31 seconds behind Mark Cunningham's Porsche. How do the lap times compare? They're still lapping a couple of seconds slower. But there's a long way to go yet, 1 hour and 10 minutes. We could have any number of incidents or safety cars in that time. Quite often what seems to happen in Britcar is a bit of Murphy's Law, is the safety car comes out just as the pit window opens and throws everything into a bit of confusion. Confusion for me, that is, because I haven't got a clue who's where after the pit stops. Mathematics was never my strong point. Simon Clark in third place, then Michael Nibbs in fourth. He's pulled clear of the rest of the Ginettas, but they've been taken by Jamie Hayes, who's whipped through from that pit lane start. He's now fifth in his Porsche number 114, the EST performance car. The first of the Ginettas is still Cilio, and the pit window has just opened. So the pit window is now open. 20 minutes into the race, it closes with 20 minutes to go. So every car has to make a minimum of 2 mandatory pit stops in that time. There's no rule on how far apart the pit stops have to be. We've seen some cars pit on successive laps in the past. See work going on the right front of the number 36 Ginetta there at the bottom right of your picture. Issues with the right front suspension for that car. Hopefully they can get that repaired and at least get some more laps in, but any chance of success in the GT class has now gone. Here's the treble 8 BMW. That's Andrew Dorber running towards the back of the field, only 20th place. He's got a Cupra right on his tail through Nelson's there. That's Alok Iyengar on his Britcar debut this weekend, sharing with Philip Engdahl, who's for the inside Indocorum. Cilio now behind Martin Addison, being chased by Colin White. This is the battle further forward in the order for what I think is now 6th place. And the leader is in. The leader has pitted, so the leader making an early stop, Mark Cunningham, at the first opportunity. Hopefully Paul can grab Mark Cunningham for a word there. He set the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 55.674. He leads by 32 seconds, and in comes the number 32. Peter Cunningham will take over at the wheel. There is the Porsche at the bottom right of your screen, fuel going in. Driver has already got out, as we can see. They can't, so for safety reasons, you can't refuel with the driver in the car. So that means the full throttle number 20 Porsche will take the lead. Anybody else coming in on this lap, we'll wait and see. Scrapping Ginettas again further back in the order. That's the number 297 car, driven by Carl Garnett. Has got ahead of the number 10, which is Elliot Wilson. Quiet rate for the Wilson, stay down in 5th in class, 16th overall. Still only that one car has come into the pits, the leader. The 36 car, I can tell you, is showing as... is it showing as having gone out? No, it's not, sorry. So the 36 still being worked on, the 32 as well. Still in pit lane. So the lead is now with, on track, the 20 car ahead of the number 23 McLaren by 11 seconds. Michael Nibbs in the Hills Motorsport number 82 is third, 3.5 seconds further back. Then it's the 114 Porsche with Jamie Hayes on board. That's 4.7 seconds back in 4th place. And then a second behind him is this little group of 3. The Aston Martin and the 2 Ginettas. They're the SG Racing car. The minimum stop time is 128 seconds. That will seem like an eternity. 2 minutes and 8 seconds. That's more than a lap they will lose here. And the 32 car now ready to rejoin. And making sure, look, the crew making sure that he serves the minimum time in the pits. Because if you move off early, there are quite draconian penalties for a short pit stop. Chris Murphy, 721 under fire here from the number 22 of Archie Buttle. They're fighting for 9th overall, those two, as there is the 32 car rejoining, and that's the car that had taken the lead into the pits, the number 20 Porsche. Colin White, number 78, is in as well, so pit stop starting to happen. The number 20 car, that's Richard Avery, will hand over to Nick Hull. Colin White is driving solo. His pit stop time, Colin White, is 128 seconds. The 20 car, 153 seconds due to increased balance and performance. There's the leader. A lap down now on the field, just behind the 114 Porsche of Jamie Hayes, who's now third. It's now the Form Evo Racing McLaren of former Porsche racer Simon Clark who leads. Had an overall win at Spa-Francorchamps when there were no challenge class cars present, so the way was clear for the GT class car. There's Alok Iyengar still giving chase to the treble 8 BMW of Andrew Dorber, sharing with Nathan Wright. Still the battle raging between Addison and the two Dayton Motorsports Ginettas, with Axel van Nederveen closing on Maurizio Cilio. Through comes the 32 car at Nelson. These two still at it. So the SG Racing Porsche. We'll see how the lap times compare, because I think Mark Cunningham is the quicker of the two drivers, with no disrespect meant to Peter, of course. Been with Britcar for many years, that Porsche now. Finally got their first overall win earlier this year. This battle towards the back for 17th place, the 888 BMW, the 66 Capture Motorsports Cupra. 1 hour 3 minutes, or just about to go. So we're already coming up to the half-hour mark. This race has gone by very quickly so far. We have pit callers. The Addison Racing Aston Martin is in. The Vortis Motorsport number 22 Ginetta, that's young Archie Buttle, he's in. And the number 60, the Ligier of David Farrow, is in as well. So the number 20 car rejoins. Longer stop, of course, for that car, as we said. Let's have a look at the pit stop times for the three that have just come in. 128 seconds, which is the benchmark time, really. That's for the Aston Martin. The 22 of Archie Buttle, his 138 seconds. And the number 60, the Ligier, that's 138 seconds. If Ash Woodman had been on board, this is interesting, the 60 car, if it had been Ash Woodman, the pit stop under balance of performance would be only 98 seconds. But David Farrow is a pro driver, and if you're a pro driving solo, that's 40 seconds added onto your pit stop. Big thanks to Claire and Steve from Britcar for giving us the pit stop details today. Their maths is clearly better than mine, as I said. The treble 8 car has just come in, so Andrew Daub will be handing over to Nathan Wright. He's a pro in that car. That's a 148 second pit stop. There's the number 3, that's Axel van Nederveen. He's 5th overall now. There's the Wilson family, number 10 Ginetta. I believe it's Ian Father and Elliot's son sharing that car. Elliot in the car for the first stint. The 114 Porsche of EST Performance has come in. Jamie Hayes to hand over to Chris Hayes. So all three of our quick challenge class Porsches have stopped. Anybody else coming in? Doesn't look like it at the moment. And what you've got to start to look at is the position of the cars that have already pitted, and a few of them have done so. And see where they all slot back together after the first round of pit stops. Of course, there are no designated pit stop rounds in this class, as we said. You can take your 2 pit stops at any time during the pit window. There's Archie Buttle rejoining in his Ginetta. There's the 66 car. He's lost his partner now, hasn't he? He was battling away with the treble 8. And there is our race leader, the number 23 of Simon Clark. We haven't seen him yet, and he's been seen him very often yet, and he's been reeled in there by the number 82 of Michael Nibbs. So this is for the lead now. between the green, white and grey McLaren of Form Evo Racing, driven by Simon Clark, and the safe side Hills Motorsport Ginetta G55 Super Cup of Michael Nibbs, sharing with Aidan Hills. There's number 3, that's Axel van Nederveen. In 4th place now with Chris Murphy behind him, but of course they've yet to stop. Just looking out of my commentary box window, a car rejoining, that's the treble 8. Is that a car going slowly or just a car being lapped, going down towards Brundle? It's number 66 running down in 13th place at the moment. And I think as we reach the hour mark in this race, we can head down to Paul in the pits, who's got an update for us on the number 36 Ginetta. Over to you, Paul.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm down here in the pit lane with our number 36 Ginetta run, and sadly a non-run now, Sam Smith. Sam, what happened?
Just had some contact with another car, and unfortunately it seemed okay for a lap, and then it was quite apparent straight away there was some form of damage on the car, but when I got past him it was very apparent there's some damage on the car because the steering didn't turn, so he damaged something on the steering and the car won't turn. So.
Well, to be fair, you got it back to the pit lane in one piece, which is the most important thing at the end of the day, but a bit of an unfortunate end. So what was the first outing for the 36 car?
Yeah, real shame. Always the way we're racing, you qualify out of position and this happens, so we'll need to try and qualify better and then try and get on with the race a bit sooner than intended.
Well, we'll hope to see you bounce back in the next round, which I do believe is none other than at Donington Park in only a few weeks' time.
Yeah, hopefully, mate. Hopefully we'll be there. I'm sure Alex and think he can get it going and we'll get back out there. So.
Well, thank you for your time, Sam. All the best for the rounds ahead. Back to you, Dave.
Thanks, Paul, and bit of luck there to the number 36, a brand new car this weekend, the Project 29.7 Ginetta GT P8 Super Cup car. Sadly out of the race with damaged steering and suspension, and they're our first retirements, unfortunately. Let's have a look, see if we've had any more pit callers. Well, the battle for the lead, as we saw, was between the Form Evo Racing McLaren and the safe side Hills Motorsport Ginetta, but the Ginetta has now pitted from second place. Who else has been in? Let's have a look. Number 2, Peter Monsdale with the Jeff Steele Racing BMW M2. He's in. And the number 10, Wise Racing Velocity Racing, that's the Wilson family. They've come into the pits as well. Ian Wilson to take over there. TSR Performance, who are at the back of the field, are in. That car at least a couple of laps down though, so whether that's a retirement, I'm not sure for the 77 Audi TT, Craig Fleming and Mark Jones. We'll have to keep an eye on that, see if it rejoins from the pits, because that car had problems in qualifying, started at the back. We know the Ginetta number 36 is out. We need to look for who's leading of the cars that have stopped. The pit stop time, incidentally, for the number 114 car is shorter than its class rivals. Jamie and Christopher Hayes, under balance of performance in that class, only have to stop for 103 seconds. So they've got the shorter stop time in their new Porsche, and that could work to their advantage against the Cunninghams and the 20 of Avery and Hull, the silver Porsche. They've got the longest stop of all at 153 seconds. Who's got the shortest pit stop time in this race? There it is, Chris Murphy, number 721. He's only got 93 seconds. There he is. He gets past the number 3 of Axel van Nederveen, so up to third on the road now. Van Nederveen trying to fight back. There's the number 10 of the Wilsons. They've just rejoined from the pits. So it'll be Ian Wilson, I think, on board that car now. I think we've got 10 cars that have yet to make a pit stop in this race. The current highest placed car that has stopped is the number 114 of EST Performance, the Hayes family. So they, I think, when everybody's taken their first stop, could be about to take the lead. There's your leader at the moment on track, the car of Simon Clark, looking for his second consecutive Britcar Championship win. Car number 60, that's the Ligier, has been given the black and white flag, a warning for exceeding track limits. Where the way track limits offences work is your first one is noted by the stewards, but no penalty or anything given. The second one you're warned, you're given the black and white flag. Your third offence is a 5-second time penalty to be added on at the end of the race. Your fourth offence rather is 10 seconds. Fifth offence is 30 seconds, and it can actually total up until you are disqualified for repeated track limits offences. Simon Clark continues to lead. And I think we can hand down in a moment to Paul in the pits with our trophy class championship leaders, the Wilson family in car number 10.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm down in the pit lane with the son of the father-son duo, Elliot Wilson, who's just got out the car. We've given him a chance to have a bit of a breather because he's getting back into the car a bit later on. Elliot, how was it out there for the first stint?
Very warm. Yeah, I'm sweating already, and it's going to be 60 odd degrees. We don't have a thermometer inside the car, but it feels like it's 60 odd degrees by the end. Tyres are going off too, just everything's just too warm.
Well, it is looking hot out there, but to be fair, you've made it through the first one, so you've got that time to cool down. I mean, do you have a particular sort of procedure in mind for cooling down in such conditions?
I'm dumping a bunch of water on top of my head if it's that warm. It just evaporates off so quick, I'm dry by the time I get back in the car.
Well, fair play, and of course your dad's out there at the moment, so he's going to be feeling the heat. And well, of course, you're saying about the tyres going off, so how are you going to manage those when you get back in? Because surely if they're going off already, they're going to feel absolutely terrible at the end.
Yeah, it was a bit of a recovery race. I was caught up to 297. I don't know where it was in class, but I was overdriving a bit, trying to chase them up, going through a bit of side-by-side action. There's oil on the track from the truck, so it's just slippery everywhere. I think if there's no one in front of me and I get radio in the air saying no one for 10-15 seconds up ahead and no one catching from behind, I'll just try and take it easy, nice soft braking, nice gentle turn in, because Coram, if you're pushing, you're there just scrubbing the tyres for a good 10 seconds and it just ruins them.
Well, understandable. We'll leave you to it, cool off, and we'll see you back out on the circuit a little bit later on. But until then, good luck to you and your dad.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Dave.
Yes, thanks very much, Paul. The next car to pit was the Peugeot, I can tell you. The race car experiences Peugeot. Henry Swanson handing over to Dave Tyson. Still your leader is the Form Evo Racing McLaren. Chris Murphy's BMW has just moved through into second place. In fact, there it is. Has moved through to P2 at the moment, ahead of the Cilio Anastasi Ginetta. Of course, all three of those cars, and Axel van Nederveen, the other yellow Ginetta there, they've yet to stop. The Army sports car racing car number 17 has yet to stop. Behind them, number 297, which is Carl Garnett, showing with Ryan Bensley, is in P6. Jeff Steele Racing's number 67, that's Julian McBride, showing with Phil Keane. Watch that car fly when Keno gets on board. The number 7 Cupra is next, TSR Performance. Then Capture Motorsports number 66 Cupra and the EST Performance Porsche round out the top 10. That's the first car that has made a pit stop. Let's have a look at the time between those two Porsches. They're 10th and 11th at the moment, separated by 25 seconds. Let's take a look at the pit stop times between the two of them. What's the difference between the pit stop times? The Hayes family have 103 seconds to serve. The Cunninghams 128. What difference is that? 25 seconds. So on the strength of balance of performance, the 114 car is effectively your de facto race leader at the moment, because it's leading the cars that has stopped because of serving that shorter pit stop. And that's how balance of performance. Well, oh, what's happened here? we've had a collision among the Ginettas. That is Axel van Nederveen off onto the infield. What happened there? I think they've tripped over a slower car. Look at the right rear. Damage there on the wheel, certainly. That looks like the tyres burst. Let's have a look again. Into Agostini, 3 Ginettas and the treble 8 BMW, and 4 into 1 doesn't go into Agostini. What happened? Did he get delayed behind? Oh, the BMW got sideways and wallop. Oh, that was so unlucky for Axel van Nederveen. 888 of Nathan Wright just got sideways at the wrong moment there and cannoned into Axel van Nederveen. And I think that's the number 3 car that was running up in 4th place out of the race. The other Ginettas scattered to avoid him. So, the 888 BMW has already stopped. The 78 of Colin White has stopped. And who's that just behind them there? It's either the 82 or the 22 blitzing its way around the outside there. Oh, that's the Cunningham car. What's happened there? Peter Cunningham's had a spin. That's coming out of Murray's, I think. That's an unusual place for a car to go off. Let's see what happened. Did he trip over another car? Oh, he just went in way too hot and cannoned off the side of Chris Murphy. That's a very unusual place to go off. There's Axel van Nederveen's car. The rear suspension broken. He's out of the race, sadly. Well, it's all happening during this first round of pit stops. The Army car has come in now to make it stop. Now, how much did the Cunningham car lose there? It's lost about 20 seconds recovering from that spin, I think. It's all playing into the hands of the Hayes family. Remember, they started from the pit lane. There's Cunningham in the background trying to chase down Maurizio Cilio. He's still yet to come into the pits. Number 67 has now pitted, Julian McBride. Keep an eye on that 67 car because Bill Keane's going to be getting on board. Who else has come in? Nobody on that last lap. So we've got about 7 cars that have yet to stop. The 77 car, the TSR Performance Audi TT, that came in for a stop and has not rejoined, so that's out of the race, the Craig Fleming Mark Jones car. Been having gremlins of that all season, sadly. I haven't had time to read any of your comments out so far today. I do apologise there. We are watching, and another car goes off. That's Cilio facing the wrong way at Nelson. Well, a lot of the fancied runners hitting trouble here in the sunshine of Snetterton today. Cilio was 3rd. He rejoins. Was there contact there, or did he just spin it out? He's all on his own, coming into the right-hander at Nelson, just loses the back end, and round goes the Ginetta. In goes the fuel, well-drilled team, the Form Evo Racing Squadron. So that means that on track, Chris Murphy's Woodrow BMW M3 has gone into the lead. 30 seconds ahead of the number 47 Ginetta after that spin. The 297 car's in as well. Carl Garnett will hand over to Ryan Bensley. There's a Cupra in the background there as well. That's the 66 car, I think. Yes. Alok Iyengar handing over to Philip Engdahl. There's your leader. For the time being, anyway. We've only got 3 cars yet to make their stops, plus Axel van Nederveen, who sadly never got far enough to make a stop. So the BMW 30 seconds ahead of the Dayton Motorsport Ginetta after that car spun. In fact, just glimpsed it there on the right coming through Agostini. That's so you can see visually what the gap is. Chris Murphy always leaves his pit stops fairly late, I've noticed in Britcar. Track limits warning has gone out to the number 66, which is currently in pit lane. There's number 22, that's Archie Buttle. We'll have a look at who's leading the classes when the first round of pit stops has cycled through. It looks as though the 114 car is going to take the overall lead, the Hayes family. But wait, the safety car is coming out. Right, this is going to throw a variable into the mix. Now, nearly everybody's made their first stop, but I better know what's going to happen now. Nearly everybody's going to try and come in and make their second stop now. But there are rules on the maximum time and minimum time that drivers can spend in the car in a two-driver outfit, so we shall see what they decide to do. Everybody had their strategies nicely worked out, and now there's a safety car in the mix. Well, Maurizio Cilio's taken advantage of the safety car. He's straight in to hand over to Marco Anastasi. Of course, everybody has to make a second stop as well. The safety car will be out to recover Axel van Nederveen's car. There it is, from the infield at Agostini. The safety car, the Porsche, driven by former BMW racer Evelyn Buanik this weekend, has picked up one of the Ginettas. It hasn't picked up Chris Murphy. I think that's Michael Nibbs, Aidan Hill's car behind it. There's the Cunningham Porsche behind them as well. That lost some ground with that off earlier on at Murray's. This is interesting. The 10 car has come back in again. Ian and Elliot Wilson. We just heard from Elliot. Is he getting back in again? Number 7 car is in as well. Rob Ellick handing over to Finn Jones in the Cupra. So that means the only car that hasn't yet come in is Chris Murphy, the race leader. I said he always leaves his pit stops later than everybody else. So I assume the safety car is for Axel van Nederveen's Ginetta that's gone off. Car's been waved past the safety car so that Evelyn Buanik and the Porsche can pick up our leader, Chris Murphy. I wouldn't be surprised though if he goes into the pits this time though. So once he's come in, your leader is going to be the number 114 Porsche. And that, I think, is the car about to be waved past the safety car, but it didn't go past it there where we saw. We just cut away to the car of Axel van Nederveen. Broken rear Axel van Nederveen as he is at the moment. So, yes, I know. He is our third retirement of the race, unfortunately. Commiserations to Axel. And I think we can head back down to Paul in the pits. Paul, what have you got for us?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if we interviewed the son, we'll also interview the father, because joining me now is none other than Ian Wilson. And Ian, you've been in the car for the best part of, I want to say, about 20-30 minutes. You look a lot cooler than your son.
Well, thank you very much. I've got an ice pack that I started out with, so yeah, I've learnt my lesson. I keeled over at Spa. It was so hot at Spa, I got out of the car, couldn't move for about half an hour. So I've taken some bells, I've got all sorts. Yeah, so I'm looking after myself.
Well, you're definitely well hydrated, but of course, boiling hot circuit out there, now in the safety car period, so Elliot's jumped back in, perhaps a little bit earlier than planned, but you've got to make the most of the opportunities.
No, absolutely. Elliot is the quicker driver, so I have to acknowledge that. I'm the old guy that goes around slow and funds it, and has a bit of fun, but Elliot's the quicker driver, so if there's an opportunity to put him in the car for free, then we take it. So that's always the plan.
Makes sense. And how did you find it out there, given the conditions?
Actually, the rears were sliding around a little bit, and my times were nowhere near as good as Elliot's. But of course, I did have another 25 kilos of fuel, so that's my excuse, not that I'm 60 years old.
Well, to be fair, with the pace you're showing, you don't look or are running at 60 years old, and well, we look forward to seeing plenty more from your son out there.
Yeah,
any fond words of advice you've given him in such conditions?
I always just say, no, I just say enjoy yourself. That's what we're here for.
That's what it's all about at the end of the day. Ian, thank you for your time. We'll leave you to it and enjoy the rest of the race.
Cheers.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's back to Dave Goddard in the Conte booth.
Thanks, Paul. Nice to hear from father and son down there, the Wilsons, currently leading the trophy class points. Recovery vehicle with broken axle van Nederveen in the number 3. There's marshals on the move up at Wilson Hairpin as well. I think there's somebody off up there as well, but I can't see who it is at the moment. We'll try and get a visual on that if we can. Just under 40 minutes of this Britcar Endurance Championship race to go here at Snetterton. Everybody has now made at least one pit stop. The winner from this safety car might be Simon Clark in the McLaren, because he's taken the opportunity to come straight back in and make his second pit stop straight after his first one. Now the safety car has picked up the number 47 car because Chris Murphy, who was leading, has come in to make his first stop. But showing on the timing screen as your leader is the EST Performance Porsche. So has that struck lucky and has been able to go round under the safety car and make up almost a lap. We've seen this happen in Britcar before. So the safety car has picked up the 47 Dayton Motorsport Ginetta, which was able to make up time by pitting under the safety car. So they've effectively undercut everybody else here. There's the Porsche, number 32 of the Cunninghams. Now where are they? 6th place at the moment. So the safety car's got... Who's that being towed in? From the roof line, that looks like a Porsche to me. We'll try and confirm who that is in a second. Who is that? I think it's the Army sports car Ginetta, looking at the colour scheme that I can see there. Yes, number 17, it's the Army car, unfortunately, so that's the other reason the safety car came out. 2 stranded Ginettas. There it is, revealed from behind the barriers. Oh, that's a shame for the Army team. Will Ashmore, Jonathan Candler and Josh Gilding. I think it was Jonathan who was in the car when something went wrong for them up at Wilson Hairpin, so that car's out of the race. So that's our 4th retirement, unfortunately. We're down to 20 cars running. So it is the 114 Porsche, but that's back in the pack, look. It was because the safety car came out during a round of pit stops. The Porsche must have been ahead of the safety car and has been able to make up time by racing round to the back of the pack as the safety car came out. This is how, I think it was Axel Nederveen, ironically, got his first ever win at Silverstone a few years ago. The tow truck has decided it can't tow Axel van Nederveen because of that broken suspension, so the Hiab lorry being brought in. Let's get through a few of your comments there. Yes, thanks Richard Moxley. He spotted that was a Ginetta. There's hopefully going to the Donington Park round in a few weeks. Richard also says, I get Lister Storm vibes with the Ligier. Yes, it does look quite similar in shape, doesn't it, to the old... Remember the Newcastle United sponsored Lister Storm at Le Mans back in the 90s? Sadly, used to break gearboxes on a regular basis. Mad Huguet says, can't wait to attend tomorrow. Good to see you here at Snetterton. Hi to Dan Hughes. Belzy watching from turn 1. That's up at Rich's corner. Motorhome Discovery says, good luck to the Hayes family. Well, they're running well at the moment. They are leading this Britcar race. Chris Murphy has just dived into the pits to make his second stop, so he's able to make both his stops under the safety car. That'll save him time on the rest of the field. All playing their strategies at the moment. Hi to Jan, who's watching in Bremen in Germany. Guten Tag to you. Who else have we had on our comments? Drew Fletch says, let's go safe sites. Safe side, that should be. Safe side Hills Motorsport. That's the number 82 car he's supporting. That's David Taylor's family. He's competing in the Mini Challenge Clubsport today. We'll see him out later on. Safety car still out then while the two stranded Ginettas are cleared. And it is the Porsche with Chris Hayes now on board, which leads the way. And it will be the Datum Motorsport Ginetta, which is behind the safety car in second. There's the leading Porsche behind the red Peugeot. There it is. It's back in the pack at the moment, so it's a long way ahead of its nearest rival. You can see nearly a lap in front. There's the Ligier at the back of this group. 34.5 minutes of this race still to go. Still recovery going on, so the safety car's still out. Colin White has made his second stop. Phil Keane and Julian McBride's BMW is in again. And the Capture Motorsport number 34, Greg Saunders, Cupra, has stopped for a second time. Chris Murphy made his stops very close together. In fact, quite a lot of cars taking this opportunity to make their second stop. So the lead gap, with Chris Murphy having just rejoined, it's nearly 1.5 minutes now. Apologies, by the way, if you can hear in the background my electric fan blowing away on my microphone, but it is pretty warm in my commentary box.
Also be the opportunity for a wave around as well. Still haven't got the 114 Porsche, which is in the lead of the race. That's another car which still has to do its second pit stop as well. So they're going to be ones that need to kind of wheel the time down. But they can be the
Big hello to Gordon Snell, who's watching from Guernsey in the Channel Islands. Very popular for hill climbs. And hi to LNK25 watching in Hamburg. Quite a few German viewers. There's the 47 Ginetta, and I think Paul is down there with their crew at the moment. So over to you, Paul.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm down the pit lane here with none other than Maurizio Sciglio, who has got out the car. It's now in the capable hands of his team, Marco Anastasi. Maurizio, challenging conditions out there. We've got a safety car that's going to cool down the pace of the racing, but it doesn't cool down those temperatures.
No, it's hot. It's probably 50, 60 degrees inside. Like, not as bad as yesterday, but it is hot. Seriously hot.
Now, given how hot it is, and we know it's a 90-minute race, how have you been managing the car? Because obviously tyres and brakes are probably getting very hot.
Yeah, tyres I'm not happy. Like towards the end, like after 40 minutes, it was basically sliding. It was drifting more than circuit racing. But yeah, it was fun, yeah.
And safety car periods like this, in your experience, are they a good thing or a bad thing for the car? Because, of course, you're going a lot slower, but you're not getting as much air coming into the car necessarily.
It definitely helps, like fuel. Like I said, we're at the limit now. But yeah, it definitely helps the tires. Yeah, it's brand new tires, so it's really fine. But the car definitely appreciates the safety car. Hopefully not for much longer.
And were you happy with your stint in the car today?
So-so. Yeah, let's say yes. I mean, it's always fun. So I'm happy and lucky, but yeah, it could have been better.
All fair play. Maurizio, thank you for your time, and best luck to you and the team for the rest of the day.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we hand you now to Dave Goddard.
Thanks, Paul. Cheers to Maurizio Sciglio there for having a quick chat as his car came back in for its second stop while we were talking to him there. It's Inc25, not LNK, watching in Hamburg. My apologies there. And hi to James Kirshner, watching in Texas, USA. Hope you enjoyed the Independence Day celebrations last weekend, James. As the recovery operation continues here for Axel van Nederveen, the Dutch-born racer in his Ginetta. Broken rear suspension after contact with the treble 8 BMW of Nathan Wright. And the Ginetta is now on the back of the flatbed lorry and is going to be taken back to the paddock, so we should be going racing again very soon. With about half an hour left to go. So we're up towards 2/3 distance. Into the paddock goes the Ginetta. Now, how many cars haven't made a second stop yet? About 9 cars have not. Now, of course, we go racing once the yellow lights have gone out on top of the safety car. And Evelyn Buanic switches the lights off just as I say that, as they come through Nelson. Which car is behind her? It's the treble 8 BMW. That's the Nathan Wright's car there, running towards the back of the field. 82 behind him is Aidan Hills in the Ginetta. They've yet to make their second stop, so it is Aidan, the former Mazda MX-5 champion, at the wheel. But leading on corrected time is the white and red Porsche, which is a few cars down. There it is, of Jamie and Chris Hayes. They're the leaders. They're about 7 seconds ahead. There's Chris Murphy with the Woodrow BMW. He's second as we're about to go back to green. There's the green flag. And we are racing once again here at Snetterton with 29 minutes left on the clock. Away they go. And the Porsche can't pass until they've got over the start-finish line. Over the timing line he goes. Now, Chris Hayes will open the taps. And somebody else rocketing through. One of the Ginettas shooting up the inside there into the right-hander at Riches. So the gap is between the Hayes Porsche and the Woodrow BMW with Chris Murphy at the moment is 4.2 seconds. There's the Porsche. Where's the BMW? It's in there somewhere. There he is. So that's your first and second place. The Aidan Hills Michael Nibbs car is in third. So that means, I think that means that those 2 cars, having pitted at the right time under the safety car, are nearly a lap ahead of everyone else. Yeah, 82 is in third on the timing screen. The 114 Porsche is leading. Chris Murphy, he's really lucky, Chris Murphy here. He managed to make both his stops under the safety car, and he saved so much time. He's second in the BMW there. He's trying to push his way through, I think that is. There's a few BMWs together in there at the moment. He's in there somewhere in second place behind Jamie and Chris Hayes. The Cunningham Porsche came in as the safety car went in to make its second stop. There's Simon Clark in the McLaren. Where's he in the classification? 7th at the moment. He's made both of his stops, but the 114 car does have to stop again. They've only made 1 stop. The 82 car has also only stopped once. In fact, of the top 6 cars on our timing tower, the only one that stopped twice is Chris Murphy. If Chris Murphy wins this overall, that will be the craftiest race win I've seen in Britcar in ages. There he is. Taking advantage of the safety car. Perfect. There he is, just behind the Peugeot and just ahead of the black number 297, black, green and gold Ginetta. That's the car of Ryan Bensley sharing with Carl Garnett. Your leader is the 114 car. What's it got now? 6.2 seconds, so he is pulling away Chris Hayes in the 114 Porsche. Archie Buttle, number 22, brings his Ginetta in for its second stop that time through. There's the Cunninghams. They've made their second stop. Have we lost any more cars while the safety car's out? No, still 20 cars running. 26.5 minutes of this race still to go. And it's number 114 from DST Performance who leads the way. Coming down towards Agostini. There it is, the white and red Porsche. It's got the other Porsche, number 20, in front of it there. Where is that car running? 4th place, so there's a lap between the 2 Porsches, but they're together on the track. It's the 2 cars that were the big winners under pitting under the safety car that are so far clear. There's your leader. He has lapped the number 23 McLaren in 5th place. But all these cars, except for the 23 and the 721, have to stop again. Simon Clark managed to make his second stop under the safety car in the McLaren. You can see the BMW not as quick as the cars around it, but all about timing of the stops for Chris Murphy. There he is. Porsche's fighting it out with the McLarens. But the 114 car is the lap ahead of the other two. Number 20, Nick Hull, lets him through. Simon Clark's going to go through. Now, Nick Hull doesn't want to let Simon Clark through there. That's for position. So whether Nick Hull's having problems with that Porsche, I'm not sure. There is your leader. The Hayes family Porsche used to race a Cupra in Britcar. They've moved up to this car. It's new to them for this race. It's running beautifully at the moment. See what his gap is this time by. Number 20 Porsche has come in for its second stop, so that's why it dropped back a bit. They were coming in for their second stop. Nick Hull would have been told on the radio. The Addison Aston Martin. Martin and Bill Addison have come in. They've raced everything from Caterhams to a Peugeot 106 over the years, the Addisons. And I think we can hand down in a moment to the pits, because Paul is talking to Peter Cunningham of SG Racing.
I'm down in the garage of SG Racing, and well, with none other than the father of the father-son duo of Mark Cunningham, Peter Cunningham. You'd be absolutely exhausted getting out of the car by looks of things.
It's very warm work out there, and actually safety cars don't help you. You suffer with a lot of heat soak in the car going slow. When you're going fast, the heat is dissipating from the radiators, etc. So people get illusion that you're going, when you've got a safety car, that it's actually easy, and it's not that easy, to be fair. It makes it a little bit more difficult with the heat, to be fair.
Well, it's definitely hot out there in the car, but Peter, from your perspective of your race as well, I mean, you're quite animated when we came along to the garage to tell your race engineer about a few things.
Yeah, I had a run-in with one of the BMWs, and he was a slower car than me, but with a more experienced driver, I've got to say, and he was driving superbly, looking for every little hole, and he eventually found one going round the outside of me at the bottom bend here. But he did nothing wrong, but it just pinched me in tight to the curb on the inside, got a wheel on that, and as I was accelerating out, it just spat the back of the car around. Nothing wrong, he didn't do anything wrong, fair racing, but I'm annoyed with myself for letting it happen. But there you go, other than that, not a bad run.
Oh, indeed, and also to be fair, in a very potent car out there, the Porsche Challenge machine. I mean, you must love turning that through the corners.
It's a stunning machine. We only bought it 2 years ago. First year we didn't really do very well with it at all, but we've developed it ourselves and now having a lot of help with Uber GT, and they put us right on other points, and the car is coming alive. It really, even for me, it's coming alive. So we're very, very pleased with it. Very pleased.
Oh, fantastic. And in terms of the rest of the day, of course, your son's now out in the car first. Have you given him any warm words of advice?
Yeah, just go quicker than me, which he will do anyway. So other than that, I think it's going to be very tight, but I think we still have a chance of this race.
Oh, brilliant. Well, thank you for your time, Peter. And, well, we'll see you out. We'll see your son out on circuit, and we'll see you back on the circuit later on this season.
You certainly will. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well, Dave, back to you in the Conte booth.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Great to hear from Peter Cunningham there, as his son Mark launches an attack here on Simon Clark in the McLaren. That's up at Oggies, and he goes through. Now, is that for position? I'm trying to work out. I think that might be. I think the Porsche might be a lap down on the McLaren. We'll have to wait and see as they come across the line this time. But good to hear from Peter Cunningham. He's been racing Porsches for many years now. He's been racing with Britcar for many years as well, along with his son Mark. And I know how overjoyed they were to finally get that first overall win earlier this season. Simon Clark, the current championship leader in the McLaren. Yes, and Mark Cunningham very quick in that Porsche, certainly the quicker of the father and son duo. As we said, no disrespect to Peter, but Mark is the faster of the pair, getting past our leading car there to try and unlap himself. And the 114 car, which remember should have been on the front row, started from pit lane, is going clear. There's the number 67 car. Now, I would imagine, looking at the lap times, that it is Phil Keane on board that car at the moment. And he's raced just about every GT car you can think of over the years. I remember seeing Phil Keane as well about 4 years ago at the Donington Historic Festival, racing a Group C Silk Cut Jaguar. My favourite racing car of all time. And yes, I was very jealous. Just got past the treble 8 BMW there, Nathan Wright and Andrew Dauber's car. Most cars have now made their second stop. The only one that hasn't is the 82 car. I imagine team boss Aidan Hills, the pro driver in that pairing, is trying to get as much time in the car as he can. He's 1 minute 45 seconds down on the 114 car, which is now in the pits making its second stop as I talk to you. So they've just come in, the penultimate car in the race, to make their second stop. Jamie Hayes, I imagine, will get back behind the wheel. That's put the 721 car back into the lead. Chris Murphy's Woodrow Motorsport BMW. And I think we can now hand down to the pits and catch up with a driver who is sadly out of this race. Problems earlier on for the Army Sports Car Racing team, and Paul's catching up with them in the pits.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got plenty of runners still out there, but sadly not for the Army Sports Car Racing team. I'm joined with Josh and Will. Gents, what's happened? Start with you, Josh.
Unfortunately, we got a snap drive shaft, so that's stopped running now. Firstly, an incredible stint by Will. After starting from the pit lane, coming back to we were fourth in class before coming into the pits, and we were going back out in a good position. But unfortunately, the drive shaft's gone. Stopped running, but there's still a bit of time left. We'll stay optimistic for now. The lads are working. Hopefully we can go and do one lap to cross the line and get some points at the end.
Oh, indeed, good point there. Get to the finish, even if you're multiple laps down, get some points. And Will, talking about the stint you did as well, I mean, starting from the pit lane, must have been a bit of a different experience compared to what you were expecting, having to essentially make up a lot of time.
Yeah, frustrating to say the least. I think, organisers let us down there because we were good to get out on circuit on time, and because the car broke down on circuit, we've missed out. And I think that was an unfair disadvantage to us. So I went out on track. It means you're starting the race completely cold without any warm-up laps or anything, and you're obviously fighting from the back. As much as it's great fun fighting through the pack, it's not really good in terms of a championship and scoring points. So yeah, really frustrating start, but managed to push it out of the way and just get my head down and put out a stint. Because of the way that happened, we've decided to go for the strategy of doing a long stint, and it almost worked perfectly in our favour. We came in, refueled the car, and then there was a safety car which allowed JC to catch the pack. And unfortunately, it was just like a bit of a misunderstanding on these cars are known for snapping drive shafts, so you have to be super conscious of mechanical sympathy when you're exiting the pits. And it's just like another hard lesson that we've learnt, and we'll take it forward. Like Josh says, hopefully we can fix the car now and at least get out and finish the race one way or another.
All very true. Always lessons to be learned. Always keep moving forward. And in terms of if we do get to see the car get fixed, who's going to be jumping in it, Josh?
Most likely me. Yeah, I'll go and fingers crossed. We'll take it to the end. Tough day at the office, but we'll try.
Well, we wish you all the best about getting the car back out there. But until then, thank you for your time, gents. Sorry it hasn't worked out, but plenty more racing to come.
Cheers.
Thank you. Let's hope so. Yeah. Cheers.
Back to you, Dave, in the commentary booth.
Developments in the battle for the lead of the race. We saw that the 114 Porsche had made its second stop. The Woodrow BMW of Chris Murphy has just been in for a third stop. I'm wondering if he had a stop-go penalty. The 78 car of Colin White got a stop-go penalty of 2 seconds. I imagine that's for a short pit stop. We'll confirm that when we can from race control. But no confirmation as yet. There's the 721, and yeah, he's come out behind the 114 car. So whatever that extra stop was for, I think it was for a penalty of some sort for Chris Murphy. We don't have any notification as to what at the moment, but it's wiped out his advantage, and he's down at, or was it? Or was it a penalty? That BMW, is that slowing down? I thought he was very slow through Oggies there, but no, Chris Murphy back up to speed again. So he's had his advantage wiped out by some sort of transgression, whether he was slow at his pit stop or too short or something. But his advantage by pitting twice under the safety car has been wiped out, and the Hayes Porsche is back in the lead. I was about to say, when I saw it come in, that we were going to have a race on our hands with the Porsche chasing him down after their second stop. But no, we're not. Third place is this man, Simon Clark, and he's just over 9 seconds behind the 721 BMW now. There's second place, there's third over the line. Fourth behind them. Let's have a look back down the order. It's the BMW of McBride and Keane. I knew that would be up there towards the end. Phil Keane has brought it through into fourth place. The number 34 car of Capture Motorsports, the Cooper of Greg Saunders, is in fifth place. So the order's really been shaken up by that safety car, as I thought it would. So the challenge class is led. We said when the pit stops will be completed, we'd look at the class leaders. The challenge class is led by the Hayes Porsche, the trophy class by Chris Murphy, and the GT class by the McLaren. Kate Brooks has just messaged to say good luck to the Army team. They haven't had so much good luck today, sadly. Drive shaft failure putting them to the back of the field. There's Mark Cunningham. Now, where's he at the moment? They're down in 10th place in their Porsche. The off they had earlier on and a longer pit stop delaying them. 33 laps completed by our leader. The lead gap was 5.9 seconds. I'm sure it'll have increased this time through. Both of Jeff Steele Racing's cars in the top six. It's Peter Molesdale. We've not seen much of the number 2 car of Peter. He's in 6th position behind Greg Saunders. 7th is the number 7 car we're looking at now, the green Cupra of TSR Performance. 8th is the Dayton Motorsport number 47 Ginetta of Anastasia and Cilio. Colin White is 9th in the number 78, and 10th is Mark Cunningham in the Porsche, having just done the fastest lap of the race, 154.124.
And it's GT, the leader of that class, is third place overall. So got a real mix of categories up there, which is great to see.
Item BOS Racing, Boss Racing, who says, let's go Vortis. Can't wait to test drive your Ginetta at Silverstone soon. That's Archie Buttle's car. Testing that car at Silverstone. How lucky. There's Greg Saunders. He's running well. The number 34 up there in P6. He's just lost out to the number 2. There's Peter Molesdale's M2. Hadn't had much of a look at that car. And there's the 22. That's Archie Buttle in the Vortis car. That's Peter Molesdale in the car run by the late Jeff Steele's team. Very sad loss to the Britcar paddock was the very popular Jeff Steele. I first encountered him in 1994 when he was a privateer in the British Touring Car Championship in an ex-Steve Soper BMW. I was 8. That car was the one that was also raced in 1993 in the Toka shootout by musician extraordinaire Chris Rea, who was also sadly lost to us last year. There's the Datum number 47 Ginetta. And yes, number 721 confirmed they did receive a stop-go penalty, Chris Murphy. 47 car sweeps through. We don't know which of the two Italians is in that car. I think it's Marco Anastasi in there at the moment, number 47. They're in 7th place. They've got ahead of the number 7 TSR Performance car now. Drive-through penalty for car number 20. That's the silver Porsche further down the order, the Holland Avery machine. It does not say on my timing screen why, though. Drive-through penalty is all we know. Yeah, confirmation from race control. Pit lane infringement for Chris Murphy. That's why he had a stop-go penalty that dropped him out of the lead of the race. There's always a twist in the tail when it comes to Britcar. 10 minutes to go. There's the 82, that's Aidan Hill's Michael Nibbs. Past the treble 8 of Nathan Wright and Andrew Dorber. The 82 car currently running in 11th place. They made their second pit stop right at the end of the pit window. And sadly it didn't quite work in their favour. Car 82, I've just received a message, car 82, penalty for pit lane infringements. So there'll be a penalty for the car we're watching now, going up the inside there, the 82 car, no, that's the 22, sorry. I keep getting the 22 and the 82 mixed up, I do apologise, they look virtually identical. So the 82 has got a penalty. Don't know what the penalty is as yet, it's a stop-go, it's just come through. So a stop-go for car 82. Car number 20 has a drive-through penalty, the silver Full Throttle Motorsports Porsche. There's a good scrap going on here, and the Ginetta very sideways there, and look out, Martin Haddison. Archie Buttle nearly making contact with the Aston Martin there, and Martin had to throttle back. They've got Peter Molsdale's BMW in behind them. These three currently scrapping it out. Peter Molsdale is about to lap the other two, actually. They're battling for 13th place. It's going to be a win for, barring any major disaster, for EST Performance in their Porsche. And now through for second is Simon Clark, so he's into the still in the lead of the GT category, so he will keep his championship lead. Chris Murphy in third place, he's going to win the trophy class. Give you the class results at Flagfall. And the number 67 up there as well, that's got to be Phil Keane on board that machine, the 67, he's flying up behind the number 67. Is that on the same lap? Yes, it is. Hang on a second, this GT class is not won yet, because look at the way Phil Keane is going. It's got to be him in that BMW, shared with Julian McBride. He's chasing down Simon Clark. I thought that BMW was a lap behind, so I stand corrected. This is for position. This is second, third and fourth place. In the closing stages, only 7 minutes to go. Chris Murphy dropping back a bit there in the 721 BMW. Dropping back quite a lot, actually. Still leading the trophy class. 37 laps completed by our leader. And here comes the 67 car. Over the line they go. Chris Murphy into the pits once again. Now Chris Murphy's pulled in again, so whether he's got a problem or whether it's another penalty, I don't know. So that's put these two up into second and third places now. So 67 BMW, Jeff Steele Racing is third. Yep, there it is in the penalty box, Chris Murphy. I thought he'd already taken one stop-go penalty. Has he got another one? Or was it a problem that saw him pit earlier on? I saw the car head into a third time. So that's 4 times Chris Murphy's been into the pits now. Slightly confusing end to this race. Here's the battle for second place, 5.5 minutes left. The BMW, started by Julian McBride, driven by Phil Keane, chasing Simon Clark's GT4 McLaren 570S. They're 15 seconds behind the EST Performance Porsche that's going to, barring any mechanical maladies, take the win, surely. Took the lead in the first round of pit stops from the Cunninghams. But it's all about this battle for second at the moment. They're 36 seconds clear of Peter Molesdale, who is now fourth. Chris Murphy down to fifth. The Dayton Motorsport Ginetta is sixth. Over the line goes the second place fight, so we're just a couple of laps to go for our leading Porsche. The 82 car has come in to serve its stop-go penalty. Michael Nibbs and Aidan Hills ran as high as third at one point. Still, the 67 car continues to pressure the 23 of Simon Clark. This is not only for second overall, this is for a class win, so there are points at stake here. Simon Clark trying to keep his overall championship lead. Where are the Wilsons in the trophy class? Only fourth in class, so I think Simon Clark, even if he loses the class win here, may well keep his overall championship lead, but he wants another win here. Pulls away a little bit down the straight. It's in the twistier bits on the infield where the BMW seems a bit stronger. They're 16 seconds down on the Hayes family in their Porsche. They're going to take the win and the challenge class. Leader has just gone through. I think we'll get 2 more laps out of this. Yes, they crossed the line with about 2 minutes 50 of the race remaining as Martin and Bill Addison's Aston Martin passes the Wilsons. That's for 12th place overall. Aston's made up a couple of seconds on that last lap as well. A few cars getting the black and white flag as warning for exceeding track limits. The 82 Ginetta, the 47 Ginetta, the 721 BMW. The fastest lap of the race remains with the Cunningham Porsche, and their best lap over 3 seconds quicker than anyone else's. Here's your leader. 2 minutes to go for Chris and Jamie Hayes. They've had class wins in the past with their Cupra, but this is going to be their first overall victory in the Britcar Endurance Championship. The Porsche 991.1 Cup car, wonderful to look at, isn't it? Classic 911 shape. Down the Bentley straights, and here's that battle for second. Simon Clark still hanging on in second place ahead of the 67 of McBride and Keane.
Not quite going to be enough, so it does mean that the whole distance will be down to 7th place, but there has been some benefit in there for Chris Murphy.
Second place battle through the bomb hole. Peter Molesdale's dropped back on that last lap. He's down to 7th now, so Chris Murphy 4th. Greg Saunders in the Cupra that started from pit lane is 5th. He's having a great And in fact, he's only half a second at last lap off the back of Chris Murphy. We could see a change in the trophy class as well. There they are. Oh, and just as I say that, Greg Saunders goes straight on into the escape road at Brundle. We just switched to that battle in time there. Nice one by our director there, just to pick up what was going to be a move for the class lead. And Greg Saunders might have blown it, sadly. So, clock is about to count down to 0. The Hayes family are going to take their first ever overall win. But is Simon Clark going to hang on for second? Here they are, into Agostini. What will be the final time? Drew Hamilton. I don't think the BMW has quite got the straight line pace of the McLaren to close in on it. But it's all for second place behind the Porsche. There's the 82 car, ruined by a couple of penalties, the race for Michael Nibbs and Aidan Hills. But here comes our race leader into the bomb hole for the last time. They've had class wins in the past with their Cupra. It's their first time out with the new Porsche 991 Cup car for EST Performance. Jamie and Christopher Hayes, they started from the pit lane for this race. They only just made it into the race at all. They used their first pit stop to take the lead, and now they're coming in to take the win. What a great drive. Jamie and Chris Hayes, winners at Snetterton. What a superb drive, last to first. Well clear of the battle for second. Is it a McLaren that's going to emerge from Murray's in second place, or is it a BMW? It's a McLaren. Simon Clark takes second, wins the GT class ahead of McBride and Keane, and that will keep Simon Clark in the lead of the championship as he wins the class. Now, who's going to be fourth? Who's going to be fourth? Will it be Chris Murphy's BMW, or will it be the pursuing Cupra? No, I think the Cupra's dropped back as a result of that off up at Brundle. Here's a side-by-side scrap. The Wilsons leaning on Archie Buttle there. They're fighting over fourth in the trophy class and 13th overall. And it's Team Wilson, Elliot Wilson in the car at the moment, who gets there. The trophy class looks like he's going to be won by Chris Murphy. Yes, he's just coming across the line in his BMW. The Cunninghams are fifth. Sixth goes to Colin White's Ginetta. Rest of the finishers come through. Well, there's Greg Saunders. He must have damaged the car in that off. Very slowly coming home there. He's only 8th behind Peter Molsdale. Yes, looks like they're all in just about. The Army team, I can tell you, did manage to rejoin, but a long way behind after their drive shaft failure. Number 17. There is our winner. Number 114 in the Porsche EST Performance, from pit lane to victory. Yes, they're all in now. The Peugeot, the last one across the line. It's not very often, even in Britcar, you see a race winner having started from the pit lane. Race winner completed 41 laps in those 90 minutes. The ST Performance Porsche winning by just under 16 seconds ahead of the Form Evo Racing McLaren of Simon Clark, which held off the Jeff Steele Racing BMW for second place and the win in the GT class. The trophy class won by Chris Murphy's BMW used his pit stops to score and moved up to 4th place in his BMW. He wins Class Trophy. The SG Racing Porsche, the Cunninghams led early on. They end up 5th. 6th is Colin White in his Ginetta. Then 7th, Peter Molesdale in the number 2 Jeff Steele Racing BMW. Greg Saunders ran as high as 5th in the Capture Motorsport Cupra. That's started from the pit lane as well. He ends up 8th. 9th for the Dayton Motorsports Ginetta. And completing the top 10, number 7, which is the TSR Performance Cupra of Finn Jones and Rob Ellick. A total of 21 cars went the distance in that one. We sadly lost Axel van Nederveen with broken suspension. The TSR Performance Audi TT never rejoined after its first pit stop, and the 36 car, of course, broken steering, put that new Ginetta out of the race. I think we can hand down to Paul in Parc Ferme to speak to our race winners.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, what a race. The first of the 2 trips for 2026 for the Britcar Endurance Championship to Snetterton. And our winners are already here at Parc Ferme as everyone else queues up behind. And what a brilliant job well done by EST Performances. The Hayes family, absolutely fantastic. Let's see if we can catch up with one of our winning drivers. He gets his helmet off. Give him a brief moment. Well, that was a great race, wasn't it? And you look absolutely over the moon, although I suspect you lost a bit of weight and sweat in that one.
I don't even know what to say. I mean, we had to start from the pit lane because we had a fuel pressure issue, and then to be P1 at the end of the race with some great pit stops. I'm lost for words. Absolutely lost for words.
Oh, well, to be absolutely speechless, of course, I do believe it's both yourself, Jamie, and Crystal coming into the view. So let's get both of you in, come on over. I mean, it's a team effort at the end of the day. You must be pleased as well.
Over the moon. Over the moon. From a pit lane start to that, it's we all thought we was going home. Yeah. And then Jamie pulled a massive one out of the bag, started with top 5 I'll be happy with, but P1, that's far by the expectations I was expecting today, so we're happy with that.
Well, a debut for yourselves in the Porsche, of course, going from the set Super Copa. Plenty more rounds to come, so surely next time out at Donington, it's going to be another number 1.
Well, this time we'll try not to start from the pit lane, that will make it a little bit easier for ourselves, shall we?
Well, fair play. Gents, congratulations. Go celebrate. Well, ladies and gentlemen, hearing from our winners there of Krista and Jamie Hayes from EST Performance. And I think we're going to be coming to our 2nd place finisher, a solo effort here from Form Evo Racing. And well, he's absolutely over the moon as he gets out the car and being shouted on there. Let's see if we can get a word with Simon Clark. One moment, as he gets his gloves off there. And his glasses as well. Just give him a brief moment there. Oh, goodness me. And all this lovely McLaren, of course. And Simon, as you finally get yourself free of your helmet, I mean, we've seen a lot of 2 or 3 driver teams out there, but you've done it a solo effort in this heat. I mean, you must be crazy, but proud of how brilliant you've done.
I'm really proud of we had a brilliant race. I'm really proud of the team. Like, Velocity have done a great job. Form Evo, SP1, Express Legal Services and Intact. So yeah, it's one big team, and amazing to deliver a result for them. Really, really chuffed, as you can see from our face.
Well, indeed, a huge result, and not just, of course, winning the GT class, but 2nd overall as well. Not too far behind our Challenge class winners overall. I mean, it must feel unreal.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's nice to get on the overall podium always. So yeah, it's been I mean, we're halfway through the season, still a long way to go, but. Yeah, really positive race that.
Oh, fantastic. Simon, congratulations, and we'll see you, of course, at Donington Park in a few weeks' time.
You will indeed. Thank you very much.
Well done. And well, ladies and gents, of course, now we come to our Jeff Steele racing machine. And well, I think we're just waiting for our driver there to get a bit of a debrief. And it's going to be none other than, I think, Julian McBride, who is going to be coming to us. And well, Julian, if you've got a brief moment, of course. Yeah. Jeff Steele Racing being represented as always synonymous with Britcar, and I can see on the side of the car they're racing in memory of Jeff Steele. 2nd place in GT and so close to taking the win at the end.
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot of fun, and Julian's done a great job, and the guys from Jeff Steele have done a great job as well. So, yeah, the old girl's done all right, hasn't she?
Oh, indeed. Apologies for mixing up with Julian, of course. You being part of the 2-part team, and yourself being Phil Keane, of course, and well, you being the pro driver out there, bringing the car home.
Yeah, very lucky. So my job to look after and make sure it gets to the flag. So yeah, it was a lot of fun. I like Snetterton. It's one of my favourite circuits, and to drive an E46 M3 they're great bits of kit. So a lot of fun.
Will we get to see you both together again at Donington?
Well, I don't know. That's up to Julian. So we'll see.
Well, we'll leave it to it. Congratulations once again, and a well-earned third place overall and second in GT class there for Phil Keane and Junior McBride as part of Jeff Steele Racing. Well, ladies and gentlemen, those are some post-race interviews with our top three for the Britcar Endurance Championship. Of course, that's their racing completed for this weekend here at Snetterton, but you can continue to see the story when they pick up the proceedings for round number 5 on the 8th of August at Donington Park National Circuit. But from the screams of Challenge Machines, GT class cars and Trophy Machines, we now head to Honda Civics. And to set ourselves up very nicely for their next round in their championship, we're going to bring you a couple of interviews with our drivers earlier on, as brought to you by none other than Andy McEwen.
The Civic Cup arrives at Snetterton, approaching the halfway point of the season, and things really couldn't be a lot tighter with just a handful of points covering the top 5 or 6 drivers in the championship. 2 of our championship contenders with me now. We've got Jake Hewlett, Matt Wilkins, approaching the midway point of the season, Jake, and things are going quite well.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we've had no end of hurdles, let's say, along the way, but yeah, we're trying to keep consistent, and obviously points mean prizes, right? So we're just trying to remain consistent at this time.
Things started so spectacularly at Brands Hatch, didn't they? I haven't seen you since Brands Hatch, and maybe some of the viewers at home haven't been tuning in. If so, why not? Tell the viewers at home and me what's been going on.
Christ.
We have only got about 30 seconds to sum this up.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We had to go back and have the engine inspected. We ended up replacing the engine. So we now have another engine. We've just had like niggles and little problems ever since then, and we're just sort of chasing our tail with it, really. So we think we finally got on top of a few of those bits, and still some underlying things, but yeah, we're pushing on, and just trying to remain consistent, because we've got to finish first, you know.
Which is where you are at the moment. Matt Wilkins, though, giving chase, and you're only about 5 points behind, I think, at the moment, after those pesky drop scores are calculated. How much are you paying attention to the points? How much are you just taking it race by race?
Just trying to be consistent, like Jake said, really. If you can stay in sort of the top 6 to 8 cars every race, then you do end up with a nice, consistent points. Yeah, like Jake, we've had a few issues. We've done a quick lap in quali today, lost at track limits, so a bit gutted about that. And the gearbox then said no more. So there was no chance to go faster again. But I think we're starting 13th, so we'll see what we can do from there.
And that sort of illustrates the point of how hard it is. You make it sound easy, just finish top 5, top 6. So difficult these days. You only have to have a slight setback, and it sounds like you've had quite a significant one, and your whole weekend becomes that much harder.
Yeah, I think that Jake probably agreed the top 14, 15 cars could probably win a race. So trying to come through the pack like you might in some other series isn't really possible. See what progress we can make.
Now, Jake, you have this very slender points lead. Are you feeling the pressure at all? You don't outwardly show that you are, but I'm sure all drivers in your position would, right?
No. I mean, I think it's still too early, personally, to sort of feel that pressure. I guess everybody naturally has like a little bit. That's why we turn up, right? That's what we live for. But yeah, no real pressure. Just going out there and giving it the best we've got every time, and yeah, hopefully remaining consistent, as Matt said, and towards the front of that grid. And it's a competitive grid, as we know. So.
Well, he says he's not feeling the pressure, Matt. Should he be?
Like you say, it is a bit early. You better just to put it out of your mind, carry on racing best you can, and then towards the end of the season, if you're in the running, then you'll start to feel it a bit, yeah.
Well, we've had some nail-biting championship run-ins over the years, courtesy of the Civic Cup. I think we're in for another one in 2026. It's a tough old championship, the Civic Cup, and when good fortune isn't running your way, it can, for some, become a bit soul-destroying. But Adam Parker, despite the fact I think it's fair to say you've not had a stellar season so far, you still have a smile on your face. I mean, it can't be easy to stay positive the year that you're having so far, though.
No, it's not easy, but it can always turn around very quickly. So just keep going, see what we can do, and hope for the best.
You've just been telling me a little bit off mic of a few of the challenges you've had this season. I mean, just this weekend alone you've had a few issues, is that right?
Yeah, so yesterday we had an issue where the overflow for the oil was going out into the bottom of the air filter and sucking it back into the engine and then puffing smoke into the cabin and out the back, making things difficult. And then we've had a few issues with braking an injector and a few other bits, so not the best of luck.
But that being said, the potential's been there. We saw this last year. We saw how quick you're capable of being. If, and it's a big if, I realise, you can put these mechanical issues behind you, you must be feeling like you can mix it with the big guys at the front, right?
Yeah, I am confident if I can get it to work. I'm just struggling for straight line speed, and I'm struggling for stability on corners as well. So it's just a case of seeing what we can do with what we've got, and by tomorrow hopefully we'll be in a better place.
It's worth pointing out that I think, we're not stood under one of the big area motorsport or BSR awnings. This is a much smaller operation compared to some of the other front-running teams. What are some of the challenges that you and the team, the family essentially, have to face that maybe some of the other teams don't?
Mainly we have budget issues. We're on the third engine of the year because we've had issues with them going out of time and completely going on us and shoving rods out the front of it. So not the easiest one to overcome. But we're backed by some very good sponsors who are willing to put in extra when we needed it and help us finish off the season. So without them it wouldn't be possible, but that's our biggest issue, I'd say.
Who's been helping you out then? This is a chance for you to give them their moment in the spotlight.
Our biggest help is Penley Muse. They have put in a lot and supported us a lot this year, and even been to visit us at some weekends and support us. So without them it wouldn't be possible.
Excellent stuff. Well, I hope they continue supporting you. You definitely deserve to have the support. Adam hopefully can start turning his season around and score some points this weekend here at Snetterton. Well, here we go then. The Civic Cup is back in action. It's been a busy first half of the season for the Civic Cup, and we are racing once again here on the Snetterton 300 circuit. Alistair Camp gets pole position. He had loads of pole positions last season. He's back on top again here today, alongside former TCR Europe race winner Josh Files, then Sean McGovern and Dave Marshall with a good qualifying effort in his FN2. Jake Hewlett's championship contender has Josh Bromley, one of his best qualifying efforts alongside him on row 3. Row 4, Jake Renshaw and Wilf Butler, he's been a revelation so far this year, has the former junior Saloon car championship front runner, and he starts on the outside of row 4. Fifth row of the grid, we will have Wesley Swain with Jack Riddell. Jack Riddell, one to watch, I suspect, from the back end of the top 10. Disco Howitt, good to see him starting to qualify quite well as well. 11th on the grid alongside Daniel Petters. Then Matt Wilkins, who is up there in the championship, only 13th on the grid though, alongside Charlie Constable. Aidan Mitchell and Spencer Stevenson, also a championship frontrunner, way down in 16th on the grid. Remember, we've got this success ballast, which is new for the championship in 2026, and it's clearly having an effect. The 9th row of the grid shared by Louis Austin and Freddie Ingram, whilst the top 20 is then completed by Jamie Petters and Charlie Budd. Paul Luty down in 21st position, the former MG man, with Harry McGovern for company. Then it's Joseph Dalgarno and William Butt, Ben Bateman and Adam Parker, with newcomer Imitar Morag and Mark Hughes at the back of the field. The cars then lining up on the grid. 15 minutes is the distance. Very quickly in the championship, after drop scores are calculated, it's 176 points for Jake Hewlett, the championship leader, 4 points ahead of Spencer Stevenson, but Spencer, as I said, along with Matt Wilkins, who's third in the points, qualifying well down the order. So revs then start to rise. 15 minutes of Civic Cup racing gets underway here on the Snetterton 300 circuit, and it looks like a good start from Alistair Camp in the black, white and pink FN2 from pole position, but he will have company from Josh Files, I'm sure, as they head into the double apex right-hander at Rich's corner. Some real shuffling in the middle of the pack, as we've come to expect in Civic Cup. It's a busy field and always a lively first lap. It is Campy that leads. Files there in second position. Dave Marshall is very late on the brakes in 35. No, that wasn't Files second, it was McGovern second, except Dave Marshall nuzzles up alongside him and goes into P2 as we exit the Wilson hairpin for the first time. So not entirely sure what happened there to Josh Files from the outside of row 1. He seemed to get off the line well, but then lost some ground through the first few corners. So through the left-hander at Palmer's they go. One or two cars actually running wide over the exit curb. Camp leads them. Marshall second. Here comes McGovern though, back to the inside of Dave Marshall. He's going to return the favour. There's another trade of paint through the Agostini hairpin. And Dave Marshall, well, I suppose that's what you have to expect. If you're going to lever aside Sean McGovern, then he's probably going to give it straight back to you, as indeed he did. Now there is Jake Hewlett, the green and black car, just ahead of Josh Files. So Josh Files is potentially outside of the top half dozen here. He's got one of the BSR cars at the inside. That's the 90 of Jake Renshaw as they head through Oggies and up into the right-hander at Williams that takes us onto the Bentley Straight. So some real shuffling of the pack. That Bromley, I think, isn't it, up with the third position. Josh Bromley with a brilliant first half a lap or so, and he is going really, really well here this weekend. Great to have Josh Bromley up near the front of the field. We know he's quick, but qualifying not always his forte. He's actually fourth, isn't he? Because it's Camp that leads. It's McGovern second, Marshall third, Bromley there in fourth, Jake Redshaw in fifth. Lots of locking of brakes as they head through Brundle and Nelson for the first time. And it's side by side again. Look for second position. Marshall round the outside of McGovern. Brilliant opening lap duel between those two. And Dave Marshall's back ahead now into second position. So, excellent stuff, as we've come to expect from the Civics, but it's all playing nicely into the hands of the race leader, Alistair Camp, who's building a lead already over the grey FN2 of Marshall. Then McGovern and Bromley right in tow, and Josh has a good exit there from Murray's Corner. He's going to have a go here, I think, for third position. He's less than a Civic length behind McGovern as they cross the line at the end of lap 1. Then it's Hewlett, Renshaw, Butler files down to 8th. I don't know what went on for Josh through that first sequence of corners, but he's lost a huge amount of ground from second where he started. And he is barely hanging on to a top 10 position at this stage. Championship contender, of course, a year or so ago was Josh Files in this championship, having made the move over from TCR Europe competition. He's been hung out to dry again, look, as they head through Wilson. He must have a problem, surely, because I think he's out of the top 10 now. That was, I'm almost certain, Daniel Petters slipping up the inside, and Wesley Swain, who were 11th and 10th respectively at the beginning of the lap. So Camp then with a 1.4 second lead at the beginning of the lap over Dave Marshall, who seems to have established himself now in second position. I would argue that maybe Jake Hewlett and Jake Renshaw are starting to close in on that second place squabble. Speaking of squabbles, look at this in the midfield. It's an absolute mess, isn't it? But it's why drivers love racing in the Civic Cup. That's not why they like racing in the Civic Cup. Someone getting elbowed very wide out of Agostini. But the drivers love the close quarters, no-holds-barred competition. You cannot afford to give an inch in this category because someone will take a mile if you do so. The marker post goes flying at Oggies. I'm surprised it survived the first lap, in all honesty. It hasn't survived lap 2 as the field bears down on the Bentley Straight once again. There is Spencer Stevenson, the silver, blue and black number 12 car. Spencer Stevenson, who comes into this weekend in second in the championship. He was 18th at the end of the opening lap. So Spencer Stevenson with some serious work to do in his Ben Sharp Racing prepared car. And it's odd really because some of the other BSR cars, the likes of Will Butler and Aidan Mitchell, they are up towards, or sorry, Jake Renshaw I should say, up towards the pointy end of the field. And yet Spencer Stevenson, for whatever reason, having a bit of a nightmare this weekend. The white and blue car is Paul Luty heading through, the Scotsman. Great to have Paul in the Civic Cup this weekend. A real character is Paul. I was catching up with him earlier on in the day. He is going well just outside of the top 20, I think, at the moment. So 2 laps in the book. Across the line we go. And that lead margin was down. Dave Marshall quite a bit quicker than Alistair Camp on that lap. So Dave Marshall did a 2-minute 10.3, nearly 7 tenths, 6.5 tenths that was, quicker than the race leader. So he is almost with Campy and really getting away from McGovern and Bromley in their battle for third position. It's one of the fascinations, though, of the Civic Cup, this battle between the newer shaped FN2s, the more traditional shaped EP3s. It's always been the EP3s seemingly that had the edge, but these FN2s are getting more and more competitive. We really saw them make a big stride forward last year, and now it's an FN2 1-2, and Josh Bromley's going for third here against Sean McGovern. Couldn't quite make that stick going into Agostini, but he can see Dave Marshall getting away, chasing down Alistair Camp, and he wants to be part of that battle. To do that, though, he needs to get past McGovern and Sharpish, because I think Sean McGovern, who's having his best runner in his admittedly limited so far Civic Cup campaign, he is running well in third, but I don't think he's quite got the pace of the top 2, and someone's wide, in fact a couple of people wide. That is the 163 car, I think that said, through the dust, wide onto the grass. And who was that? We don't have 183, that would have been Imitar Morag, who was beyond track limits a little bit, heading out of Agostini. Look at this for the lead, though. Dave Marshall is with Alistair Camp. 2 absolute veterans of Civic Cup racing are about to go toe-to-toe for the race victory here with just under 9 minutes to go. Wesley Swain there being overtaken by Jack Riddell. No, trying to overtake Jack Riddell, actually, for 8th position. Riddell hangs on, and Swain gets a much better exit from Nelson. Jinks to the inside of the EP3 and makes the move stick through the bomb hole. And that looks like Petters trying to go with him. Really good run this from Daniel Petters, and he's challenging as they head through Coram. The leaders, though, head through the final turn, and Dave Marshall definitely, no doubt about it, is the quicker of these two at this stage. They're only short, sharp 15-minute races, these. You don't have a lot of time to work with. I don't think this will be a case of Alistair Camp managing the tyres or anything like that. I think they're both going as quickly as they can. Dave Marshall just consistently has 0.6 of a second a lap over Camp at this stage, and they're absolutely nose to tail as they head through Richards. So too are Sean McGovern and Josh Bromley as they debate third position. Round the right-hander into the braking zone at Wilson. Is Bromley going to have a go? This is the perfect angle to see who's bravest on the brakes. It is McGovern. Oh, Marshall there having a little nibble at Camp for the lead as well. We need to see the leaders because Dave Marshall is going to be looking to make a move, I think. Maybe even into the next braking zone at Agostini. Look, he's right in the wheel tracks of Camp as they round Palmer's. Is he close enough, though, on the run down this slight run downhill into the braking zone? Who's going to jink to the inside? It's not Marshall. Bromley isn't quite close enough to McGovern either. And so actually the first of the side-by-side battles is still that Wesley Swain and Jack Riddell's scrap for 9th position. Interestingly, in the first sector of this lap, Sean McGovern now matching the race leaders, and if they start battling, then McGovern, Bromley, and you could argue Jake Hewlett, the championship leader, could start to close in as well. Marshall's up the inside of Camp. He's on the grass. Look, he's looking for the inside line into Williams. This for the race lead. Did Marshall manage to get there? Yes, he did. Dave Marshall for the lead of the race. Alistair Camp gets eased out wide. Plenty of respect shown between the two veterans, though, as they come out onto the Bentley Straight. The two FN2s should be identical in performance, and they appear to be, with both drivers trying to get a side draft from the other. McGovern is gaining on the pair of them. This is turning into an absolute thriller. Can Marshall go right round the outside? Yes, he can. Dave Marshall to the lead with a really brave move on the brakes, and here comes Josh Bromley. Josh Bromley out of nowhere launches to the inside of Sean McGovern and gets into third position. That's really hurt McGovern. Hewlett comes through on the inside as well. There's rear bodywork trailing on Bromley's car. This feels like a reverse grid race, but it isn't. It's just a really exciting start to the weekend's action. Dave Marshall to the lead, Bromley to the podium, and McGovern is back ahead of Hewlett, interestingly, as they go through Coram Corner. They're being caught now by Wilf Butler as well. Hewlett trying to go around the... Renshaw trying to go around the outside of Hewlett there coming out of Murray's, and somehow that seemed to work. It's one of those races where I think drivers are just going for everything, and quite a lot of these moves, so far at least, are sticking. We've had a track limits warning for one driver, number 25, which is William Butt. The Welshman down in 21st position at the moment, so not troubling the leaders, but he needs to be careful so as not to pick up a penalty for track limits as the leading pack descends upon the Wilson hairpin. Wilf Butler there to the inside of Hewlett. How quickly things can change, though. Half a lap ago, Hewlett was up there into the 4th position, and now he is right at the back of this group, so, or nearly anyway. Wilf Butler hasn't actually completed the manoeuvre yet, and in fact might not, because he's on the wrong side now through Palmer's and downhill into Agostini, and in fact the next corner is also a left-hander at Hamilton, so Hewlett should be able to hang on to this. We heard from Jake pre-race there, said he's not feeling the pressure of being the points leader at this stage, but I suppose he's right not to, because actually most of his championship rivals are a fair bit further down the order, as is Josh Files. Josh Files has been in the pit lane, that's why, so Josh Files is right at the back of the field. He must have an issue of some sort, and Josh Files is not going to be up there fighting for a good position in this race, that's for sure. Right, this looks tasty, doesn't it, as we move into the final third of the race. The leaders head down the back straight. Dave Marshall, I think, now starting to get away. That's the walking wounded Josh Bromley car in third position comes towards us now. Has Josh Bromley ever had a podium finish? Question mark. I can't remember him having a podium finish in the Civic Cup. I'm fairly certain Sean McGovern hasn't either. I may be wrong about Sean, but no, he has had podiums, definitely. Sean McGovern at Thruxton a couple of rounds ago, but I'm not convinced Josh Bromley has. So Bromley will be desperate to hang on to a top 3. He might not be done yet, though, because I think he's catching the leaders, who themselves are not really separating massively. Dave Marshall isn't romping away here from Alistair Camp in quite the way that I thought he might. He ranged up behind the former champion very, very quickly, did Dave Marshall, who himself is 5th in the championship. He's only 14 points off the championship lead, Dave Marshall. We must never forget, never count out Dave Marshall from this championship battle. He's giving it a really good go this year, taking things, dare I say it, more seriously than we've seen in the past maybe from Dave as far as pre-event testing. He's got a new car for this year, and it's really starting to pay dividends, isn't it? Because he is looking like he might now be capable of snatching a victory. Dave Marshall has one win to his credit this season at Pembrey last time out. In fact, won the first race at Pembrey. He won't thank me for saying this probably, but he sort of had a reputation over recent seasons for being a reversed grid winner more than anything else, Dave Marshall. He would very often find himself near the front of the reverse grid races. Sean McGovern's car smoking as it comes out of Agostini and then easing off slightly, which gives me just enough time to finish the Dave Marshall point maybe. This year, winning race 1 of the weekend seems to be more Dave Marshall's MO. And that is exactly what you need to be able to challenge for a championship. Now, that smoke that came out of McGovern's car, was that the rear bumper of Josh Bromley's machine, I wonder? Because I don't think it's attached to Bromley's car anymore. I think McGovern might have hit the rear bumper of the Bromley machine. I think that's why that smoke disappeared as quickly as it came. Or is that bumper still there? I can't quite tell from this angle. There is definitely something still trailing off the back of Bromley's car. No, I think I'm talking rubbish, aren't I? I think that bumper is still there. There's a black and orange flag for somebody. Now, is this for Josh Bromley? I can see this out of the window, but I can't see the number that's being displayed. Oh, it is Josh Bromley. Josh Bromley has been given a black and orange warning flag. That is heartbreak for Josh, who has had a podium finish. Phil Kinch reminding me that he had a second place at Pembrey, which of course he did at the last event, but he's not going to repeat that podium here because Bromley will have to pit now to get that rear bodywork fixed, unless it falls off, which I thought it might have done, but I don't think it has. So through we go on to what will be the final lap of the race though. So now, this raises an interesting question for Josh, because it was always my understanding that you had at least a couple, maybe 3 laps to respond to black and orange flags. And if that's the case, we're on the last lap already, so he might be able to get through to the end without pitting here. We'll wait and see. He's not pitted yet, definitely. So sort of hope he gets to hang on to this 3rd place, to be honest, because he deserves it, although Sean McGovern is coming back at him, to be fair. And what a lively race this is turning into. So Marshall leads, Camp 2nd, and then the gap back to Bromley, yes, very much still with rear bumper trailing on the ground in 3rd, Sean McGovern 4th, Jake Renshaw 5th, Jake Hewlett 6th, Will Butler, Dan Petters, Wesley Swain and Matt Wilkins into the top 10. Now, where did Matt Wilkins start? He was way down the order, I seem to remember. And, 13th, so he's gained a handful of positions, but that's useful stuff for, again, championship contender, 3rd in points coming into this weekend. And he's only half a second behind Wes Swain, actually, so might have half a chance of gaining more ground. There's Will Butler on the tail of Jake Hewlett, who's had a bit of a yo-yo race in this one, Jake Hewlett. He is in 6th, but was at one point fighting for 4th, wasn't he? Only to fade back again pretty much straight after. Right, handful of corners to go. The time is about to tick down to 0. As usual, these Civic Cup races do tend to fly by in a heartbeat. And for Dave Marshall, this could be a really significant 2nd win of the season. And as I said, the 2nd event in a row in which he's managed to win the 1st race of the weekend. And he was only 14 points behind championship leader Jake Hewlett coming into this race, and Jake looks as though he's only going to finish 6th, so this is a big, big moment in the championship, one feels, for Dave Marshall, who accelerates out of Murray's corner, heads to the line, the checkered flag is going to wave. For the 2nd time this season, it waves for race winner Dave Marshall. Alistair Camp comes home in 2nd position. Josh Bromley is 3rd on the road, but was being displayed the black and orange warning flag until the end. We'll see what comes of that. Sean McGovern 4th, Jake Renshaw 5th, Jake Hewlett 6th, Will Butler 7th, with Dan Petters, Wes Swain and Matt Wilkins completing the top 10. So Wilkins in the end not able to claim anything better than a top 10 finish, but at least scores some reasonably valuable points from that one after what was for some a bruising race, but for all an entertaining race. And what a battle we enjoyed there between Dave Marshall and Alistair Camp for the race victory. That was absolutely splendid stuff, and Dave Marshall will be absolutely thrilled with that. And I've known Dave for quite a long time through both Civic Cup and his sim racing escapades. I'm very, very much looking forward to going and interviewing him, as I will have the pleasure of doing in a moment or two. I need to dash over to Parc Fermé, which means I'm going to hand over to go through the results to our own Dave Goddard.
was the second of our McGoverns, that being Harry.
Yes, thank you very much, Andy. Let's take a look at the provisional results then. Dave Marshall takes his second win of the season in the 66 car, just under a second ahead of Alistair Camp, who won the previous round at Pembrey. Josh Bromley finishing in third place, but he did get that black and orange flag, so we'll see what works out there. And then behind them, Sean McGovern in the 67. Jake Renshaw rounding out the top 5 ahead of Jake Hewlett, the points leader coming into that race. Wilf Butler was in 7th position, and Dan Petters, Wesley Swain and Matt Wilkins completing the top 10. There was a 5-second penalty for Freddie Ingram, number 57 further down the order, presumably for track limits offences. The rest of the finishers, Francisco Howitt was 11th ahead of Charlie Constable in number 6. Then 13th place to Louis Austin, then Spencer Stevenson, Aidan Mitchell. 3-2-2 of Jamie Petters was 16th. 17th went to the other McGovern, that's Harry in the 56. Ingram 18th. And the 44 of Charlie Budd, and Ben Bateman, number 93, completing the top 10. Outside the top 20 was Joe Dalgano in the number 39, the Doodle Signs car. 25 of Will Butts, the Welshman. Adam Parker, Mark Hughes, the number 183 car of Morag. Paul Luty, number 69, making his return to the series this weekend. Then Josh Files in the 99 after his couple of pit stops with a few issues there. And we lost Jack Riddell, unfortunately, in the number 19. So a few cars making their way into Parc Ferme over there. Wait for Andy to head across to pick up the post-race interviews. Next up on track here at Snetterton will be the Mini Challenge Clubsport with Airtech Motorsports. And that is followed by the British Truck Racing Championship for their second race of the weekend. Yep, let's head down to Parc Ferme then to hear from our race winner.
Well, what a fabulous opening Civic Cup race of the weekend. We've got our podium finishers gathering behind us, and we get to start with Dave Marshall, who for the second event in a row, Dave, wins the first race of the weekend. You're making a habit of this. What a battle you had to get that one, though.
Yeah, that's racing, isn't it? Yeah, sorry to Sean for that contact the first lap. One of them where I'd seen that he was sort of setting up a bit wider for the hairpin, and I was committed up to the back of Campy, and it looked like he just tried to close the apex a bit. But he got me farewell back at the next hairpin, so tit for tat, but yeah, really pleased to just get my head down. I don't think I've ever raced Campy in 3 years of Civic Cup.
Wow.
I don't think I have. I might be wrong in saying that, not properly anyway. So yeah, he was really strong under the bridge, I noticed that, but yeah, it was just one of them, don't push too hard, keep the fronts in, and yeah, what a car. Huge thanks to K Car Sales, all the sponsors, MJB, sports cars for the engine. It all comes together and the results show.
What's making the difference this year then? Because I said in commentary, we've seen you win reverse grid races a lot, you know, sometimes the start of the weekend isn't quite as strong as the end, but you've really turned that around this year. You're qualifying well, you're racing well right from the get-go.
Yeah, don't know really. I mean, is it the car? Because I don't feel
the driver.
I don't feel like I've changed as a driver. I honestly don't feel like I drive any different than I did 3 years ago. Right. But it's just a case of, you know, having a slightly lighter car now. The other car was a bit of a brute. I've lost a little bit of timber, not enough, and a strong engine. It does help just having that punch. For instance, like last corner, I'm third gear all the other times. I was second gear in the old car, and it's, you don't think it, but just that one shift, it's half a car length down past the straight. So, yeah, no, can't complain with that, can I?
You shouldn't really. Fantastic job, Dave. Congratulations on the race win. Right, Campy was second. Let's go and find him if we can. Alistair, can we grab you? Sorry. Well, great battle. Dave enjoyed it, did you?
Of course you enjoyed it. You smoked me. Yeah, no, really good, mate. And like, I'm glad he didn't pull away, if that made sense. He just kept the gap, but I suppose it's the same for him in the start. I pulled away and I made a mistake at Coram and it cost me dearly. That's where I lost a lot, but just felt like it pushed. But yeah.
So it was a moment rather than the pace disappearing then, it was just that one little thing?
Yeah, one little thing, and obviously Dave got on the bumper and then he just literally managed to get the cut back, coming through as I locked again going into there, but yeah, heat doesn't like the weight, that's for sure. But yeah, so like I say, it didn't affect us in quali, but definitely, yeah. But we've seen that the other day testing, that was only doing 10s, so yeah, it's all good.
It's good fun, isn't it? I mean, the racing's always been good in Civic Cup, but you guys really seem to be enjoying yourselves this year. The regs are working, aren't they?
Yeah, 100% the regs are working, and everyone's clean racing, which is what we want to see. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're going to get the odd battle scan, and don't look in the back, guys. Coming out there doing justice. But yeah, it's that close. You're going to get the odd bit when you do 100 mile an hour, aren't you? But yeah, but like again, you look behind us, 3 different people on the podium again. So it's really good every round. Like, I'm sure it'll change again for race 2 tomorrow.
We're looking forward to it. Can be well done on the second place now.
Turning up as well on this.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to give you the microphone for that bit, Alistair. Right, third position was Josh Bromley, who is over here, not by his car. Josh, can we grab you over here? We should probably be stood by your car, I suppose, but we'll wander over there. It's all right, Josh, we've got all day, it's fine. Congratulations, third place. You were being shown the black and orange flag at the end because of the bumper, but you got to the line in third, and what a battle it was on the way there. Do you enjoy that?
Absolutely, and the car was absolutely brilliant. You know, the box construction car at Snetterton, honestly, Hutch has got it absolutely dialed in, and it was just a shame. I hope we can see what happens with the black and orange flag, because they're showing it me on the last lap is when I seen it. So yeah, third on the road, first EP3, and first proper podium of this year, so I'm absolutely over the moon.
And you were on it right from the start, weren't you? You clearly felt confident right from lap 1.
Yeah, we had an issue in qualifying, we had no fifth gear, so we knew there was more pace in the car, so I managed to pick a few off the start. I've really got it away, and yeah, great to bring it home in third.
Congratulations, Joss, and we'll let you know what goes on with the black and orange. Hopefully you get to keep it. That is a wrap on Civic Cup. We've got minis heading out on track then. Back over to Dave.
Yes, thanks very much indeed to Andy McEwen. We'll see him back tomorrow for more from the Civics TCRs and the Audi Cup as well. But now it's time for the Mini Challenge Club Sports. The split grid as always. The less powerful non-supercharged Coopers start from the back, and the other classes in their mixed grid towards the front, the S56 and S53 classes. Freddie Hewitt set pole position this morning in the number 5 car with number 70 Ollie Wilmot, the championship leader in their category, the S56 class alongside him. On the second row of the grid, 77 Adrian Lingy and 41 Ian Trundley. Then the first of the S53 cars, DJ Paul Sawyer on row 3 alongside Welshman James Dudley in number 7. Row 4 is Ben Trundley, number 16, second of the S53s, and 55 Simon Sinfield. On the fifth row, we've got number 10, Sinfield and Sawyer's teammate David Gibbons from the Crafted Motorsport team alongside 219 Chris Johnson. We heard from him earlier on. Next up, a newcomer to this category, 24 Carmen Reeve alongside 231 Steve Webb, who had 1 or 2 issues in qualifying but did manage to set a time. 469 Lauren Fletcher and treble 7 John Wyatt, a jeweller by trade, which is why he races a gold car, completing the 14 cars on our first segment of the grid. Then there's the gap, and we've got the Coopers starting from row 10. Number 20 Jacob Heap is on pole for them, the current Cooper class championship leader, starting alongside 33 Jacob Baldry. Reigning Cooper champion Dan Truman, number 19, is next alongside 53 Neil Clark. Then number 12 Colin Wilmot, father of Ollie, who starts on the front row. 23 Dan Butcher Lord alongside him. Penultimate row, 14 Chris Aram and 67 Mark Reed, and 28 David Taylor, all the way from Dundee in Scotland, rounds out the grid. That's your lineup then for the BMW Mini Coopers. And a message from Dave Taylor earlier says, big shout out to TNS Racing, his team, for sticking with him through all the hurdles. David says thanks to his mum for keeping him sane, and all his supporters for their help. Also mention his backers, Drive Out the Stigma, the late Aidan Taylor, and Men's Mental Health. Fair play, David. He starts from the tail of the field, but he'll try not to stay there long. Always an entertainer is Dave Taylor with the TNS racing car. So it's waiting for the cars to get round to the grid then on their quite long green flag lap. It's a long circuit, as we say here at Snetterton. It's the grey car of Freddie Hewitt that will start on pole position with the green and purple flashes. Watch out for Freddie, he's a demon starter, so expect to see him lead the way into the first corner at Riches for the first time. Alongside him is Ollie Wilmot, who's done the vast majority of the race winning this year. He leads the S56 class points on 91, Freddie Hewitt on 74, Andy Langley on 66. I don't think Andy's here this weekend. And the S53 class is led by Paul Sawyer, former Radio 1 DJ, on 84 points, ahead of Ben Trundley on 77, Chris Johnson on 73. The Coopers headed by Jacob Heap, number 81. On 81 points, I should say, Jacob Heap. He's the number 20, the Golf livery car. Dan Truman just a point behind him, and Dan Butcher Lord on 70. Those are your point standings heading into this latest weekend for this very busy mini challenge Clubsport season aimed at the relative newcomer to club racing. There's Ollie Wilmot, the Swiss-based racer, works in the skiing industry over in Switzerland, the white and red car. Second row of the grid, we've got the green and gold car of Adrian Lingy. He's being coached by Bradley Gravitt, son of British touring car champion Rob Gravitt this season. And alongside him we have the dark grey and black car of Ian Trundley. Good qualifying performance by him, the Trundley Group racing car. James Dudley, the black and red, on row 3 alongside Paul Sawyer, the first of the crafted motorsport cars. The red lights are on, revs are up, and away we go with the first race of the weekend for the Mini Challenge Clubsport with AirTech Motorsport. 3 races for them this weekend, and everybody away well. It is Freddie Hewitt who goes into the lead from pole position. They charge their way down. The Coopers already catching up to the S-Class cars further back. Jacob Heap leads them in the number 20, the pale blue and orange Gulf liveried car. But it is Freddie Hewitt who leads from Ollie Wilmot into the hairpin for the first time. That looks like Adrian Lingy up there in third place. It's a little tricky to see in the glare of the sun there, the sun having burnt through the earlier cloud here at Snetterton. Somebody running wide onto the grass. I think that was Jacob Baldry a little further back in the order as they make their way round Palmer for the first time. Jacob Heat leads, and somebody's off. That's Colin Wilmot. Wilmot Senior is off at Palmer. He must have got a nudge there. Having a look up the inside, Paul Sawyer with his teammates. I think that's Simon Sinfield behind him. The only way you can tell the crafted motorsport, the white, green and purple cars apart, is by the colours of their wheels. Still on his wheels is Colin Wilmot. He's got going again at the back of the field, down towards Agostini. The rest of the pack heading out towards the back of the circuit at Williams and Oggies. Your early leader is the number 5 of Freddie Hewitt. Everybody else files through behind. Here they come down the Bentley straight up towards the bridge. Hewitt leads from Wilmot. They're already pulling away from Adrian Lingy, who's in third position. They turn into Brundle. These 3 have pulled well ahead of their opposition, battling it out for fourth place. So he comes through in fourth. There's Lingy in third position. Looks like it is Ian Trundley in fourth place. Then we've got the first of the crafted motorsport cars. I would imagine that's Sawyer and Sinfield up there together if possible. So they come towards the completion of lap number 1. Freddie Hewitt's from Ollie Wilmot, about 3 mini lengths between the two of them as they come through to complete the first lap. These two have pretty much divided up the wins between the two of them over the last couple of years. The only exception being Andy Langley, who had a win at Thruxton. Over the line they go. Lingy in third place, then it's Trundley in fourth place, then Sawyer and Sinfield. Ben Trundley is next in the order, then James Dudley, the Welshman. The S53 class led by Paul Sawyer up there in 5th overall. Waiting for the Hoopers to come through to complete their opening lap. Here they come. There's Jacob Heap, who will lead them through ahead of Dan Truman. Jacob Baldry in third position. Leaders up at the hairpin for the second time. Sawyer ahead of his teammate Sinfield. They're in different classes, S53 and S56. There they are, 5th and 6th place. Sinfield with the purple wheels ahead of Ben Trundley with the pink roof. There's James Dudley in the red and black at number 7 car, the Welshman. He's in S56. Ben Trundley is second in the S53 class, and third is Chris Johnson there. He is number 219. That car rebuilt after a smash on the very first lap of the weekend at Thruxton. Behind him is, looks like David Gibbons up there in 10th position. Behind him, John Wyatt, who made up 4 places on the opening lap. Also got a VW Golf he competes in various events. There he is, the gold car. The jeweller from Brentwood in Essex. Here come the leaders down towards the bridge once again. Ollie Wilmot sticking with our race leader. They pull clear of Adrian Lingy in third position. It's Ian Trundley in fourth. Still no change in the order at the moment, although having a look further back, Wyatt on the tail of James Dudley, I think that is, of up into Brundle and Nelson. That's for 8th place. Chris Johnson has dropped back slightly in the 2:19, I note. Cooper still led by Jacob Heap. He's half a second ahead of Daniel Truman. Jacob Baldry in 3rd. All still running at the moment. It's 23 cars at the start of this race. 24 on the entry list. The one missing is Andy Langley, sadly not able to be here this weekend. Over the line go the leaders. Freddie Hewitt does a 2:16.360, completes lap number 2. Here the whine of the superchargers in these S-Class cars. S for supercharger, the Mini Cooper S. All 1600cc. Enormous fun to drive, the BMW Minis. Very popular in rallycross as well. There is a dedicated class in rallycross for BMW Mini Coopers. As Adrian Lingy through in 3rd place. The 2 leaders well clear though. Gap was nearly 4 seconds to Ollie Wilmot in front of him. We've seen this pattern many times over the last couple of years, with Hewitt leading the early laps, and then Wilmot will zap him about halfway through. John Wyatt continuing to move up the order. He's having a go at Ben Trundley now. He's got past James Dudley. Little bit of damage on the number 24 there. That's Carmen Reeve. Carmen just behind Jacob Baldry, the top 3 of the Coopers. Carmen's in an S56 but is a newcomer to the series. Gets up the inside there, will take Daniel Truman. Nicely done. So making their way through the Coopers there. A couple of the slower S56s.
All of those supported the British Truck Racing Championship. And again, the final round
down towards Brundle they come. John Wyatt ahead of one of the Trundleys. That's Ben Trundley's got ahead. So John Wyatt making up some useful places here. The treble 7 through the bomb hole. Wyatt up to P7.
Comes up now towards the line with his Freddie Hewitt Racing sponsorship. Heads through. Can he do another quick lap off?
Who will his next target be? Ben Trundley second in the S53 class behind Paul Sawyer. 3rd in that category. A little further back is Chris Johnson in the 2:19. But a relatively quiet start to the weekend for the Mini Challenge Clubsport with Airtech Motorsport. Waiting for the Cooper pack to come through. You can just see them in the background there exiting Murray's. Let's see if Jacob Heap is still in front there. He's certainly got the measure of Dan Truman, who won the category title last season. They're on the tail there. A couple of the bigger class cars, Lauren Fletcher and Carmen Reeve. Still Heap who leads the class by 0.3 of a second. 29 is Paul Sawyer, a racing DJ. Radio 1 DJs have certainly had plenty of links with motorsport over the years, likes of Dave Lee Travis and Noel Edmonds. DLT was a drag racer, of course. Noel Edmonds has been involved in all manner of types of motorsport, everything from the Tour of Britain rally in the 70s to the Paynos Le Mans effort at Le Mans, and running wide there, that's Simon Sinfield getting on the grass at Hamilton's. Very easy to do. Wyatt and Trundley go by up to 6th and 7th. And there's a scrap further back. Lauren Fletcher, Carmen Reeve, and here are the Coopers, led by Jacob Heap. There's Neil Clark in the Union Flag livery car, the Austin Powers car as we call it. Well, I call it. Hopefully he's behaving himself back in the pack.
Still very small. 3 cars separated by less than a second as they headed on to the 4th lap of the race.
This battle headed up by Ian Trundley, who's being reeled in by Paul Sawyer. 6 seconds off the top 3. So Hewitt, Wilmot and Lingy, the top 3 runners in this Mini Challenge Clubsport with Airtech Motorsports opener of the weekend. There's Lingy in 3rd position, the green and gold machine. Coaching from Bradley Gravett certainly paying off. Over the line go the leaders. Still 2 seconds in it between Hewitt and Wilmot. It's Freddie Hewitt finally going to break Ollie Wilmot's dominance this 2026 season. Across the stripe they go. Still all 23 cars running safely. Tom Wyatt continues his moves up the order, now challenging Paul Sawyer for 5th position. Then Trundley 7th, then Sinfield. There's James Dudley. Wyatt gets a tighter line there coming off Agostini. He's got Ian Trundley in his sights here as well, John Wyatt. Freddie Hewitt still holds that 2-second lead. Simon Sinfield back to 8th after running wide at this part of the circuit a little earlier on. Freddie Hewitt continuing to pull away. Looks like his lead has increased there as they come through towards Brundle and Nelson. There's a battle in the Coopers. Jacob Baldry closing up on Dan Truman with Jacob Heap just ahead of them. That's the top 3 in the class. Jacob Heap and Jacob Baldry, both former junior saloon car competitors. They're out on track a little later on today. Leader over the line. Let's see what the gap is going to be this time. It was 2.08 seconds. It's now 2.6 seconds. So yes, the leader has pulled away by just over half a second. Freddie Hewitt. He thinks there's been a bit of contact in the Coopers. Look at Jacob Heap. His number plate cover is hanging off, I think. Hope it doesn't block the radiator grill too much. Daniel Truman still second. The white car of Jacob Baldry in 3rd. Through Coram. It's 3 seconds clear of Neil Clark in the 53. Three Coopers over the line, clear of Harris Clark in 4th place, Dan Butcher-Lord in 5th, and Chris Aram in the green car in 6th. Still no catching the 2 out in front. They're over 7 seconds clear of Adrian Lingy in 3rd now, and he's and who's that going off? The 55, Simon Sinfield in trouble. That's coming out of Palmer up towards Agostini. He's pulled over onto the grass. So there'll be yellow flags there. You can see the yellow light board flashing. Simon Sinfield, unfortunately, who was running 6th in Class 8 overall, is out of the race. Coopers battling it out amongst themselves. In the overall classification, the leader, Jacob Heap, is 14th. They're keeping pace with Lauren Fletcher and Carmen Reeve ahead of them. He certainly has gone by quickly. Only just over a minute left on the clock now. As the leaders go through over the line, just over 2 seconds in it, so it's looking good for Freddie Hewitt. He's into his last lap now. Eight seconds clear of Lingy in 3rd position. Through the hairpin they go. Is Freddie Hewitt finally going to pick up a win in 2026? Can Ollie Wilmot catch him? Wilmot was a few tenths quicker on that last lap, 6/10 of a second to be precise. He was quicker, but he's not really closing in on Freddie Hewitt. So there'll be a yellow flag there at Palmer and Agostini, of course, as that stranded car of Sinfield.
I think second one is John Wyatt, although he has got a transponder issue, so whether in fact it is him or...
John Wyatt, I can tell you, is now up into 4th place ahead of Ian Trundley. So a good run through for the 777.
Meantime, two drivers have just received track awarded, and being number 19 and also 33, so the second and third place are actually
Freddie Hewitt flings his car and flinging onto the grass there. Who was that? Ian Trundley, I think. Paul Sawyer has a look up the inside. It's one of the Trundleys. I'm just trying to see the number there. It might be Ian, it might be Ben. No, I think it's Ben. Battling with the low sun is causing a few issues here. Unfortunately on my monitor. Sorry about this. But it's going to be a win for Freddie Hewitt. He's finally going to hang on and hold off Ollie Wilmot for a victory.
Of the season, it's been second
through Coram for the last time. Well, with the exception of the win for Andy Langley at Thruxton earlier this season, it has been Ollie Wilmot all the way, but at long last, the man who had become a bit of a Mr. Second Place in the Mini Challenge Clubsport with Airtech Motorsports is going to become Mr. P1 here at Snetterton. Checkered flag is at the ready. Freddie Hewitt wins at Snetterton. Ollie Wilmot settles for second. And they're clear of Adrian Lingy, who will be on the podium once again. He's having a real strong run of form. David Taylor ahead of him there, finishing a lap down. Lingy takes 3rd place. Then a gap back to John Wyatt. Good run through the field for him to take P4 in the Gold Cup. Ian Trundley is 5th. Who's going to be 6th though? It's Ben Trundley, and he wins the S53 class, so he and Paul Sawyer must have had a bit of coming together on that final lap, because Sawyer only 8th behind James Dudley. Chris Johnson takes 9th. Wait to confirm 10th place. I think it'll be David Gibbons. Yes, there he is, the number 10. These two still at it. Fletcher and Reeve. Behind them will be the Coopers. Is Jacob Heap going to hang on all the way for another victory to extend his points lead in the class? Ahead of them we've got Lauren Fletcher slugging it out with Carmen Reeve in the 24. It's going to be a Cooper class win, I think, for Jacob Heap, unless Daniel Truman can slipstream him here. Up to the line they come, and Heap hangs on just ahead of Truman and Baldry. That was close in the Coopers. Only about half a second separating the top 3 in that class.
Change too much, but we had all of those drivers covered by less than a second throughout the course of that race. But for now, Freddie Hewitt is victorious with a margin of 1.7 seconds over.
Waiting for the last couple of cars to come home, including Colin Wilmot, who recovered from his off at Palmer on the first lap. Just the one retirement there. Bad luck, Simon Sinfield. So the provisional results of race 1 of the weekend of 3 for the Mini Challenge Clubsport with Airtech Motorsport. Freddie Hewitt takes his first win of the season, 1.7 seconds ahead of Ollie Wilmot, and 10 seconds further back was Adrian Lingy in 3rd place. John Wyatt making up several places there for 4th. Then the Trundleys, Ian and Ben. Ben winning Class S53. 7th overall going to James Dudley. Then Paul Sawyer has to settle for 2nd in Class in 8th. Chris Johnson and David Gibbons round out the top 10. Lauren Fletcher held off Carmen Reeve for 11th. And then the Coopers were won by Jacob Heap in 13th, extends his points lead ahead of Daniel Truman and Jacob Baldry. Then it was Neil Clark, Dan Butcher-Lord, Chris Aram, Steve Webb in the 231 after a few issues in qualifying earlier. Then we had Mark Reed in the 67, Colin Wilmot and Dave Taylor finished the lap down. Sadly we lost Simon Sinfield. He pulled over on the run to Agostini. I think we can head down to Paul in Parc Fermé to catch up with Fast Freddie Hewitt.
Well, that was round number 10, ladies and gentlemen, on the Mini Change Clubsport with AirTech Motorsport, and it's the first win of the season, I do believe, for none other than Freddie Hewitt. Freddie, it's been a long time coming this year. You finally made it happen. What was the magic out there?
It's home race. That's all. No, Ollie's just been great all season. But no, it's good. It's good to get it here. We're at home. Everyone's come to watch, so it's great.
Oh, fantastic. Well, first win on the board then. Can you make it another 2 tomorrow?
That's the aim. I'll be kicking myself if I don't.
Well, fair play. Congratulations. We'll leave you to celebrate.
Thank you.
Well, that's our winner, ladies and gentlemen, and we now come on to our second place finisher. It is none other than Ollie Wilmot, of course, and well, as we make our way on a round, I wonder if we can grab a quick word with Ollie. Is he available? Ollie, you got time for a quick word? Of course. Second place today, but to be fair, you've had 8 wins this season, so you've got to share them at some point. I mean, still a solid drive.
I do have to share them sometimes, don't I? But yeah, it was a solid drive. We've got some turbo issues, so it's a bit painful, but hey ho.
So turbo issues, but 2 more races tomorrow. Similar conditions expected. Is it still going to be challenging, do you think?
Carry on hunting Freddie down, so yeah, let's see.
Well, fair play. We'll keep up the hunt. Well done today. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, that was our second place finisher, ladies and gentlemen, Ollie Wilmot, and we're going to go round the front here to come to your third place finisher. And it's going to be none other than David Lingy, who I think we're going to get a word with as I try to find him. Where's David gone? Well, he's run off somewhere, ladies and gentlemen. I saw him earlier on. Excuse me, gents. You haven't seen David, as in David Lingy around?
Adrian.
Sorry?
Adrian.
Oh, Adrian, my apologies. I'm very sorry. Getting names mixed up. Oh, I'll go over there. We're going to have to do a bit of walking, Danny. Sorry about this. And sorry for you saying it's David when it's Adrian. There with us. Excuse me, gents. Adrian, you got time for a quick word? Third place, yeah. A very solid drive, another podium this season. Yeah. Looking strong as always.
It's looking all right. I just couldn't catch those 2. They're just too fast, too good. I tried my best, but they just disappeared.
Well, to be fair, you had a busy race holding on to third.
I did for the first corner. I think it was a bit close. I didn't really see, to be honest. I was just sort of hoping he would give me the room, and he did. And then, yeah, just pulled away from fourth, which is great. So hold on to third, which was the aim, which we've done. So really good.
Well, so therefore, another 2 podiums tomorrow, perhaps.
Fingers crossed.
Well, wish you all the best luck for tomorrow. But until then, well done.
Cheers. Thanks a lot.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to keep on moving, and well, that being Adrian Lingy, and we are actually going to now make our way back to the commentary booth to Dave Goddard as we get ourselves set up for some truck racing.
Yes, thanks, Paul. Getting ready to go from Mini to Giants, if you like, as we switch from the Minis to our second truck race of the weekend, round 17 of the British Truck Racing Championship. Just looking at the results of race 1, it was a win for Stuart Oliver ahead of David Jenkins and Nathan Smith. There were a couple of penalties handed out for overspeeding further back in the order. Neil Yates, number 33, and 96 Bradley Harvey both got a 10-second penalty because their trucks went faster than the strictly limited 100 miles an hour. If you go over that speed limit, then you will receive that penalty. Let's have a look at the grid then for our second race, based on the second fastest time for each driver from qualifying. It's an all-Oliver front row, Stewart ahead of son Michael. Second row, David Jenkins, the championship leader in 69, alongside 86 Tom O'Rourke. Good position for him. Row 3, Neil Yates, looking for his first ever win, and Nathan Smith alongside him. Then Simon Reed's Iveco, Stephen Powell's MAN. The first of the Division 2 trucks are on row 5. Callum Eason, winner earlier on by about 30 seconds over Simon Cole, lines up on row 5 alongside number 6 of John Powell. Simon Faulkner failed to finish race 1. Hopefully he's back out in Ricky Collett's MAN alongside Craig Reed, who's further back this time in his Iveco. Row 7, father and son, Simon Cole and Archie Handy. On row 8, Sammy Oyanen, and hopefully Jake Evans is there this time. He missed the first race, problems from qualifying. And the Harveys are on the final row, Bradley and Warren. Mentioned earlier, we are missing number 14, John Bowler, who had a win at Pembrake. He's getting married this weekend. All the best to John and Becky, getting married down in Greece. Very nice indeed. See him back out at Convoy in the Park. At Donington Park, August the 8th and 9th, is the next round of the British Truck Racing Championship. Waiting for the circuit to be cleared then. All the marshals will move back off their posts in the interests of safety. See the pace truck ready to lead them out. The GT tyres MAN. It's the two GT tyres sponsored trucks of Team Oliver Racing who are on the front row of the grid. Michael Oliver would have been on the front row in race 1, but he got that penalty for contact with Neil Yates at Pembrey. We go on to Donington. There's a round at Le Mans on the Bugatti circuit in France as well. The season finale, October the 31st and November the 1st, the fireworks weekend at Brands Hatch, where we have the big show truck parade. There's a few show trucks on display on the infield here at Snetterton as well this weekend.
They all reside in Division 1, and then of course we have Division 2, which is more of an introductory class for those who want to make that step into this championship. It also gives a chance for some newcomers to come and give them a try if you've got a smaller budget.
Didn't get a chance to read out any of your comments during that one. Jan says, our presenter for the Civics, Andy McEwen, looks a little bit sunburned, but not as bad as I am. Yes, indeed. Very hot conditions here. It's certainly warmed up here at Snetterton. It was cloudy this morning. Hi to Luke Webster, cheering on Will Butsey in the Civics. Hi to Ryan Stutchbury, former rallycross star. Andy Fryers Junction says, good luck Dan Truman Racing from sponsor Sawyer Models, cheering you on from Barrow Hill Roundhouse in Derbyshire. Don't get me talking about model railway, as I'll really start geeking out. Out come the Olivers then. They'll take up the front row for this one. Good to see Tom O'Rourke up there. Held on to take a win in the final race at Pembrey, making it 10 winners in Division 1 in 2026. About the only Division 1 drivers here this weekend we've not seen take a win is Neil Yates. Is he going to put the record straight here? Simon Reed hasn't either, but he's missed the last couple of weekends at Thruxton and Pembrey with business commitments. There's John Powell. He's lost his front valance off the truck. You'll notice there after he had those problems in race 1. Hi to Ash Harvey, cheering on Bradley and Warren. Imi Eason says, go Callum. Our Division 2 winner in race 1. It's keeping it steady behind the pace truck at the moment. It's be a 15-minute race. Round 17, the British Truck Racing Championship for 2026.
And that is the firework truck racing weekend. And again, if you've never been to that one, highly recommended, because what you do get.
Good to see Steve Horn back in the paddock this weekend as well.
Sunday, that alone is worth the price you pay for the entry into the circuit.
Racers and officials never really retire, do they? Good to have you here, Steve. Callum Easton alongside John Powell leading the Division 2 trucks. The result of this race sets the grid for race 4 of the weekend, with the top 8 reversed.
Have a look at the details on that, all available of course on the MSV website, which is of course Sister Circuit.
There'll also be a grid walk tomorrow ahead of that race 4, time permitting during the lunch break.
In the British Truck Racing Championship, but for now, trucks are heading their way down.
Might pop out of the commentary box and join that myself.
The grid's ready to go, and the way the grid lines up then for the second race of the day is with number 7, Stuart Oliver, on pole position. Alongside him, number 12 is going to be Michael Oliver, so father against son.
Keeping it nice and steady around in 2x2 formation. It's looking towards the back of the grid here. Is Jake Evans there? I don't think he is. So have those problems from qualifying proven terminal. Yes, there's a gap next to Sammy Oyenham where he should be. I can only see one of the Harveys as well.
And number 3, Stephen Howe. The pit row then lines up with the Division
Which of the Harveys is that at the back of the field? We saw Bradley have some problems in the opening race. Yes, he's not there. Warren is there. They're missing a couple of trucks for race number 2 off the weekend, round 17 of the season. Crowd settles in for the second thrash of the day for the big rigs. 3 more races to come tomorrow. 2 more races today after this. Junior Saloon cars, we've got the pickup trucks as well.
And we'll be hopeful that he is there in race number 2, but can't quite see if that truck is actually on the grid. So we could have Jake Evans as a non-start.
So an all Oliver front row then, with David Jenkins, the points leader, poised to attack down towards Riches for the first time. This first corner is not going to be for the faint of heart. Tom O'Rourke poised on the outside as well in the International Navistar. Ready to rumble with round 17 of the season for the 2026 British Truck Racing Championship. The pace truck is in pit lane. The red lights are on. Some 16,000 horsepower about to be unleashed when the red light goes out, which it does now, and here we go, down towards the first corner at Riches. Everybody away cleanly. Who's going to get into that first turn first? Stewart and Michael Oliver side by side. We're trying to make a move up the inside is Neil Yates. He's got away well in the number 33. That's into the inside as well is Simon Faulkner. One truck running out a bit wide in there. We'll try and identify who that was in a moment. The Olivers still side by side as they go towards Wilson Hairpin for the first time. David Jenkins tucks in on the inside. Michael Oliver runs out wide. Jenkins could get through here for second. Neil Yates is in 4th position. Looks like John Powell challenging Callum Easton for the lead in Division 2. But it's the Olivers who hold that 1-2 position. Michael Oliver holds off David Jenkins. There's Yates 4th. Somebody running out wide. All this contact there. Nathan Smith got the back wheels off the ground. He tangled up with Tom O'Rourke. Spins around. Great shame for Nathan. But thankfully, there seems to be no major damage there, and hopefully Nathan can get going again. David Jenkins holding off Yates. Then it's one of the Reeves in 5th position. That's Simon. 6th is Tom O'Rourke. 7th Craig Reed. 8th is Steve Powell. John Powell leads Division 2. Nathan Smith has got going again at the back of the field. He'll try and catch up. Take him a lap or 2 to do so, I think. Back of the field, other than him, is Warren Harvey in the 97. Sammy Oyanen towards Oggies, chasing Simon Cole in the 41. Down among the Division 2 trucks, Simon Faulkner. His first meeting in a couple of years. Here come your leaders. Stuart Oliver will lead them under the bridge for the first time. Michael acting as the tail gunner behind him. David Jenkins looking to hunt them down as he looks to keep his championship lead. Tom O'Rourke has dropped back a bit. There's quite a gap opened up as a result of that tangle with Nathan Smith. First 5 have been able to break away. O'Rourke coming under fire now. It's Craig Reed can't quite get alongside it. Craig started down in 12th in this race, and there's problems there. Is that Sammy Oyanen slowing up? No, it's Archie Handy, the number 40. So Archie in trouble again. He seems to pull into the pits at the end of the 3rd lap in every race and then continue, doesn't he? Just over a second in it for the lead between the 2 Olivers. Inside there, Tom O'Rourke moves across on Craig Reed. Good fight going on for 6th place. Stephen Powell a little further behind them. He's again in the provisional pole slot for race 4. He's already taken provisional pole with 8th place in race 3, with the top 8 reverse grid being used. Stephen Powell up onto the tail though of Craig Reed. David Jenkins just keeping a watching brief on Michael Oliver for 2nd place. Nathan Smith still going. He's just behind Archie Handy, who didn't come into the pits this time at the end of lap 1. Less frantic opener than we saw, frantic race this time, and the opener we saw from the trucks earlier on.
say Craig Reed, but will Craig go for a little bit of a lunge anywhere on this lap? He's probably getting a little bit frustrated. He can see the next two trucks up the road.
Top three breaking away slightly now from Neil Yates, who's in fourth position. Simon Reed in fifth. Tom O'Rourke a little further back in sixth position, trying to hold off Craig Reed and Stephen Powell.
Just heading on towards there now is the John Powell.
Can Neil Yates catch these three out in front? He's almost towing Simon Reed behind him. Division 2 still being led by John Powell, number 6. There's Tom O'Rourke, and still Craig Reed unable to get past him. That's the battle for 6th place. Behind them, Stephen Powell. Leaders come out of Murray's for the second time. Really hear the rumble of these trucks from down there at Murray's as they put the power down for the Senna straights. Just over a second in it for the lead. Stuart Oliver did 2:25.452 that time through. No change in the order at the moment. John Powell leads Division 2 in 9th place overall, ahead of Calamisu, who's got ahead of Simon Cole into second in class. Cole may have had a problem somewhere. He's dropped down the timing tower on that last lap. David Jenkins closing up onto the back of Michael Oliver now for second. Has a look to the inside there, but not able to get close enough into Agostini. Can he get the cut back on the exit here, David Jenkins, man from Stafford? LKQ Digraph Transport, MAN. Put your teeth in, Connor. Verse 3 pulling fairly well clear now. They're nearly 3 seconds clear of Neil Yates in 4th position. Through to Williams. Now David Jenkins, this is his chance to try and get alongside Michael Oliver and attack for second place. Stewart, his main title rival, who he wants to get after here.
Did anything come of that battle between Dave Jenkins and Michael Oliver? They did away towards the bridge once again. No, it didn't, but now
to the left at Brundle, the tighter right at Nelson. A little puff of smoke from Michael Oliver's machine. Through the Coram go the leaders, then Yates and Reed. Now here's a replay of a moment further back. This is the battle for 6th place. Craig Reed had a look up the inside and bash! Clips the back of Tom O'Rourke. Get off, says the Scotsman. Here's the battle further forward of them. Neil Yates and Simon Reed, the older of the brothers. Over the line go the leaders. 1.6 seconds in it for the lead. Jenkins a further 8/10ths back in third to reach half distance in the second race of the weekend with the British Truck Racing Championship here at Snetterton. Yates still under fire from Simon Reed for 4th position. Stuart Oliver looking to make it 2 for the weekend.
There's been a bit of argy-bargy across the course of that previous lap.
Leader comes through the left-hander at Palmer. David Jenkins getting closer against the back of the 12.
Towards the rear of Division 2 at the minute, but again that might just be a little bit of bodywork rub on that truck after his first lap incident down towards Palmer.
Under 7 minutes remaining in this second of 5 truck races here at Snetterton this weekend. Stuart Oliver leads by 1.6 seconds, looking for win number 2 today.
Division 1 trucks working their way through Division 2. They are, of course, quicker, and you are always hopeful that they have seen the quicker ones coming through.
Out towards the back of the circuit for the 4th time. Division 2 still led by John Powell in 9th place over Callum Easton now second, and Warren Harvey is up to third. Don't know what happened to Simon Cole a few laps ago. He dropped right back down the order. But he's still going. There's Nathan Smith. He's got ahead of Simon Faulkner. It's for 13th place. Front bodywork hanging off. He's maybe had some more contact, or is that a legacy of when he went off on the first lap? I wonder. That's his Sami Ojanen in the Merc as well. Nathan Smith slowly making his way back up the order. Gap between O'Rourke and Craig Reed, only less than a tenth of a second. Let's see what David Jenkins can do. He looks determined here. See how much Michael Oliver's having to defend. The gap has gone out to over 2 seconds to the race leader now. Michael Oliver's last lap was a 2:26.2. Jenkins did a 2:25.6. It's a hairpin. Jenkins gets a little bit crossed up through there. That'll have lost him some momentum. It certainly lost him a couple of truck lengths. Back end just broke loose there in the middle of the hairpin and has allowed Michael Oliver to escape slightly. Only slightly. Leader comes down towards Agostini for the 5th time. Neil Yates in a fine 4th. Nathan Smith still ploughs on, despite that bit of damage to the right front of his truck. Where's he in the order? He's in 11th. Leaders on their 5th lap now, and David Jenkins weaves across to have a look, but he wasn't close enough, or was that just a diversionary tactic to try and put Michael Oliver off? Neil Yates holding back. Simon Reed still for 4th.
On the outside, and let's see how they reappear in towards Brundle and Nelson. They're very similarly different.
Just under 3 minutes to go now in this second truck race of day 1 here at Snetterton. Over the line they go. Stuart Oliver leads by 2 3/4 of a second. I think we'll get 2 more laps out of this. What's Nathan Smith been up to further back? Has he been off again? I hope not. And that's a right front tyre gone. That's exactly the same as happened to him in the last race at Pembroke. He's not having much luck, is he, Nathan? There is Nathan. He's still going. It looks like one of his tyres delaminated there. All the bad luck for Nathan Smith, unfortunately. Still, this battle rages on for 2nd place. Can David Jenkins make a move? Down the inside at Agostini. No. Again, Oliver moves to block him. Behind them, Neil Yates and Simon Reed still nose to tail. Looking at the timing stream, I think Craig Reed has got ahead of Tom O'Rourke at last. And towards the back of the circuit once again. fourth place is Neil Yates. Superb defensive driver he is.
Still finding hardest to close that gap down, so nothing to choose between them as it currently stands, and Archie Hand is the last of our runners.
So this fourth and fifth fight down into Brundle and Nelson. Less than a minute left on the clock, so they'll be going around to start their last lap. This time, Stuart Oliver leading all the way once again, but here comes David Jenkins still throwing everything he's got at Michael Oliver for second place. He wants to try and keep his championship lead. Sniffing around on the back of Michael Oliver's MAN. "20 seconds on the clock as they go over the line. Between second and third places, we have a quarter of a second, less than that. Yates is only half a second clear of Simon Reed as well. That's the top 10 charge over the line.
Kind of asserted himself back on the rear tail now, so 6 and 7 might not be over between those, with Steve Powell in the background in the number 3 spot.
Nathan Smith still ploughs on despite the damage. Archie Handy has been given the black and white warning flag for exceeding track limits. Stuart Oliver's escaped at the front, but it's still all about the battle for second. What can David Jenkins do? He's never going to go around the outside at Agostine. He can barely do that in a car, never mind in a truck. Jenkins perhaps hoping that he can push Michael Oliver into making a mistake. Out towards the back of the circuit for the last time. Stuart Oliver just over 3 seconds clear now. Which side is David Jenkins going to attack? Where's he going to attack? There's a little bit of time there onto the Bentley straights. It's gaining once again. Are we going to see an Oliver 1-2? Or is Jenkins going to spoil their party? They're way ahead of Neil Yates. He's 5 seconds back up the road, still holding off Simon Reed for fourth position. There they are in the background. Through the bomb hole for what will be the last time, and on to Coram. It's going to be 2 out of 2 for the bonneted Volvo of 10 times British champion Stuart Oliver.
This time round, it looks like it's going to be Oliver 1-2.
Who is going to be second? I think Michael Oliver is just about going to hang on over David Jenkins. Good defensive drive by Michael there in the 12. Stuart Oliver comes across the line, takes the checkered flag. 2 out of 2 for him today. Who's going to be second? Jenkins at the inside. They're almost going to finish side by side, but Michael Oliver hangs on. Gap of 0.239 of a second. Neil Yates a fine fourth. Simon Reed in fifth on his return day to the championship. Craig Reed will take 6th. He finally got past Tom O'Rourke. Stephen Powell gets himself another provisional pole for tomorrow with 8th place. Here comes Nathan Smith in what's left of his MAN. Callum Easton over the line. We didn't really get a chance to look at Division 2 in that race. It is Callum Easton who takes the win. He got ahead of John Powell, wins by 4.7 seconds. The battered and bruised Nathan Smith finishes behind them. Rest of the field comes home. We'll confirm the results in a moment. Like all 16 trucks are going to make it home, which is good. But it is Stuart Oliver who takes the win in the number 7. Winning margin of just under 4 seconds in the end.
If it only is going to be second or third to Stuart on that, it will still, by the looks of things, retain the championship.
Give you the provisional results in a moment. Well done to Callum Easton, who came through to take the Division 2 win there, as Archie Handy is our last man in. The provisional results of round 17 of the British Truck Racing Championship 2026. A win for Stuart Oliver ahead of son Michael, just under 4 seconds separating them. Michael just holding off David Jenkins in second place. Neil Yates a good fourth ahead of the Reed brothers. Tom O'Rourke and Stephen Powell, they will take the provisional front row for race 4 tomorrow. John Powell led the early going in Division 2, but it was Callum Easton who came through for a second win of the weekend by 4.7 seconds. Nathan Smith's rejoined Division 1 truck finish behind them. Warren Harvey third in Division 2 this time. Behind them were Simon Faulkner, Simon Cole, Sammy Oyanen and Archie Handy, the final finisher. Let's head down to Pointy in Park Ferry.
Oh, you want trucks, do you? Oh, here they are. Here we go. Let's speak to some drivers, shall we? Okay. Right. Stuart, Dave, I feel like this is like a repeat. So, here's something different. Look at this. Well done, guys. Very well done. Yeah, we spoke to you earlier. Michael, come over here. Come over here. We'll get you in first. Dave and Stuart can be on the sidelines. A hot race for everybody involved. The temperature is definitely up there now, isn't it? My goodness me. That was a battle. I mean, Dave was literally on your back a lot through that entire race.
Oh, it was brilliant. Honestly, he pushed us. Mentally pushed us.
Mentally
pushed
yeah,
us. It was brilliant. Like he had I didn't have a single answer for him. He just kept coming, and I was like, "Will you please just go there?
Please be nice."
No, he was pushing, and it drove me on, and it got us off the back of Dad. And I could have done with, if Dave backed off, I'd have obviously had Dad.
Obvious, absolutely. Dave, I mean, you know.
Oh, now you tell me.
Yeah.
That was good fun. That was proper good fun.
That was great. I mean, yeah, Dave, from your view, obviously, you were giving no chances.
Everything but the kitchen sink at him then, and just great racing. Really, really good racing, and as hard, as fast as we could make him go. Hot weather, great crowd, just brilliant. Yeah, very good.
It's incredible. And Stuart, I mean, you know, did you get to see much action? Must have been a bit boring for you, really.
I would like to say I was disappointed that I didn't see the battle between Dave and Michael.
It was great, mate.
I'm not disappointed at all. From where I was quite happy.
Better than the football tonight when you watch it later.
Oh, hey, I've heard a rumour they've moved the football to 3 a.m. Serious, no joke. I had a contact reach out. Apparently they've moved the footy to 3 a.m.
Well, I won't be.
That'll be early morning for you lot, won't it?
Will it?
Yeah, you bothered by the football?
Yeah, I watch football. I play football. Can you tell?
Absolutely, the Adonis figure. Right? Could you chaps do me a favour and go and speak to Mark Worrell? He's waiting for you over by that particular lamppost where his microphone.
One
works.
second, Pointy.
One, of course.
On my usual lecture.
Absolutely.
Brilliant championship, brilliant team, brilliant commercials partners, brilliant family, but most ably supported by my team of guys at work. That without them, I couldn't be here. I couldn't have the time. And it's Phil's birthday today, so happy birthday, Phil. Without whom I wouldn't be here. Yeah.
Well done, Phil. Happy birthday, Phil. Very good. Thank you, Dave. Right, let's go quickly find if we can see.
He's not having a pay rise.
He's not having a pay rise. You heard that here first, Phil. You're not having a pay rise. If we can find any Division 2 drivers before we throw back, then we will. But no, it looks like they're all quite far down. So that's enough of that. I believe we're going to a pre-record now, so we got a chance to speak to some of the junior saloon drivers earlier on. So let's see what Paul has to say to them.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, ahead of our Junior Saloon Car Championship race, the first of them here at Snetterton, I'm with none other than Jamie Fagan on his debut race. Jamie, you looking forward to it?
Of course I am. These cars are fantastic. It's been a wonder to drive.
for me personally, better than karting by a mile. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, fantastic. Have you set yourself any targets for this race?
Just finish, really. To be honest, the goal is just to finish, try and make up some positions since I'm starting 17th. But yeah.
Fair play, some time to be made. We wish you the best luck with the race and look forward to seeing you out there.
Thank you very much.
Alrighty, well, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's over to the racing.
It certainly is, yes. Thanks, Paul. Good to hear from one of our newcomers there this weekend. It is an increased grid of 20 cars for the latest round of the Junior Saloon Car Championship this year. This is round 13 of the season. And the points are led by Ollie Smith. And car number 80 scored a hat-trick at the first round of the year at Donington. Had 2 wins at Cadwell Park. And then at race 3, Max Scharfegger took the win. That race was red flagged when Matthew Swatton unfortunately rolled over. At Croft, there were wins for Max Scharfegger and another for Ollie Smith. Then a welcome first win for Matthew Swatton in race 1 at Pembury, with Ollie Smith taking races 2 and 3. Well, race 1 of the weekend is set by the fastest times for each driver from the qualifying session this morning, and it is Ollie Smith who's on pole, but he wasn't quite the fastest in that qualifying session. It was a new name that actually topped qualifying. Number 18, Hasnain Khan from Yorkshire in the Musketeer Motorsport car, but he got a 2-place grid penalty for a penalty from the previous event, so he drops to the second row of the grid, and it is Ollie Smith who will line up on pole in the number 80 car. If you've not seen the Junior Saloon cars before, they're identical 1600cc Citroen Saxo VTR, and this is their best grid of the season so far. So Ollie Smith will start on pole on car number 80 with number 14 Martin Wright from Cornwall alongside him. Hasnain Khan, despite that grid penalty, lines up on row 2 with Max Scharfegger, number 23, alongside. Row 3, the man who was the happiest man in all of Pembury last time out with his first ever win, Matthew Swatton in the Kersley Motorsport car with Zane Quecker. Good qualifying effort from him alongside the number 44. Row 4 is the first of our newcomers, Tom Justice in the 57 car. He should have made his debut for Kersley Motorsport at Pembury. Unfortunately, he crashed his car in testing on the Friday of that weekend, so wasn't able to race, but he's out here for his debut alongside number 87, Leon Holly. Completing the top 10, 94, Lachlan Homer. Now, he got a 3-place grid penalty. Leon Holly was penalised 2 places as well from qualifying. Lachlan Homer lines up alongside Jake Wardle. Then row 6, number 41, Will Omar. New paint job for him this weekend. Lines up alongside Ricky Pittman in number 95, the Scottish Borders driver. Row 7, 29, Tim Leonard, and 81, Atahuna. Row 8, number 17, George Allen, son of Ollie Allen, alongside Ford Saloon car racer. And 96, Ralphie Branscombe. None the worse for his rollover at Pembury, the scholarship winner from last year. Then we've got the man we heard from a few moments ago on row 9, 223, Jamie Faggin, ready for his debut in the RX Competitions Northwest car, the man from Cambridge. Alongside him, a third driver for Kersley Motorsport this weekend, making his debut, Caelan Keith. And on the final row, number 11, Frankie Lawson for CSC Racing. And hopefully Charlie Stapleton is there at the back, number 127. He had a shunt in qualifying, so we'll wait to see if he's there. I think he came out and did some laps in the lunch break to be able to qualify. Just looking down out of the commentary box, the back of the grid there, yes, looks like he is there. So I think we've had our full complement of 20 cars on the grid. The Junior Saloon Car Championship safety car is on the grid, and it is Ollie Smith on pole number 80. His brother Harry Smith races in the Mini Challenge Trophy, so looking to join Harry maybe one day there. And from Maidenhead in Berkshire, all these drivers 14 to 17 years of age. Yes, we've really got drivers as young as 14 just out of karting on this grid, and as I said earlier, we've got a few newcomers here this weekend, so the very best of luck to all of them. And full credit to Ralphie Branscombe as well. As you mentioned, he had an accident in the first race at Pembury, put the car on its roof coming out of the last corner. Not only did his team manage to rebuild that car and get him back out for the next day, the RX Competitions team, But during the lunch break on the Sunday, Ralphie visited the marshals at the post on that final corner and presented them with some caps and posters as a thank you for their assistance in that incident. That's a very kind thing to do. Fair play to young Ralphie. And looking to improve his results here from 16th on the grid. I must say a big thank you to all the Orange family. We couldn't go racing without our volunteer marshals and all the other volunteers and officials here at Snetterton this weekend. The safety car is going to lead them round for their green flag lap, but it will be a standing start. Let's have a look at the points situation at the moment. On 271.5 points is Ollie Smith. He's 48 points clear of Max Scharfegger at the top. 64 behind him is Matthew Swatton. 64 points behind the leader, that is. Then another 10 points back is Martin Wright, scholarship winner of 2 years ago. And Leon Holly rounds up the top 5. Ollie Smith's teammate at Musketeer Motorsport. Their third car is Hasnain Khan. Be interesting to see how he goes here. As I said, he was quickest in qualifying for the first time this morning. It was Frankie Lawson, one of our newcomers in the number 11, and Charlie Stapleton. He made his debut at Pembrey, the yellow and black car there, starting from the back of the field. Unfortunately, he had a shunt on his first lap in qualifying. The car is fixed, and he was able to do the laps to qualify in the lunch break. Green, blue and white, the colours for Ollie Smith on pole. The all-blue car of Martin Wright alongside him. Hasnain Khan in white on the second row. He starts alongside Max Scharfegger. His car is grey and day-glow yellow. This Hasnain Khan, the car with the whites and the black livery. In red, white and blue, Matthew Swatton on row 3. Zane Quecker. His car's black with some red, yellow and green sponsor decals. This is when the comments always kick off. All of these drivers' friends looking on. Lots of cheering for Ricky Pittman. It says here, Ricky Pittman's birthday is on Wednesday. Please wish him a happy birthday from his little sister. Consider it done. Fair play to the Pittman family. Plenty of cheering for Atahuna, number 81. Bellswat's 10117 says, go on Matthew Swatton. Crow Marco says, go Ralphie. That's what we like to hear. Show support for your favourite drivers. These are young racers learning their craft. There's the Oryx competition cars of Tim Leonard, number 29, and Atahuna, number 81. Based in Cheshire. I think that's a Turkish name, if I have got that right. Apologies if I haven't. Turkish motorsport, they've found most of their success in recent years in motorcycle racing, of course. Toprak Razgat Lioglu was World Superbike champion a couple of times in recent years. He's now in MotoGP. Not many Turkish racing drivers have competed in the UK. I remember Erkut Kizilirmak in British touring cars, Vauxhall Astra. Hi to CSX 1982. So it's hello from North Carolina, USA. You'll like what's coming up in our final race of the day. I think the pickup truck racing championship, NASCAR style racing here at Snetterton. This weekend with what is a wonderful entry of 20. A standing start, 15 minutes of racing to come. Some cracking racing this weekend. So 3 races this weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Tom Justice had a good qualifying session this morning. Tom again finds himself a little bit lower down. Tom Justice, the top newcomer on the grid. I can hear Matt Suckling chatting about him on the PA commentary in the background. Tom is in the colours of Kersley Motorsport, the red, white and blue. As I said, should have made his debut at Pembrey, but unfortunately crashed in testing in the lead up to the event, and the car couldn't be rebuilt in time. So they move up into position. Ollie Smith on pole, Martin Wright alongside him. Hasnain Khan, rather, third on the grid. He was a bit frustrated to have pole position taken away from him, his first pole earlier on, so he'll be ready to show what he can do. Scharfegger alongside him. Matthew Swatton and Zane Quecker on row 3. Tom Justice in the red and blue car on row 4 with Leon Holly, the grey white and blue alongside him, number 87. Completing the top 10. Lachlan Homer in white and black, number 94. And the number 3 of Jake Wardle in black and green. 15 minutes then for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Just waiting for the marshals to confirm everyone is in position. The green flag will wave at the back of the grid. Red lights are on, the revs are up. Young guns go for it here at Snetterton. Hasnain Khan bogged down slightly there from third place offline. So did Ricky Pittman, the grey number 95 car, as they head down towards Riches for the first time. Looks like everybody has got away okay. There's number 17, George Allen, making a move up the inside. Ralphie Branscombe is in behind him, the black and green machine. They're all away well. There's a couple of our newcomers towards the back of the field, but side by side for the lead. Martin Wright had a look up the outside, but the inside for the hairpin is with Ollie Smith. He's got the lead. Max Scharfiger gets a tap there from, I think that was Leon Holly, quite possibly the 87. A couple of cars running out wide. It's one of the Orex cars there, the 29, I think, of Tim Leonard. Max Scharfiger getting through into third place. Perhaps the result, Zane Quecker's up to fourth, the black car there. Holly is in fifth, and I think Hasnain Khan down to sixth. He bogged down, unfortunately, off the line there. Frankie Lawson's got a decent getaway. He's got ahead of Tim Leonard. It was him who ran wide in the early stages. Up towards Agostini for the first time. Ollie Smith it is who has the early lead. Through the right-hander, Ralphie Branscombe is taken there by George Allen. Not to be confused with the former truck racer of the same name. George and Les Allen raced in the British Truck Racing Championship for several years. This is younger George Allen. He's the son of Ollie Allen, who's raced modified Ford Fiestas for many years. Runs a garage up in Lincolnshire. Seen two members of the Allen family race that car so far this year. George and Charlie. I think it's George in the car this weekend. Pack heads onto the Bentley straight. So that was Jamie Faggin running a little bit wide there, the man from Cambridge, on his debut. His first ever junior saloon car race. Now Martin Wright is in attacking mode. He had a good fight with Ollie Smith at Pembrey. Leon Holly round the outside there at Brundle. Can he get the car stopped for Nelson there? But Martin Wright having to go up the inside. I thought he was alongside Ollie Smith there, but Ollie holds the lead. Only just. They charged their way through, one car running a bit wide towards the grass there. That was one of the Orex cars again on the way out. 95 Ricky Pittman, all over the back of George Allen. Scharfiger coming under fire from Hasnain Khan in the number 18, recovering after a slightly slow start. They've got Zane Quecker chasing them in the number 44. He's running well. But up over the line they come at this time. Complete their first lap. It is Ollie Smith who leads from Martin Wright, Leon Holly in third, then it's Scharfiger, Khan and Quecker together fourth, fifth and sixth. Tom Justice going well, he's in seventh in the 57, and his first ever race in the category. Matthew Swatton's dropped back on that first lap, he's down to 11th place, so he's obviously run wide somewhere. According to the timing screen, Tim Leonard hasn't come through, but it might be that his transponder isn't working. We'll try and pick up if he's in the order there. Somebody running out wide on the hairpin. That was Ralphie Branscombe, I think. No, it's Jake Wardle, the other black and green car number 3, getting onto the grass. Max Scharfiger runs wide. His wing mirror's hanging off. There's been a bit of rubbing somewhere. Zane Quecker goes through, and Tom Justice can sense a chance to move up into the top 6 as well. Smith leads it from Martin Wright. They're being closed down by Leon Holly. He's desperate for his first win. Hasnain Khan's come through into 4th, so it's all changed that battle for 4th place. Khan is now 4th, Quecker 5th, Scharfiger's down to 7th. He's got, I think that's Lachlan Homer behind him, the number 94 as well. First two are missing all the fun. They're too busy battling with each other. Here's a scrap further back. Charlie Stapleton from the back of the grid gets past Caelan Keith, one of our newcomers this weekend for the Kersley Motorsport team. They've got 3 cars out there. Leon Holly's definitely reeling in our leaders. There's Khan 4th, Quecker 5th. 6th place is Justice. Scharfiger under fire from Homer. And the rest of them charge through behind. Somebody running wide in there. That's Atahuna, I think. Yeah, we've lost Tim Leonard. He's pulled into the pits, in fact. That's what happened to the 29. He went wide on the first lap, so maybe he's damaged the underside of the car. They're all over each other down the Bentley straight towards Brundle. Scharfiger still holding off Lachlan Homer. Who's that on their tails? think that's Will Omar, not running in his red car this weekend. Yes, the white, grey and blue of Will Omar next. Then it's Matthew Swatton who dropped back on the first lap. Then this little gaggle towards the back. There's Frankie Lawson trying to make a move on George Allen, not Ollie Allen. It's Ollie Smith who leads the way. Pulling away a little bit now from Martin Wright in second place. This is just the first of 3 races for these youngsters this weekend. Leon Holly is absolutely flying. He's bound to have done the fastest lap. 2:25.969 as they come across the line. He gained 5 places on the first lap alone. Side by side Scharfegger with Lachlan Homer. It is Homer who emerges in front down the straight. Max Scharfegger struggling a bit here. Maybe he's picked up some damage. He had some contact, I think, with Hasnain Khan earlier on. He was trying to catch the leaders. There he is in 4th. Quekka 5th. Tom Justice, he's loving this up there in 6th place. Driving up the inside there. Matthew Swatton on a recovery drive after struggling on the first lap. Gets past Will Omar in the 41. That puts him up into the top 10. 3 leaders, line astern down towards Agostini. Is Leon Holly going to try and move here on the inside? I think he might. Can he get the car stopped in time? Oh, he just takes the side, I think, there of Martin Wright. Wright has to go over the curves. Holly is through into 2nd place. So Leon Holly up to P2. He's going like an express train here, Leon Holly, the number 87. Comes from Cullompton in Devon. Came close to a win at Donington Park earlier this year. Yet to take his first success as Hasnain Khan nearly runs wide there, coming out of the right-hander at Oggies. He's trying to catch our 3 leaders. Another wing mirror flapping, that's Zane Quekka. Tom Justice going great guns up in 6th place, then Lachlan Homer, then a gap. And next through it should be Matt Scharfegger. First 3 still line astern. Leon Holly now in 2nd place. Through the right-hander at Nelson. Khan using a bit of curb there. And the rest of the top 10 a little bit strung out now. 1 or 2 battles further down the other. Somebody diving up the inside. Is he going to get the car stopped there? I think that's Ricky Pittman. It is. Getting past Max Scharfegger. Scharfegger's got damage to the right front. Look, that's why he's dropping back. I can see a little bit of smoke there. Did somebody go off there in the background? I saw a cloud of dust. Possibly somebody just ran wide. I was watching Scharfegger there. I just caught that in the background. As the leaders go over the line, it's Smith who leads. Another fastest lap for Leon Holly. 2:25.757. That's only 100th of a second quicker than Ollie Smith. So Ollie Smith's responding to the pressure here. We're only halfway through this race, or just over. Black and white flag for exceeding track limits goes out to Jamie Faggin, 2:23. As having a look up the inside there for second is Martin Wright. There's the equaliser, says Martin. It's Devon against Cornwall for 2nd place. Devon fighting back up the inside, the number 87. And he'll retake the place into Palmer. Meanwhile, Max Scharfegger with that damage has pulled into the pits. That could be his race run. This is allowing Ollie Smith to get away in front. He'll be enjoying this, looking in his mirrors, thinking, yes, you fight each other, and I'll pull away in the lead, look for another win. Can Hasnain Khan get his first podium here? He's driving well, that 4th place. A couple of seconds clear of Zane Quekka now in 5th. And Tom Justice, our newcomer, in 6th position. George Allen coming under fire there from Atahuna, the number 81. His Forex teammates, Tim Leonard in the pits, and Will Omar's pulled into the pits as well. So a couple of casualties further back. Scharfegger, I can tell you, he's heading back out. He's just gone past my commentary box. Here's the fight for second. Devon against Cornwall. I won't make any jam and cream jokes, don't worry. Through the right-hander at Nelson. Holly's got that 2nd place. Look at Ollie Smith pulling away. They lost time battling each other, and now Smith established in front with 5.5 minutes of this race to go. Martin Wright to the inside at Corham. That's a brave move. He's Nope, you don't very often see passing moves there. I don't think we will this time. Yes, the tool zone car of Leon Holly holds him off. Now, can Martin Wright get into the slipstream here and produce an old-school Snetterton move down the centre straight into the right-hander at Riches? 1.8 seconds is the lead gap as they cross the line. Smith ahead of Holly. Khan looking on from 4th place. He just did his personal best lap, 2:26.023. Quecker is 5th, then Justice, Homer, Swatton. Swatton under fire there from Ricky Pittman. He's running well, the grey car. Next in the order, it's Ralphie Branscombe rounding out the top 10, I think. Or was it? No, Jake Wardle, the other black and green car. I always get those two mixed up. Similar liveries. The driver that's impressed me so far in this race, though, is Tom Justice, the newcomer up there in 6th, holding off Lachlan Homer, who was on the podium earlier this season. Had his confidence knocked a bit by a shunt at Cadwell Park. He's improving back again all the time towards the front of the field. There's the scrap for 2nd. Just going out of sight there. Is Martin Wright back in 2nd place? I think he might be. Ollie Smith, we know, is still leading this. And yes, Martin Wright has retaken 2nd. I missed that. So the Cornishman back in to P2 and going after Ollie Smith. He'll try and put as much clean air between himself and Leon Holly as he can. Here's Branscombe. Putting the pressure on George Allen. They're being chased by Atahuna, the number 81. And Branscombe at the inside. He gets the move done there at Hamilton. That's a good bit of driving by the 14-year-old. Down the straight, under the bridge into Brundle Corner. First 4 still broken away from Zane Quecker in 5th position. He's running well. Justice and Homer 6th and 7th. Atahuna has just got the black and white flag for exceeding track limits. If he does so again, he'll get a penalty. Through the bomb hole. 3 minutes to go. It's looking good for Ollie Smith to pick up another win.
Come down. We've got 2 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock.
This will be win number 9 of the season if he hangs on in front. There is the 57 of Tom Justice. What a great drive. Holding off Lachlan Homer. There's Homer, the black and white car. Into the right-hander. Scharfegger's got going again, I can tell you. He's a long way behind in 18th place. Might as well pick up a couple of points, though. Ricky Pittman has got past Matthew Swatton, I can tell you, up into 8th place.
And all of a sudden, Jake Moore now brings himself into the equation because I said over 4 seconds wouldn't probably be achievable. But of course, with
Drew Palmer. Race calming down after its early exchanges. 1.9 seconds in it for the lead, and Martin Wright's last lap was a 2:25.975. Last lap for the leader was a 2:26.2. As on the inside, Lachlan Homer has a look at Tom Justice. No, you don't, he says. There's Scharfegger, who's got back out of the pits, repaired that right front. Ricky Pittman up the inside. That's a late move on Matthew Swatton. They're having a good scrap. Now, who's that in behind? That's Jake Wardle, the number 3. This is for 8th place. Swatton caught on the outside there at Hamilton's, and then Ricky Pittman moves across for the right at Oggie's. Good defensive driving there. He's got to be mindful here, Matthew Swatton, that Jake Wardle is there. Wardle slipped back a bit in recent races. He was fighting for podiums in the early part of the season, looking to recover his form. 50 seconds on the clock. I imagine we'll get one more lap out of this. Throws a move up the inside there, Lachlan Homer, and he gets past Tom Justice for P6. Has he outbraked himself? No, he hasn't. Gets it under control.
So let's see how they all emerge under the bridge. And they head down through Brundle and in towards Nelson.
Through the bomb hole up towards Cora.
Try and air it there as much.
Gap to the leader was 1.9 seconds. Has Martin Wright been able to close in on Ollie Smith? Across the line they go. Let's have a look. 2.2 seconds, so the gap has increased. It's looking fairly safe for Ollie for win number 9 this season. Hasnain Khan getting the black and white driving standards flag. He's still in P4. This will be his best result so far. Zane Quecker going well in 5th. Clock has counted down to 0. Here's a replay. I think that's Atahuna running out wide at Nelson. Very easy to do there. 81 car continues. He's in 13th place. We're on the last lap now of Junior Saloon Cars race number 1 this weekend. Look at the lead that Ollie Smith has pulled out here. Ready to extend his championship lead still further. Martin Wright on to take his best result so far with a 2nd place. If he can hold off Leon Holly. I believe there is an extra point for the fastest lap as well. Leon Holly's got that at the moment. There is our leader, Ollie Smith. Ooh, and down the inside there, that's Ricky Pittman, I think. Locking up the brakes big time as he attacks Jake Wardle. Wardle does stay ahead of him. That could have ended in disaster if Ricky Pittman had gone into the side of Jake Wardle there, but he managed to get the car stopped just about. Leaders into Brundle and Nelson for the final time. Just a couple of right-handers on the left at Murray's to go now. Hasnain Khan's been reeled in slightly by Zane Quecker.
Still being that of Homer. Tom Justice there in 7th place.
It's going to be Ollie Smith. Here he comes towards Murray's for the last time. Well, it was a fair scrap with Martin Wright in the first lap or two, but Ollie Smith able to pull away, and he takes his 9th win of the season in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Martin Wright 2nd, Leon Holly on the podium in 3rd. Great run in the early laps from him. Well done Hasnain Khan, his best ever result in 4th. Zane Quecker a fine 5th. Lachlan Homer comes through the 6th. Tom Justice on his debut an excellent 7th. He'll be very proud of that indeed. Here's that battle between Ricky Pittman and Jake Wardle still raging. Here's Jake Wardle going to pop out of the slipstream on the run to the line here. No, he's not. Pittman holds him off for 8th. Wardle 9th. 10th goes to Matthew Swatton. A slightly subdued Matthew Swatton there. And who's going to be 11th? I think that's Atahuna that's come through for 11th. He's gained 2 places on the last lap. Photo finish for 12th between Ralphie Branscombe and George Allen. Jamie Faggin behind them, then Frankie Lawson, Charlie Stapleton. And behind them will be Caelan Keith in the 3rd of the Kersley Motorsport cars, the red, white and blue, and Max Scharfegger, after a pit stop to repair some damage, will finish at the back of the field. We lost Will Omar into the pits and also Tim Leonard at the end of lap 1. Caelan Keith over the line. Finishes his first ever Junior Saloon Car race. Just waiting for Max Scharfegger now to come in.
Anand's birthday yesterday, so Leon, a great drive from 8th to 3rd place to complete the podium for the first race of the weekend, Mark, for the JSBC.
Thank you very much, Ian. So we've got top 3 drivers joining us already in the Parc Ferme area. Leon straight away out of the car. And
so the cars head into Parc Ferme, just waiting for Max Scharfegger to cross the line. There he is. Bad luck to Max, sitting 3rd in the championship, 2nd in the championship at the moment, but his hopes will take a bit of a dent there, quite literally. Original result then, a win for Ollie Smith by just over 2 seconds ahead of Martin Wright in the end, with Leon Holly getting fastest lap and a podium place. Hasnain Khan an excellent fourth ahead of Zane Quecker, then Lachlan Homer. Tom Justice, a good battle with Lachlan Homer there in his first ever junior saloon car race. Tom Justice in 7th. Ricky Pittman a fine fight with Jake Wardle as well, and Matthew Swatton completing the top 10. Beyond that, it was 11th place for Atta Huna, 12th was Ralphie Branscombe, 13th place went to George Allen, then Jamie Faggin 14th, Frankie Lawson 15th, Charlie Stapleton 16th, Caelan Keith was 17th, Max Scharfegger 18th, 2 retirements, Will Omar and Tim Leonard. I think we're just about ready to go down to Parc Ferme with Paul now to talk to our race winner.
What a race, ladies and gentlemen, for what was round 13 of the Junior Saloon Car Championship for 2026. An incredible leading trio here. And, well, let's jump straight into interviews. Where is Ollie Smith? There he is as we come on over. Ollie, 9th win in 13 rounds. You're looking unstoppable this season, but you had to work hard.
Yeah, certainly at the start, Martin kept me on my toes, but eventually my teammate caught up, started battling with him, and I managed to pull a gap.
We made a little bit of a gap in the end, but such tough conditions out there as well. I can imagine those front tyres must have been on the limit.
They were gone from the get-go. It was just nursing the car home towards the end, but yeah, managed to win.
Oh, congratulations. What, another 2 tomorrow? Can we expect you to make it a trio here?
Yeah, starting 2nd and 17th tomorrow, so come back driving race 3, but yeah, hope to get on podium.
Well, wish you all the best luck for those, but then congratulations. Well, ladies and gents, we now come to our 2nd place finisher, and that is going to be none other than the 14 of Martin Wright. Martin, 2nd place in, not quite the win, but you fought hard for that 2nd place.
Yeah, it was a good race with me and Leon there. It's a shame Ollie got away there, but I was doing my best to try and close back up to him there, taking 6 tenths out of him on the last lap, which I can only be happy with.
Oh, to be fair, plenty of pace on the last lap as well, given the conditions. I mean, it sounds like you've got even more pace to unleash tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. You know, starting 3rd on the 2nd race and 1st in the final, so that's definitely my best chance of securing a win.
Oh, brilliant. We wish you all the best of luck for tomorrow, but until then, congratulations.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
And well, ladies and gents, of course, we need to come to our 3rd place finisher, Leon Holly. Where is Leon at the moment? He's gone somewhere. As I do a bit of a twirl there. And well, as we keep looking around, has anybody seen Leon Holly around? Leon anywhere? Well, in the meantime, ladies and gents, we continue to fish for Leon Holly somewhere. But it does look as though he's made a bit of a disappearing act further down. We're just going to go a little bit further. And if not, we may be moving onwards towards our pickup truck racing, unfortunately. Of course, Leon Holly his family celebrating was the 60th birthday of his nan, Alison King. And, well, still looking for Leon around somewhere. But can't quite see him, ladies and gentlemen. A great array of all of our Junior Saloon Car Championship machines out there. And we all worked hard. And, well, no, that's Max Scharfegger down there. I think we are going to have to move on to our pickup trucks, unfortunately. I'm just going to ask Mr. Beecroft very quickly whether he's seen Leon. Dave, have you seen Leon anywhere? I know, he's absolutely run away, hasn't he?
He shouldn't have gone far because he's not allowed to leave Parc Ferme now.
Oh, goodness me. Leon Holly, if you've seen him. Oh, he's last spotted there. Sorry about this, ladies and gentlemen. The youngsters all running all over the place. Leon Holly anywhere? There he is. He's run away. Now we find him. Sorry about that, and thank you, Vicky, for finding him. Leon, we have to get a word with you because, of course, 3rd place, a brilliant drive to the podium, and a special way to celebrate your nan Alison's 60th birthday.
Yeah, it's a very special way to celebrate it, and I'm happy I was able to do it. So, yeah. It was a fair feat starting from 8th, but we managed to make it happen. So yeah, it was good. Solid.
8th to 3rd. So tomorrow, then surely we'll expect you back on the podium if not winning.
Yeah, I feel like I've got a win in the bag. So we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Fair play. Well, if you can run away from us like that, you can run away to victory.
Yeah, thank you very much. Take it easy. Thank you.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we now come to an interview we had earlier on with one of our drivers from the Pickup Racing Championship in preparation for our final race of this Saturday.
So, Mark Chalmers, here we go. Some might say this is the first time we've spoken officially this weekend.
No, it's not. It's the second because you lost the interview.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's just listen, technical difficulties happen as they do in racing, no?
Yeah, that's correct.
So let's see if I can remember some of the important key points that we spoke to you about. Now, This is your first year racing with us, isn't it? But it's also a lot of firsts at the different circuits you've been to so far.
Yeah, it's my first year racing cars ever, to be honest.
Ever?
Yeah.
Did you do go-karting or something else, or is he literally going, you know what, I'm going to get in a pickup truck, get my licence and just go for it?
Yeah, I've done probably 15 years in karting.
Ah, so you've got some kind of heritage.
Yeah.
Got you.
Yeah, and then we had about probably 10 years out, and then James let me have a go in his, and then I went and brought one.
And then you went and brought one.
Yeah.
And how do you feel it's gone so far?
Yeah, it's going really well, to be honest. Obviously learning every track as we go. Had some good results for this year already, so yeah, I'm quite happy.
And this will be hopefully going out, if we don't lose it again, before last race of the day. Where are you on the grid this afternoon?
That's a good point, actually.
Shall we find out? Let's find out live. Do it. And whilst you do that, I'll just fill. Yeah,
starting in 8th.
In 8th place. Brilliant.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
So you've got no pressure from behind,
Well,
and
two
all of
behind
the two behind you. Yeah, so no pressure from behind.
It's only the champion.
You just
behind
got to
me.
start. Yeah. You're starting with reverse grid. Did he not make it for qualifying?
No, I just had a rubbish qualifying, to be honest.
No, the two behind you.
Oh, Ryan got black flagged.
Ah, naughty.
So yeah.
So that's your C.
Yeah.
So there you go. So all you got to
So
do
I'm gonna
is.
let him pass me, and I'm just going to follow him through.
Oh,
Hopefully.
okay. It's like a learning operation.
Exactly that.
Awesome. Right then. Well, I mean, without further ado, we've heard the promise. Let's see it in action for the last race of the day, but the first race for the pickups, and that was Mark Chalmers. Definitely Mark Chalmers.
Yeah.
Definitely. He's new.
I'm the new boy.
Nice formation as the trucks work their way towards the line. 10 ready to go.
Yes, thanks very much, Pointy. Good luck to Mark Chalmers, the rookie this year. It is time to go. Pickup truck racing for the first time this season. 10 trucks on the grid. And they head down into the first turn. The green flag lap, the rolling start, completed a bit quicker than we thought there. They're underway. Aaron Thompson, number 41, on pole, with Alan Cooper, the championship leader, alongside him for this 15-minute race. Dale Gents, number 83, moving up the inside of Cooper there into the first turn. There's number 52, James Goldstraw, not in his usual truck. He's taken over Jonathan Hadfield's truck. Jonathan not racing this weekend. And James Goldstraw's number 52 truck broke down in qualifying, so he's borrowed Jonathan Hadfield's truck. Jonathan's brother Ryan, there he is, the number 1, the reigning champion in the pickup trucks. That's the gold truck. But it's number 41, the Lightning McQueen lookalike of Aaron Thompson, third in the championship, only 10 points behind Alan Cooper. Leads Cooper, the ex-F2 stock car racer, with Dale Gents in third position, kicking up the dust there as they come out of Hamilton's. And Ryan Hadfield, who started from the back row of the grid, is already through this 10 truck field up into 4th place. Not seen the pickup trucks before. They're an attempt to bring NASCAR-style racing to the UK. These trucks are space frame chassis, originally designed by Sonny Howard, brought to the UK in the late 90s. They're powered by 260 horsepower race-tuned engines. Simon Ward there, good to have him back out for the first time in a couple of events. The Barwell Trailers truck, number 71. The grid lined up with Thompson and Cooper on the front row, Dale Gents and Mark Willis, number 65 on row 2. Row 3, 29 Tom Hutchins and 71 Simon Ward. Row 4, 93 Michael Smith in the white truck and 85 Mark Chalmers. With 1 Ryan Hadfield and 52 James Goldstraw racing Jonathan Hadfield's truck on the back of the grid. There is Ryan Hadfield. A borrowed front end by the look of it on his truck this weekend. Slightly smaller than expected field of pickup truck racers. It's been a very busy period for them. They were at Pembrey, and just before that they were at the American Speedfest at Brands Hatch. All 10 trucks have completed the opening lap. Aaron Thompson in the number 41, the Lightning McQueen lookalike, holds the early lead, 0.4 of a second ahead of Alan Cooper as they go into the hairpin for the second time. Dale Gents in third in the NASCAR Kyle Larson lookalike, the blue and white. He raced the Dale Earnhardt lookalike over the last couple of years. Champion of 2 years ago. There's Tom Hutchins, number 29. Began his career at Brands Hatch racing a Honda Civic in the Cannon's Tin Top series. The leaders head up towards the left-hander at Agostini. The 41 of Thompson. There's Mark Chalmers towards the back. He's got James Goldstraw and Simon Ward behind him. James Goldstraw we normally see in the yellow and green truck, the Coal Trickle Days of Thunder lookalike, but that broke down in qualifying, so he's borrowed the Hadfield family's spare truck. It didn't break down because he hit the pace car though. Aaron Thompson leads the way, chased by Alan Cooper. Most of his successes came on shale ovals in Formula 2 stock cars, likes of Milton Hall Stadium, not all that far from Snetterton, and Kings Lynn as well. The Adrian Flux Arena, they were his local haunts, so knows his local ovals. Aaron Thompson, his father Steve, raced in Eurocar, which was the series which was effectively the predecessor of the pickups, V6 engine Ford Mondeo lookalikes. Steve and Aaron have also shared a Renault Clio in the Britcar Championship in the past. Goldstraw under fire from Ward. Aaron Thompson gets his foot down, much better out of Murray's there up towards the start-finish line to complete lap number 2. Over the line they go. Thompson from Cooper, then a gap of about 1.5 seconds back to Dale Gents. Ryan Hadfield is in 4th place after that charge from the back early on. Just over 10 seconds covers the field at the end of lap number 2, and Thompson has the fastest lap of 2 minutes 5.362. One of the quickest machines you'll see here this weekend, along with the TCR UK touring cars that are here tomorrow. Michael Smith, the man from the northeast, in the white number 93 machine. There he is, former champion, staying ahead of Tom Hutchins. These trucks were in great form around Pembrey, as was Aaron Thompson, closing on the championship leaders. It's Alan Cooper who leads the standings on 196, just 2 points ahead of Dale Gents. Aaron Thompson on 186 coming into this weekend. Mark Willis in P4. And Michael Smith and Ryan Hadfield 5th and 6th. 16 drivers have raced in total in this season's pickup truck racing championship. It'd be great to have all of them here. As we say, it is a busy period for the championship as Alan Cooper tries to get into the draft there of Aaron Thompson. He's having a look for the lead here as they go down towards Brundle. Thompson holds on to it through towards Nelson. They go out a little wide on the exit. Cooper takes a bit of curb. Dale Gent gets the tail kicked out on the 83 there, coming off the curbing at Nelson. And the gap behind Dale Gent. There's the battle for 4th because Mark Willis now getting aboard. Been racing pickups since the late 1990s when the class started over here. The former national hot rod racer. He's all over the back of Ryan Hadfield for 4th place, and Michael Smith closing up as well. Ryan Hadfield, another ex-short oval man. Father Rob Hadfield raced bangers and hot rods at Buxton Raceway in the Peak District. Ryan and his brother Jonathan followed their dad into oval racing. They were successful in Formula 2 stock cars like Alan Cooper, among other things, before moving into the pickups. Thompson continues to lead from Cooper. There's Gents, rather on his own now in 3rd, Dale Gents. There's the battle for 4th. That's the main interest at the moment. That's 4th, 5th and 6th place battle. Mark Willis having a look on the inside here at Agostini. Door is closed by Hadfield. There's a battle at the back. This is the 52 of Goldstraw, chased by Simon Ward. Simon Ward began his career in something a little bit different. He's not an oval man. He began his career in a Vauxhall Astra with the classic touring car racing club and the pre-93 touring cars a few years ago. Here comes Mark Willis again. Again, Ryan Hadfield, later on the brakes, holds him off. Slides it through Nelson. That's what we like to see, a few tail slides from these pickups.
Work the way down through Cora. Mark Willis in that red and white truck in fifth position, trying to get his way through. He almost caught that a bit.
Just under a second in it for the lead now between Thompson and Cooper. Three races for the pickup trucks this weekend. Race 3 will feature a partially reversed grid, if memory serves me correctly. Now Mark Willis is having to defend because Michael Smith is in there. Behind them, Tom Hutchins for 29. Lead gap is now 1.5 seconds. New fastest lap for Aaron Thompson. There he is. 2 minutes 4.819. Adam Palmer.
The race leader Aaron Thompson. They seem to be the chargers in this first race of the weekend. Now they're not able to live with them. Now 4 seconds adrift of the top 2. And the battle between 4, 5 and 6 is still at it. And now Mark Willis looks for the inside line. Now towards Agostini he goes.
Willis has another look as they go into Agostini. He's determined to get past Ryan Hadfield. Tries to get alongside Hamilton. This is where he could do it. No, Hadfield holds him off again. Next group comes through Hamilton. That's Mark Chalmers ahead of Simon Ward. Ward's got ahead of James Goldstraw now for 9th position. Here come the leaders. Thompson has definitely pulled away. You can see there from Alan Cooper. Dale Gent in 3rd. Another ex-short oval man. His father Mark was before him. Raced for many years in the ovals of the UK and the Netherlands. Raced in the rodeo car class, as it was known, over at the 1,000 metre oval at Barlo in the Netherlands. Sadly now sitting dormant. What a circuit that was. Love to have seen the pickups round there. 5 laps completed and the lead gap is up to 3.3 seconds now. So Thompson pulled away by 1.8 seconds on that previous lap. He's dominating this first pickup race. That 3.3 seconds is a big lead in this category. Number 52, James Goldstraw, gets the driving standards warning flag for track limits. There he is at the back of the field. The main battle at the moment is for 4th, 5th and 6th. Hadfield, Willis and Smith. Hard to know which battle to watch here at the moment. In our final race of the weekend for the pickup of the day for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. Just under 3.5 minutes of it to go. We go racing from 9:05 tomorrow morning. Welcome the Audi Cup and also TCR UK into the package as well. 14 races coming for you tomorrow. It is racing all day. All the qualifying was done earlier today. Chalmers coming under a bit of pressure from Simon Ward. Bit of a lock-up from one of them there. There go the leaders under the bridge. Dale Gent on his own in 3rd place. He's 4 seconds off Cooper, 3.3 ahead of Hadfield. Mark Willis trying to close up again on Ryan Hadfield. He's not having any luck at the moment. He bounced off the curb there at the bomb hole, I think.
Drivers to acknowledge it and they want to get moved done.
The timing screen in my commentary box has just changed to say lap 7 of 7 rather than the 15 minutes time limit. Now, pickups do normally race to a set number of laps rather than to a timed race, so it looks like we are now on the last lap. I thought there'd be one more to go after this one, but this is the last lap by the look of things for Aaron Thompson. So the pickups are going to number of laps rather than timed races again. And Aaron Thompson, he's now 4.4 seconds clear. He's dominated this first race of the weekend for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. Well clear of Alan Cooper in second. Ryan Hadfield still under pressure from Mark Willis for fourth. There's just over a minute on the clock, so it may well have been last lap this time anyway, under a time limit.
Another black and white flag being shown track limits now to Ryan Hadfield on this occasion.
So here comes the number 41. Aaron Thompson from Romford in Essex. Through the bomb hole. Still this fight going on. Mark Willis, can he pinch fourth place in the last couple of corners? Well, if Ryan Hadfield bounces off the curbs like that, he's got a chance. He was up on two wheels there. Cuts across the front of Willis. Willis will bump draft him, NASCAR style. We'll pick that up as they come towards the final corner, because Aaron Thompson is coming up towards the flag this time. Aaron Thompson wins Pickup Truck Race 1 of the weekend, weaves across the line. It will be Alan Cooper in second place and Dale Gent third. That's going to close things up in terms of the championship. Now, has Mark Willis got through? No, he hasn't. Tries to get round the outside on the run to the line, but Hadfield hangs on. Willis fifth, Smith in sixth. And seventh place goes to Tom Hutchins in the yellow and blue number 29. And eighth place is Mark Chalmers, going to hang on. Simon Ward up with him. Chalmers gets there. And James Goldstraw's borrowed truck completes the 10. So I'll wait for the cars to make their way into Parc Fermé. Aaron Thompson's certainly pleased with that one. Ka-chow, he says, that's how you do that.
Tomorrow for the pickups, they'll be with us at around about 11:30, and again that'll be the last race of the day tomorrow. But for now, it's a win once again.
That concludes racing for today then. We'll give you the results in just a moment.
Third place picking up another podium this season. It's Dale Gent and they are the top three, which are making their way now in towards Parc Fermé.
Provisional result then. Aaron Thompson takes Pickup Truck Race 1 of the weekend. 5.8 seconds. He was pulling away at the rate of over a second a lap towards the end of that first race for the pickups ahead of Alan Cooper. Dale Gent in third, and Ryan Hadfield holding off Mark Willis all the way for fourth. Michael Smith in sixth ahead of Tom Hutchins, and Mark Chalmers, Simon Ward and James Goldstraw completing the 10 runners. Well, that's about all from me then for day one. Thank you very much indeed for listening. Thanks to everybody here at Snetterton. Everybody will be heading off for the evening now, and we start again at 9:05 tomorrow morning with the first race for the Audi Cup. So be with us bright and early tomorrow here at the home of motorsport in the east of England. A full day of racing coming your way. No fewer than 14 races to get through. But that's about all from day one from me. Thanks again for listening, and we'll hand you down to Pointy in Parc Fermé for the final words.
Oh my goodness, what a race that was. They've just pulled into Parc Fermé with an over 5 second lead from Aaron Thompson. Look at him, the signature celebration as he jumps out of the 41 pickup truck to take his first win of the weekend here at Snetterton. As he starts to take his gloves off and his helmet, it must have been super hot out there. But I'm surprised. I mean, the tyres are sticky, ladies and gentlemen. They are super sticky, the tyres. Incredible show. Aaron, you were on rails.
It was a race to sum me up. Just a mental demons. I'm just sick. I'm so angry. I know it sounds silly. I'm so sick.
Get in the line, haven't you?
The demons in my head. Like, I felt Cooper hit me. I mean, we're 2 seconds faster than everyone in qualifying, and lap 3 he hit me. I looked in the mirror, And I thought it's still there, and I realised all I've done is look in the mirror.
Yeah.
Literally shoved the mirror to the ceiling, and the last lap pulled it back down, and he weren't there. So
It's a lot of people do say when they're in racing conditions that the chase is more of an off-put. Whereas if you're just looking ahead of you and just going for it, you're usually a lot more achieving.
Absolutely. I mean, it just goes to show, I am my own worst enemy in every way. So thank you to Dave and Carol Longhurst as always, DLRD, my dad, Paul Exxon for making an absolute rocket ship of a motor.
This is it. I knew you'd probably be okay. What's this?
Fantasy Motorsport crossover.
Ah, nice.
Everyone who's come on board this weekend, anyone who's got me for this line up this weekend, that's some good points on the board for you. So thank you for them guys for coming on board. And yeah, it's been a long old day, Pointy. I'm ready for a pizza.
I bet you are, and a curry, and some chips, and some chicken wings.
Ka-chow!
Ka-chow! Oh my goodness, right. The contender, my goodness, what a chase. Don't get that all over my shoes again.
This time.
Oh my goodness. So Mr. Cooper, that was a battle. I mean, you were on him, but I mean, was it 5.8 by the end of the race?
Yeah, the first couple of laps I was on him, but like he said, he was in his mirror and he was making mistake after mistake. But in a minute, you're going to take yourself off, and I wasn't pressuring him. I was with him.
Well, you've got to pressure them. That's the whole point.
I was there within striking distance. Let's put it that way. And every time he made a mistake, I was like yoink, yoink, and all of a sudden.
Now you know, he stopped looking.
I know, you could tell, I tell you.
Yeah, he stopped looking in the mirror and lost you, and that was it,
Yeah, then that was it. I was just a chasing game. I looked in the mirror, Dale wasn't within striking distance and nothing to worry about, so settled for second, another load of points.
But that's what it comes down to. I was speaking to some of the bigger truck drivers earlier on, and how it's one of those circuits where it's so spread out. It starts, after the first lap, it starts to come down to who's making the mistakes. And then it's like if you let off, if you start getting distracted, your stamina's not there, that's when all of a sudden people start coming past you. So at least you stuck where you were, that's the main thing.
Yeah, I'm well happy with the second, over the moon with it. It's all about the championship, not the race. So
exactly, you can't win a championship in one weekend.
No, definitely not.
But another fantastic result for you, of course. 2 more races tomorrow. The question is, will you be watching the football tonight?
More than likely, yeah.
I mean, I won't ask you who you're supporting, that should be obvious by now. It's Norway, isn't it? Right, well, with an action-packed and a fantastic result race for Aaron Thompson there, the last race of the day here at Snetterton. But we, of course, are back tomorrow with an absolutely jam-packed schedule for you. There's very little qualifying going on at Snetterton here tomorrow, which means it's going to be racing the second the sun comes up, and hopefully we'll have the same incredible conditions as we've had here today. If you're watching the football later on, then come on, England, it's coming home. I'm not that bothered, but I know you lot are absolutely loving the World Cup right now. So from racing to football, and a fantastic day to open the weekend here at Snetterton. It's been emotional. Thank you very much, and we'll see you all on Sunday.